Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clown, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my life, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in the black bank, me black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go with lead and knock him off his check. Check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your said he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't break. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. You be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my life, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my life, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Let the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm only ripping with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and goals, you know the aim is. Living lavish and smalls all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. You know, I see his movies, watching slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the grids, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
Yeah. Still can't get it. Hold on 1 second. We back in the house once again. What's up with it? 1 second. I know I should be able to get this done. Should have this done when I hit the start, but trying to multitask. There we go. All right, we back. What's up with it? What's up, J Cal? One Love. Kim, Wallace. Got Will, Wall Street Will in the house. Let's see, we got a couple people still coming through the door. A little bit of a late start on the holiday weekend coming up. Everybody's calendar should be jam-packed for the weekend. Got the big Black Science Fair kicking off Saturday and Sunday. And then for the regular folks, they got Monday, the holiday for Black folks. That translates into barbecue. A lot of people are going to be acknowledging and honoring the military. Memorial Day, that's correct. So we should have a weekend full of festive activities. We will be live streaming throughout the weekend. We're getting together, trying to coordinate the different schedules for the events. So just stay tuned, keep your ears peeled. Don't worry about it. Trying to scramble and get everything done before the end of the work week tomorrow. So don't worry about the link. We'll get that pinned up. I'm going to drop the link in the chat in a second. Just wanted to get the stream kicked off before the midnight. That way we'll be in the loop for some time tomorrow. I will be tied up mid-morning tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have enough backup, keep the stream going. In either case, it should be good to go throughout the course of the weekend. So I don't have any particular pressing issues as of now. We're going to just go through some headlines. As you know, there's been a lot of talk of the South African Africana, uh, depending on who you ask, the label of the South African president's visit to the White House, and basically how he was being treated not too much differently from the Ukrainian president when it came to uh, who is supposed to bow down to who. Some of the concerns of some individuals that were sent over from South Africa under refugee status, certain claims about black people uh, committing genocide uh, towards white people. Because let's just face it, the white people in South Africa are basically what? Dutch, right? They from Portugal, the Netherlands. But like everywhere they have gone, they have assumed and uh, attempted to take on uh, some of the local and indigenous uh, cultures and heritage, identification, if you will. Look what they did over here in America. Same thing, right? So one clip I saw, it looks like Trump was playing some video clips that were posted on social media showing black people defending themselves against white oppression. But he tries to flip it into aggression, catching the South African president somewhat off guard, as he was not made aware of these particular video images. What up, Daniel Bear? So what I was trying to pose is, since we do have the ability to communicate and broadcast uh, in much more efficient ways than ever before, uh, thanks to modern technology, uh, the acceleration in innovative, creative sorry, right there, just multitasking. Innovative and creative inventions that have come to pass and adopted with social media, the compact devices, the microchip, the infrastructure. We should be able to voice and let not only black people know, how we feel about their behaviors, but also give direct messages when something is obviously egregiously not factual or fallacious, if you will, such as the conduct by the person in the White House. So we kind of got to still, as we operate, using corporate media, mainstream infrastructure. We do have to, be aware of how we communicate to these individuals or entities. YouTube still managed, monitored, and administered by a larger party. And until we are able to build, secure, uphold, defend, and expand our own social media infrastructure, because I'm pretty sure that's in the plans, right? We don't plan to remain on YouTube, Twitter. Let me see. We had a billionaire flip change, didn't we? Jeff Bezos is no longer number one billionaire. Mark Zuckerberg is now in first place, kicking him out the top billionaire spot. But we don't need billions to get our own black-owned social media, black media. As much effort and resources that we put together in the entertainment and media in a traditional sense, we should at least strive, collaborate, network, and strive for having our own media for news, for events, information, for education, academics, for resources, such as providing shelter, housing, medical, health care. Those should be some of the goals that we all should already have in place. For the ones that don't really have any interest in it, we would kindly ask you to step aside and don't get in the way. Seems that we have some individuals, some organizations that seem to have some sort of motivation to get in the way, provide interference for those who are striving for what they say, black excellence. Yes, black excellence. So I was kind of skimming through the recent tax bill that was pushed by the MAGA, which barely passed the House last night, 215 to 214. One vote separated it. No, I did not read all 1,100. I'm not sure the exact amount of pages, but it's over 1,000 pages. Some of the highlight points in that kind of kind of wild and extreme. One of those measures that was proposed did have to do with the legality and the enforcement by the courts. According to the text, all courts, or no courts, as it is exactly put in the text, shall deem any judgment enforceable unless they have the allocated funds approved by Congress. So, in simple terms, that is interpreted as any court, including the U.S. Supreme Court, regardless of their ruling, shall not have the authority to enforce any judgment unless they have the authority or funds that must be allocated by Congress. So this would basically take away the authority which they already have right now, which is dumb. This is supposed to be some sort of waste cutting tax bill. Although there were some allowable tax exemptions for small businesses, for low income individuals that are on Medicaid and receiving benefits such as Social Security and food stamps and other social services. They are kind of strict on their work requirements. So even if you're not getting food stamps, in order to receive Medicaid benefits, you still have to meet a minimum work requirement to keep receiving those benefits. And while it's supposed to limit or have some sort of decrease in the deficit, it actually increases or allows for an increase in the deficit, which is crazy. Yeah, this new tax bill really has no extra or added benefits to the average worker overall. That bill is fucking bullshit. I gotta read it. I can't pass final judgment on it. I have to go article by article, paragraph 2B, subsection C, point 114. I gotta go through all that, man. What was another provision in there that I saw, if I remember? I'm just going off the top of my head. I don't have the bill in front of me now. 5 trillion? Yeah, I don't get the logic in allowing for a higher debt. Even you was calling for some immediate relief in terms of what would be considered a deficit when it comes to the federal government. And they're blowing this thing wide open. And even if you didn't have a bill to allow for it, trying to curb inflation, the cost of labor, and you factor in processing, and all the nuances that are involved in import export. There is no streamline to absolute decrease in overall federal or overall debt. You're always going to have debt, just based on how things are set up from a commerce standpoint. We posted up the article on the last stream with regards to Tanzania, while we're talking about South Africa. Tanzania did what a few economists had predicted. They literally banned the US dollar altogether. Anyone engaging in business inside the borders of Tanzania will have to do so by converting their currencies from US dollar to I think the shilling, TZE, I believe. So they're going on record as the first country in Africa to just outright said, no way, no more US dollar. And that's it. Yeah, I verified it in Tanzania, Chris. That's not a tabloid or a gaslighting headline. Yeah, we posted it up yesterday, I think. You want to go to Money Watch or Market Watch? I forget what site I had on that. The judge ruled the deportation flight to South Sudan violated a court order. Yeah, I think we're cool with acknowledging what's violated and what's immoral, not moral or unethical. What's preventing legal measures being taken against specifically the White House administration? If you don't want to go after Trump as an individual, there needs to be some sort of enforcement against these violations. And I don't want to see no more gaslighting headlines. I've seen enough of that. You don't mind going to court, as we already know. You don't mind getting convicted. You don't mind paying a fine. So if violating a court order or deportation order does not necessarily involve jail time, put it on the books. What's up with it, Domo? I don't need no more protests. We don't need no more mass social media spam tweets on Instagram, TikTok. We don't need no more of that. We need documentation in a court of law. On the record. Not just one time, whatever the limit allows. Just in case, we get interference. We're going to have to deal with interference no matter what. Maybe we should invoke an anti-interference team. Your sole job is to look out for those who like to put up interference in Black people's issues. How about that? Big beautiful bill. Pause. That has nothing. There's nothing masculine about that line right there. I'll just leave that at that. Yeah. When I use the word beautiful, I'm usually referring to something feminine, if you will. In most cases. Not some damn racist, biased, illiterate, unintelligent, spoiled brat, redneck, racist, oppressionist ego. There's nothing beautiful about it. Yeah, I know that's what he called it. So he'll continue to get called out as long as the results or whatever he's trying to promote is supposed to be something positive for Black folks and regular people in general. So hold on, give me a second. Let me put the link out. And we got some people coming in, checking in, coming through the door. Get the link out. Clear some of these tabs. And then we can get into some of these other news articles if y'all like. All right, y'all check to make sure that's the right link. And let's see. On the show title, I know the numbers get low and people start getting sleepy and people start bailing out when we start talking about reparations. But for every live stream, I'm going to go ahead and commit at least 1 hour from me. 60 minutes, I think, out of 12 hours stream should be dedicated to reparations primarily. So if you can't hold yourself to it, don't worry about it. Whether it's the first hour second hour, the last hour, even if you go over 12 hours, at some point in between there, you're going to hear about reparations, whether you want to or not. And then let's see, STEM network. We're going to push STEM just like we push entertainment. I'm watching the playoffs now. I'm talking about football, athletes, the Diddy trial, rappers, Tory Lanez, Meg Thee Stallion, Drake, Chris Brown getting locked up. We're talking about all the celebrities getting locked up, and we only talking about them because they're celebrities, right? So just as much smoke in effort that we talk about celebrities, we're gonna put the same or even more smoke into pushing STEM, primarily for the youth, because I know most of the adults are already set in their ways. They don't want to change up what they've been doing and consider it. So we're going to primarily aim this at the youth. We're going to be pushing STEM. So I just wanted to get that in there for Chris come up and give his take on some of the topics. What's up with it, Chris?
Man, what's going on, brother?
Let's go.
Yeah, packed up some stuff. Going out of town. My birthday on the 24th.
All right, cool.
Yeah, man, turning 36, and I gotta renew my driver's license. I gotta wake up in the morning and do that.
Same here. My birthday's Sunday, so
Yeah.
we're in the same boat.
So, but yeah, man, that bill, bro. Good God Almighty, man! Like, who wrote that shit? that's what I want to know.
You know who wrote it? The author's names should be on there.
I don't know what type of math they did, man. I don't understand it. And my personal opinion, if anybody, was hoping that they're going to reduce the debt because they did campaign on it, I say don't vote for them next election term. That's my protest.
Yeah, not voting for them pretty much is going to still give them even more motivation to enact, enforce, and double down on what they've already view as accomplishments. So, but I can see your sentiments in that.
Yeah, shit's fucking ridiculous, man. And did you hear the Elon Musk interview with Doge? Because I think he's leaving July 4th or something like that. And they're gonna put a new team in place.
New?
Like, bro, that dude sounded defeated, man. Because he was basically like, we found, where you agree with the cuts or not. We found this stuff, and nothing's happening. It was basically like it was pointless.
He said that?
No, he didn't say that. It's just the demeanor that he had for the interview. It was just basically like they did that shit for nothing. What was the point?
Nah, he ain't really fucked up about not finding no debt or something happening. He fucked up because all of his companies are tanking in terms of sales, image, confidence.
You think so?
I mean, yeah, you can pull up the articles. Can you find one positive article about anything that has the Tesla name on it now?
I mean,
SpaceX?
they had their earnings.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to the earnings call, I guess that's more subjective on how you look at the data.
Yeah.
So,
the investors have chimed in, though. The board members, yeah, they've expressed
Yeah, the
their
board member,
concerns in the first quarter. Yeah,
CEO, but he's still chairman, so shit
yeah,
didn't matter.
he can get voted out just like everybody else.
Yeah, but when it came to the earnings call, what I liked about it, they got great cash flow. They control their debt extremely well, and they're it's growing. Like I like what I'm seeing with the cash flow and their balance sheet.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to proceed on their some of their proposed innovative things that they were looking to modify with the basic sedan car. Uh, the truck is a total wash flop. That was one of the biggest flops in automotive industry that I've ever seen. The only thing more floppish than that I saw was the Yugo back in the 80s.
GA said dude lied and Chris stopped the cap. I don't know what happened. Like, hey, the earnings call. I don't think it's bad, bro. We can go over it.
So what are you saying to the earnings call?
I'm like remember, like I say, subjective.
No, it don't have to be subjective. Just tell me what you pointing at.
Like when I look at earnings, I look at debt, I look at the cash flow, and I look at the balance sheet. And
Yeah, you just can't look at debt though. You got to look at everything. You got to look at revenue, net, operating net,
yeah,
gross profit, net profit.
yeah,
Yeah.
but there's certain lines that mean more to me than might mean others.
Well, when you saying to me, okay, so that's why you say subjective. But I get it now. I missed that earlier. My bad on it. My bad.
Yeah, and like some people pay attention to the 10Q. I look at the 10K because the 10K is yearly.
Yeah.
Instead of 10Q being quarterly.
Yeah.
So,
It's all right. Oh, he said he was referring to the Doge fund. I don't know. I don't really hang around people that actually truly believe that Doge is actually going to accomplish something, even before inauguration day. Like confidence in terms of track record from his first term to some of the rhetoric over the summer and leading up to the election. If you genuinely, I mean, no sarcasm, if you really thought that Doge was going to come in the White House and not saying that they were going to not fix it, but at least show the public, hey, this agency here, this service here, this thing that we're spending money over here, we're going to cut this, from this amount, and then after we cut this, then we'll have this amount available for either other services, reduced costs in this service. Thus, instead of the government spending this way under previous administrations with a dollar figure, like everyone like it was told.
mm-hmm.
After this will be the proposed dollar or projected dollar figure. So like no one in Washington, D.C., no one locally, no one in commerce or business that I spoke with had any realistic hope or legitimacy or anticipated that they were actually going to come through with something. So it's not as big as the shock to me, but I can understand how MAGA followers, people that were just frustrated with the Democratic Party altogether, and other people just, bandwagon hoppers. Oh, I can't believe they didn't find nothing. Whatever.
Man, I ain't gonna even lie, Dev. I was disappointed because I was hopeful. I think you were on the panel. Me and Taz were talking about it when those first started.
Yeah.
I was like, they both do it. Both sides do the shit. And from what I was seeing, I was happy because it first started at 2 trillion. They said they're gonna find 2 trillion. I mean, cut 2 trillion. I was like, hell yeah. Then that shit went down to 1 trillion. I'm like, that's still good. And then that meeting happened. Elon Musk said for the fiscal year 150 billion. I said, God damn.
Yeah.
I was like, bro, it's better than zero, but that shit ain't a drop in the debt.
What's up with it? True Bleed, Carnell Jackson, 2-time. What's good? What's up, Price? So we got Thomas back in the house. Oh yeah, I saw the bond market.
Price said buy bond, because the way I'm looking at the bond market now, specifically talking about the 10-year and up. The federal government need to get create some more debt, so incentive, they're gonna put up that yield so more people buy bonds. Because if you're going to increase that debt to 5 trillion, like you can't have low bond yields.
Right. That's basic math.
If
you know how the bond market is structured. But like I said, it wasn't as if the bond market was. Well, I take that back because the manipulation factor. I don't know.
They got manipulation there?
No. I was assuming that if they were going to try to do something to manipulate the bond market, that like he did on the tariffs, that would offset or justify whatever proposals or projections that he was trying to achieve, but he couldn't even do that. The 145% tariffs on China is back down to 30.
I think like 30-some%.
Yeah.
Hold on. GA said nobody wants U.S. debt tracking up. GA, you missed the conversation a few days ago. Me and Dr. Mo were talking, and I said, like an old school thing about the bond market. When bonds go down with oil at the same time, that it's like a 9 times out of 10 the recession is right around the corner. So I do track the bond market. I don't track it heavily, but I look at it like once every month.
What's up with the GQ? My bad, I got distracted. They got Beyonce doing Levi commercials now. I'm disgusted. I don't want to have anything to do with black women in Levi jeans.
Denim.
Nah, that's played up. Let's see, it was an article I was trying to get.
Nike said they raising the prices on their shoes. And I didn't know that in 2019 Nike stopped selling their the shoes on Amazon because they said too many people were bootlegging their shoes and selling them on Amazon. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I never knew people were getting Nikes on Amazon. Well, maybe not Air Jordans.
Mm.
Maybe some of the more conservative shoes. Most people that was buying shoes on Amazon that I'm around, they were, New Balance, just some casual gym shoes. It wasn't people that already had the Jordan plug. We got plugs for people that want to buy Jordans. They don't never go to the store for anything, let alone Jordans. So
Yeah.
depending on where the plug getting it sick from. But I don't see no slow up in people wearing Jordans.
Yeah, I'm one. I like Jordans because I got low arches on my feet and great support, especially like when you're like running and stuff.
So let's see.
Oh, there go Dr. Mo Lambo.
Oh yeah, Dr. Lamb. What's up
You
with it?
you funny. Peace, power, and profit, everybody.
What up? What up?
He talking about, oh yeah, Dr. Lamb.
Yeah,
You
I gotta
want
be
me
very careful with it. Yeah.
Man, listen, they want my butt out. Y'all don't understand. We didn't even start the festival yet and I'm moved out.
What happened?
Just vendor setup. Oh my God, there's 62 of them.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah, I
that's
didn't
just
know it
on
was that
one.
many. Yeah.
Look, that's just on one side. No, wait till I show you tomorrow. I'm gonna see your video. That's just on one side. We got another 40 on the other side. Plus the
Oh, okay.
performers. It's huge. It's massive.
Well, you got some people coming from out of town though, right?
All over the place, man.
Yeah.
This is one of the largest festivals in the Carolinas,
Yeah.
if not the. 4 days. It used to be 3 days. Now it's 4 days. We did.
Yeah, they expanded it out. Yeah.
We did. Yeah, it was. That was really nice today. And as a matter of fact, it was a mixed group. I was impressed when I walked in there. It had at least how many white folks tonight? At least eight teachers, white educators. That was at the EDMU excursion. It was at least eight. And then it had males and females, and then of course the rest was us, and that was a good tour. Hopefully, I get to go on a tour too. I can record it.
Yeah, that'd be great. Even if you can't go live, at least try to get it on video as much as you can.
Yeah,
Real
right.
quick, while y'all on the road, did y'all see gas prices go down
Um, since let me see what I noticed about fuel.
since Monday or Sunday?
Shit, I don't even know.
No.
I can
Oh,
check
okay.
tomorrow. Fuel
No, it
prices
just
went down.
at the station that I normally go to, it's 50 cents less than it was Monday. Like
Let me
from
go.
Monday to today, it's 50 whole cents. That's almost like a dollar.
Let me hurry up and go fill my truck up because this show about to be on E.
Yeah,
I drove to Buford. It's 2 hours from me, so I ain't even pay attention. But I'm gonna check tomorrow because if it is cheap, I'm sure gonna fill up before it go back
yeah.
up.
I'm not sure what the causes of it is, but yeah, it's supposed to be industry wide, at least for the next few weeks, at least.
Mm. Oh, good, cause I'm gonna need a recoup. What y'all talking about?
This slosh of a Trump bill.
Oh, I heard. What? That's the tax bill.
Yeah, passed 215 and 214 last night.
Oh, one person who flipped. So you being nosy. Oh, they finally. Who didn't give up? Who didn't give up the goods?
Well, three congressmen or two of them, since they passed it late at night 2 or 3 of them, they stayed in the office and went to sleep.
Yeah.
What? So they flipped 3 people?
Yeah, man.
Mm.
I
Well,
hope the Senate says no to it. If they say yeah to that shit, bruh, you
Chris,
just
I
got a
thought you
bunch.
were on their side.
Hmm?
I'm a conservative, but like
Yeah.
He don't
I
want
ain't
to take the
gonna like
heat.
it. I dislike.
Oh,
Like
okay. There's a lot of.
yeah,
Yeah, he with him when it do good and benefits, but when it's like this, he don't have nothing to do with it. He want to check out and go on vacation.
level for the state of Georgia. You
Hmm.
know, for the most part, everything's bipartisan. Georgia's a good state. But on the federal side, shit.
Yeah, I just figured out what SALT meant. I'm old school. That goes back to the weapons and nuclear armament peace treaty talks back in the 70s. But yeah, state and local tax. Let's
Yeah.
see. So
We
tax
supposed to
cuts
be.
capped at 10,000. Uh, according to the bill, the cap will be lifted to 40,000.
Yeah, I just learned about the little salt thing. Well, I
Yeah.
didn't learn about it. I just hearing about it. I'm
Wait.
like, what the fuck is this?
Wait. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Oh, that you're not gonna
Uh,
get taxed. You on your first 40,000. You don't. You're not gonna get taxed.
so from 2017, from this legislation, the deduction was capped out at 10,000. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so it's going back? Oh no, they
Yeah.
removing it. They going increasing it.
Yeah. So the bill upped it to 40. 40.
Oh yeah, so your first 40,000 zero taxes.
Yeah.
Zero and
Mo, you breaking up?
so
Is that
that
me?
means that
No, that's Mo.
um
Her mic breaking up.
credit
Yeah, you're breaking up just a little bit.
folks who rely on they rely on income tax but not be taxed to be and then and you make less than 40,000
Yeah, that web page knocking your signal out.
annually they need to
She can't
allow
hear you.
people to just partner.
Yeah, Dr. Lamb,
What if they did everything about income credit?
can you hear me? Can she hear me?
Uh-oh.
Dr. Lamb?
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was talking over.
Yeah, yeah, that web page, whatever web page you're on, is knocking your mic out, your connection out a little bit. It might have some pop-up ads on it. A connection going in and out. But say that web page till you get to a good connection. She might be all the way out there, yeah. But yeah. So yeah, that's what the salt pen does, and I think Medicaid and the now this is federal and state healthcare programs.
I know
Uh,
Aetna's leaving the health exchanges
yeah,
next year. Mo,
uh, people with no kids, or I mean, people with no kids and no disabilities, uh, they got to put in 80 hours a month to keep their benefits. Uh, Same thing with the food stamps. Uh, and no more breaks to the green energy. Uh, the $7,500 credit for electric cars. Yeah, let's see.
you think the Senate gonna pass it?
No, they're gonna go through it with a fine toothpick and pick apart.
Throw that motherfucker
They're
away.
gonna
Redo
they're gonna
that
pick
shit.
up. They're gonna go through the Medicaid, the one I talked about.
Mm-hmm.
They're definitely going to scrutinize the debt ceiling portions of it. Uh, 46.5 billion allocated towards border security.
That's good.
I don't know how money translate into uh, less immigration when also in the bill they're going to be charging $1,000 in immigration service fees to anybody that's trying to get citizenship. That's crazy. Let's see.
Now, I did hear there was some good stuff for small businesses in that section.
Yeah,
I
yeah, I
haven't.
did too. Yeah.
Do you know about it?
No, I didn't get a chance to get into the details of it. Like I said, 1,000 pages.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pages. Let me see. Can I actually pull up a copy of it?
What
One
up, Big
thousand.
Q?
One.
Big Q say
One.
that's slapping Elon's face. Yeah, it is.
Yep. 1,082. To be exact.
Dang. Hey,
What's
Big
the?
Q, you listen to the Elon interview about the little Doge cut stuff? Man, that dude sounded defeated. Sounded sad.
Is this HR 119?
You talking about the big spending bill, whatever that shit called?
Look, that's the actual name of the bill.
Yeah. Why say, God, what kind of fucking name is that?
Check this shit out. Rules committee. And you can see one big beautiful bill right
That's
there.
called one big bill.
Beautiful bill act. That shit crazy, man.
Oh, fuck.
Anybody gonna do that shit? So yeah, I was trying to get to the what was that? Not student loans.
Oh yeah, they started like a few months ago. Oh, you gotta start paying that debt for the student loans. They said that shit starts now. Did you read about that a while ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you had 5 years to stack up.
So just download that. So I have then I'll be able to look at that. And then so I was trying to also, yeah, like you said, I was trying to find out in terms of what the eligibility provisions were for small businesses. Did he identify small businesses as less than 500, more than 10? You know what I mean? I'm
Yeah,
not.
I think they changed the definition of what's a small business because I remember growing up, it used to be, depending on what source you read, was a small business, 500 employees or 400 employees or
Yeah.
less is a small business. And now I think it's the amount of money that you make determines if you're a small business or a large business. Did you read anything about that?
No, I never seen. I don't remember seeing anything on. Was that gross revenue?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't see what the advantage of that would be. Uh,
They saying Elon Musk fucked around and found out. Yeah, he did, man. And the AI genius that Elon put in Doge, his username was Big Balls. I thought that was so funny.
Let's see what can some of these sites are not that informative. So
Did you read about that credit rating company? I think it's like Moonshine or something like that.
Moody's.
Moody's, yeah,
Yeah.
Moonshine. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've been less than AAA credit since World War II.
Yeah. It got downgraded after the Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act, because that's when no, I'm not the Inflation Reduction Act. I'm talking the America Rescue Plan,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when CPI hit 9%,
Yeah.
and they said fuck that, downgrade. But
Okay, so what is 199A class business? What does that mean?
never heard of it. Remember, I didn't finish college, dropped out.
Tax credit. Expands the 199A small business deduction to 23% and makes the deduction permanent, creating over 1 million new jobs. I don't know how you convert that.
Yeah,
What was the percentage before?
I have no idea.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, did you read the BS on the no tax on tips
Yeah,
section?
I saw that.
Yeah, it's cash tips though.
Yeah, so if you pay tip on your credit card, that don't count, or digital,
Well, I think digitally,
like DoorDash.
I think that still counts. But unless they change the language of the bill, I remember it specifically saying cash tips.
Okay.
So it's like,
No, I get it. As long as it's paid in cash. What your PIN number from a debit card?
what you say, Dev?
Like if you use your PIN number, if you use your debit card, that would be considered cash, because
I'm
that
I
would
believe
be.
cash is paper money. That's where.
Oh, okay. So no electronic, regardless.
Yeah, I think electronic tips is still gonna be taxed, but the cash tips, like, you couldn't tax that shit anyway. You can't prove I got cash or not.
All right. So for Uber drivers and gig economy workers, DoorDash, Uber Eats, they had to report income to the IRS over 600.
Mm-hmm.
I think that got knocked out in this bill right here.
Really? Cause like for me, if I 1099 my contractors, I have the right to if I pay them over $600 in that year. I thought it always been like that.
Increases tax on massive non-profits that resemble hedge funds and pay their employees huge salaries. Increases the university endowment tax. Elite universities and woke institutions
They put woke in there.
would operate more like major corporations and other tax-exempt entities accountable, ensuring they can no longer abuse generous benefits provided through the tax code. Eliminates special interest tax breaks for billionaire sports team owners. Prevents taxpayer benefits from going to illegal immigrants by requiring a social security number for individuals claiming tax credit and deductions. Let's see. Renews Opportunity Zone program to spur over $100 billion in new investments.
Oh, One Love says debit is considered cash. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see how they're framing it. But I'm gonna have to look into this 199A small business deduction. Let's see, to see what it was before. Let me see. I don't know what it was before.
I say, even though I didn't read it, if the small business stuff is good, keep that. I need that.
Well, not if you're paying the same rate as a corporation.
I gotta ask my
Accountant.
No,
Yeah.
I don't have an accountant.
Oh,
The guy that did my 1099s, because LLC, limited liability company. I'm not a corporation, so do I still have a corporate tax? Because I do my taxes on TurboTax.
oh, it was 20% before, or 20% now. The 199A.
So,
So if you go from 20% tax deduction to 23% tax deduction, is that beneficial to the small business?
yeah, it's beneficial. Just you deduct a little bit more, 3% more.
Okay, I'll look at some of the other stuff a little bit later. Deductions up to 20%. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's gonna be up to 23 according to this bill.
Like for me, my biggest deductions comes off the cost of goods and services and on my mileage.
Yeah, every single thing that you do should be able to get should be able to fit into a business expense for tax deduction. Yeah, even using the bathroom.
But what I wish still had, but it really didn't matter for me because I control my debt. Before the Trump tax cuts got signed, we used to be able to write off the interest. Say if you take like loans and stuff.
Yeah.
I used to be able to write that off, but on the Trump tax cuts, you can't do it no more.
That's in the new this new one here,
No, that started, on the Trump tax
2017.
17 when
Yeah,
it got passed in 2017. Yeah.
yeah. Minnesota down 2-0.
Yeah, and I gotta go to the P Diddy trial, man. I gotta get my baby oil back.
Mm.
I gotta get that shit out the evidence trial, the evidence file. I need my shit back.
All right. I got 32.96. All right, we should have a few more people coming in now since the game is over with. Looks like they're only going to do one game a night. Yeah, keep posting the link. We get it posted up shortly. I think he was trying to.
Hey, y'all can't talk about the Diddy trial. Like I'm waiting for them to make all the AI videos of the transcript so I can watch it all in bulk. Don't
Yeah,
spoil it for me, guys.
oh, they already out.
Oh, they made a new AI video?
No, not one single video. I'm talking about different content creators got their own little spill on it.
Yeah, I'm not watching none of that.
What's up, Miss Melanated? Yeah, I'm lumping all that in the same boat. People don't devote none of their own legal matters or invest as much legal interest, let alone various celebrities that get involved into whatever they're involved in. Try to keep it even keel.
Melanie says, "What's the topic? Please, no sports and celebrity stuff."
No, we're not talking no sports, no celebrities. Trump versus everything that's black. Reparations now and forever. Pushing the STEM network security plan primarily on the youth and making sure that nobody gets in the way of none of those agendas. That's the topic.
You know what I find odd? When Trump got in office, he said we're not taking any more refugees a while ago. And then poof, the South African refugees, them 59 people, maybe more now. I was like, yeah, I guess, but you said no more refugees, but change your mind.
Yeah, once again, I don't see how this surprise figure, this surprise reactions to not only that, but pretty much across the board in terms of him allowing foreign companies and foreign industries to capitalize off of various American interests, especially when it comes to tech.
Pay to play. Cornell says, "Oh yeah, they're white, white
Dutch,
Africans, farmers.
Dutch, Miss
They're Dutch.
Cornell.
Oh.
Yeah,
I thought Dutch was white.
yeah,
Oh.
yeah. What's white though? When you say white, what does that mean?
Man, I don't even know anymore, bro.
That's why you gotta be specific.
Yeah. If you have
Cause
pale skin,
you said South African, didn't you?
yeah, white Dutch South
Yeah, I
Africans.
came up anything with the word African in it meant black, indigenous to the land.
Mm. Indigenous.
So did you see the clips that he was showing in the White House to the South African president?
Yeah, it's saying it's a genocide.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did. I strongly disagree with that term. Did some
You saw the actual clip because I didn't see what he was playing. That the camera didn't pan over, and I didn't go look for it.
I heard the audio on talk radio. I
Yeah,
didn't see
yeah,
the
that's
actual
what that. Yeah. The audio. That's.
because I heard him say dim the lights down.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I didn't see it, but I do know, you know, the white Dutch South Africans, there was some of them being murdered and stuff. I don't agree with, you killing people if they're innocent. But calling it a genocide, no, it's not even close to a genocide.
Yeah, that's what Elon is. Elon is Dutch.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
I thought he was a white South African.
Yeah, you're not wrong if you said white South African, but I'm just being specific.
Yeah.
So saying the word Dutch eliminates any confusion or cross reference or doubt on what he is.
Dutch.
Yes. Dutchman. Duchess.
Yeah, until thousands of people start getting killed daily, then you can call that shit a genocide. But it's just not even that fucking close. So,
Yeah, I don't even like that term by any means. You ain't got to create a brand new special term. Just call them what they are.
Dutch.
Yeah.
And I did if I remember correctly, the South African president, he was like, "Man, I thought I came here to talk about trade. You talking about
Right.
this shit?"
Right. That's what he told him.
Yeah.
He didn't tell him he was coming to talk about no damn genocide. You don't want to talk about military U.S. American military contractors killing people over there in Syria. You don't want to talk about that genocide.
Yeah, I'm out the loop with that one. Why are we killing them? Do you know?
Refusal to adopt our trade policies.
And this is recent?
Man, this has been going on for years, yo.
God damn. That's terrible, bro.
Yeah, you just go back and look at get a timeline of U.S. troops in Syria all the way back at least 2014, probably 2007, to be more exact.
Do you think the soldiers know what they doing?
Um, they're following orders like everybody else, like they've been doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Given an order, you will be court-martialed. You will be reprimanded. You will be subject to whatever if you don't. If you say no, Price will tell you that. Yeah. Anybody in the military will tell you that.
Yeah, I'll be court martial. Like I do believe in a strong military and all that stuff, but just to go there and kill people because they don't adopt your ways, I'll be like, all right, you can court martial me. Fuck it.
Yeah, they like to downplay uh, the activity when NATO and our military, American military forces impose their will.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have resistance, people fighting against and fighting back, uh, that gets blown out of proportion and exaggerated to make it appear that we're just minding our business or we're trying to keep peace. Um, yeah, there is no peace.
Yeah, that shit crazy, man.
But it's the American way. Let's see, we got. Oh yeah, this guy tried to come up once before. Everything Talk Media. Your connection is not coming through. And you gotta show your face. You can't put nothing on the screen if you're trying to show something. It look like you about to porn bomb somebody, but it might not work over here.
Uh-oh.
But anybody else, y'all want to come up and expand on the recent Trump legislation that was squeaked through the House in the wee hours of the morning? Some say it was like 2:15, 2:30 in the morning by the time it got finally voted in.
Did you hear about that nutbag that killed two people and I guess like the Jewish embassy, something like that?
Yeah, I saw the headline. I didn't click into it. What's the details?
Yeah. Meta Judah, yeah. I said I can't write off a business loan interest. Like if you get a loan for your business, the interest off it, you can't write it off no more.
That's under this new bill.
No, not well, I mean the new bill is continuation of the old one, I believe,
Right.
right? When it
Yeah,
comes to
on that
tax.
aspect. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, can't do it. If you don't believe me, I can pull up the TurboTax. I can show you the 2017, 2016 when you can do it, but when 2018 came, well, let's say at least for me, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, you should be able to look that up.
Please go pull that up. All right, let me get my TurboTax ready. Let me find it. I got to turn on my other computer for the 2017 and other for TurboTax, but this is 2022 that I'm pulling up right now. It's just loading. It's gonna take some time.
Were you subject to a penalty? Did you write it off and then pay a penalty, Meta?
Yeah, I did not have that option to write off the interest on my business line of credit. It's still loading up. It says 3 minutes left.
That's cool. Okay, so he said there have been no penalties. Yeah, the small business sector. There's a lot of nuances in that, especially when you're talking about seasonal and the gig economy. Um, People that are in uh, exterior, outside construction, landscaping. Um, they kind of prorate their the way they do annual calculations because they don't have any income for maybe 3 to 4 months out of the year. Some truck drivers do it. I was doing it when I first started, uh, but it's all going to depend on what you gross. Because if you're making 85 to 100,000 in 7 to 8 months, that's going to be a different tax rate than if you was to make the same amount in 12 months. Especially if you're W-2 versus 1099.
All right, still what on Chat GPT says. All right. So I asked it, under the Trump tax code, can you still write off interest? That's the first question I asked. It says, under the current tax code, auto loan interest is not deductible. However, there is a proposed tax deduction that could allow borrowers to write off up to $10,000 in car loan interest per year. This deduction will pay to both itemizers and those who take the standard deduction, but it would phase out for higher income earners. Additionally, President Trump has suggested making interest on loans for U.S. built cars deductible. So the next question I asked was, what about business loan interest? It says under the latest tax proposal, business loan interest remains deductible for companies, but with some modifications. From 2025 to 2029, interest deduction limits will be based on EBITDA, that stands for earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. I think I pronounced that word right, rather than EBIT, which excludes depreciation and amortization.
Amortization, yes.
Yeah. How you
That
pronounce it again, Dev?
amortization. That
Amortization.
yeah. That's how loans are calculated through set periods. So loans are primarily calculated by by months
Mm-hmm.
versus years.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, 36 month, 18 month, 10 month, whatever that is, and then the months are generally 30 days, even though you have some 31 and shorter months.
What about for a business line of credit though? Because that's what I have. I
Open ended.
don't, yeah, I don't have your traditional business loan. Let me see business line of credit. What about? Because TurboTax is still loading business lines of credit on the tax proposal. All right, it says under the latest tax proposal, interest on business lines of credit remains deductible, but with some adjustments. The deduction is still subject to that on that EBITDA base limits earnings. So, so I guess the reason why I can't deduct the shit, my earnings too high. So yeah, Meta is right, but for my specific case, I'm right.
Definition of clean vehicle credit.
All right. Successful updates released. Blah, blah, blah. Program updates failed to download. Restarted TurboTax. Metal Judah said, no, sir. All right. TurboTax has popped up. All right. I don't think I need to share my screen yet, but all right, let's start a new return.
Yeah, just whenever you get to the part about what you're looking for.
Yeah. Meta said, no, sir, you're not right. Well, I need to file an amendment. I just shit. Fuck that. Oh man, this shit's so freaking slow.
MAGA accounts.
Yeah.
The word MAGA accounts is in the bill.
Meta, I might not be in the higher tax bracket. I don't know what bracket you in. You know, you might be higher, might be the same, might not. I don't know. All right. All right, this shit's loading up. All right, boom. Let me start a new one. Continue file transferring. Continue. I put my first name, Chris. Auto dealer. Did you serve in armed forces? Nope. Zip code. All right, was Georgia's your state of residence for 2020? Yep.
Oh,
0524 1989.
Postal Service. Oh, let me go to this.
I was legally blind as of December 31st of 2022.
Protest fees. You got to pay a fee to protest?
For real?
You want to see that in the bill?
God damn.
Protest
Crazy work.
fees.
Bear with me, Judah. Stay with me. I just gotta fill out all this stuff on TurboTax first. They want my address, and I'm not pulling up my tax return, so I gotta do everything again.
All right, so in section 80361, part 7, line 11, protest filing fee. The secretary shall collect a filing fee in the amount described in paragraph 2 from the protester to recover the cost of processing documents filed for the protest. For each protest filed in a submission not exceeding 10 pages in length, the base filing fee shall be $150. For each protest filed in submission exceeding 10 pages in length, the base filing fee and assessment of $5 per page in excess of 10 pages shall apply. And that's that one. So I was actually trying to get to the business, the small business section. What's up, young dude? I'm still waiting on an update from the delivery of my YN dictionary order, man. Might have to do a combo order for the 2026 edition. Well, let me know. Keep me posted. Something about the post office in here in section 70120. I'm not
Oh,
going to
this
go
pussy
through
domo says one thing bootlegging conservatives know how to do is not pay taxes. I pay taxes, pussy.
Federal Lands Committee on Infrastructure. Okay. Determination of deduction for personal exceptions. Extension
Oh, my
of
bad. Oh, I didn't know. My bad. I definitely apologize for that one.
for
Yeah, if you didn't mean me.
extensions of deductions for qualified business income and permanent enhancement.
All right, now I gotta get my EIN number.
Extension of treatment of certain individuals performing services in the Sinai Peninsula and enhancement to include additional areas. Why is the Sinai Peninsula being singled out? Recognizing Indian tribal governments for purposes of determining whether a child has special needs for the purposes of adoption credit. Section 110108, paragraph 2E. Okay, so let's get to the MAGA accounts. What's up, Nikki? Hold on.
My EIN number 83 dash blah blah.
Section 110115, MAGA accounts. Part 9. General rule: a MAGA account shall be exempt from taxation under this subtitle, notwithstanding the preceding sentence, which such account shall be subject to taxes imposed by Section 511 related to the imposition of tax unrelated business income of charitable organizations. That can be found on Part 9, line 20. For those who think I'm making up propaganda. The term money account for growth and advancement, or MAGA, means a trust created or organized in the United States for the exclusive benefit of an individual, which is designated in such manner as the Secretary shall prescribe at the time to establish of the trust as a MAGA account, but only if the written government instrument creating the trust meets the following requirements. Let's see. The individual establishing the account shall provide the trustee the social security number and the account beneficiary. Except in the case of qualified rollover contribution described in Section E, no contribution will be accepted before January 1st, 2026, unless it is in cash or unless the account beneficiary has not attained the age of 18. And 792, I don't know what that means. So you can read more about MAGA accounts in those bills in that section. How big is your file?
Oh, my TurboTax.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just going through everything. Because I had to find my EIN number, some certain stuff. Meta Judas said, Chris, if you're over 200K, you should probably not be doing turbo taxes. Hey, man. Hey, I love turbo taxes, bro. There might be something better, but I like it. I like it personally. I do TurboTax Home and Business. That's the software I use. But let me get back to it. Let me add some stuff. Just bear with me.
Okay, I see a amortization here on section 112017, limitation on amortization of certain sports franchises. Certain sports franchises. Enforcement of remedies against unfair foreign taxes. Who determines if a tax is unfair or not?
Hello, Deb, you still there? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
My
okay.
computer just froze a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, probably your TurboTax loading up, taking some of your RAM down.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely put a lot of slush into this bill right here. .1% bond market. I thought it was at 5.14 earlier in the week. All right. Was that the close? I may have been looking at a peak instead of a close. Yeah, you definitely can't go through a federal bill line by line if you're online. So there was also some more Jasmine Crockett news. She was pointing out how there's constant back and forth about what is said in the Constitution about due process when it comes to deportation. And we have 80-year-old men running around pretending that they don't know what's in the Constitution or how it applies to uh, someone that is deemed a citizen or a non-citizen. They didn't have any problems making that distinction when they first drafted it, right? Before the 14th Amendment, and black people was not included. Nor natives. How do you how do you how do you steal a land and then make a law about the land and don't include the people that you stole it from? Military power. That's how. Aggression, pure ego and bias, sheer disrespect for humanity altogether. That's how you do it, and you maintain it. Yeah, gangster. I'll take a look at the highlights later. I think it was a great game. That's how they maintain their religious ideologies. That's how it got started, really. That's the whole basis of it.
Oh, this is so freaking much. Oh my God.
U.S. manufacturing needs almost $3 trillion in investment to reach the employment levels that we were at in 1979, right before Reagan. Analysts at Wells Fargo forecast higher tariffs will not result in more jobs coming back to America. In a recent report, the analysts say a meaningful increase in factory jobs does not appear likely in the foreseeable future. Low factory job growth to higher labor costs, lack of suitable workers with skill to fill the vacant positions, and a subdued population growth from a lower fertility rate and slower immigration. How are you going to get jobs back running at optimum levels? The last part was me. Higher prices and policy uncertainty may weigh in on firms' ability and willingness to expand payrolls, unquote, according to the analysts. Well, employment currently stands at 12.8 million. In 1979, it was at 19.5 million. To get back to that mark, the U.S. would need to add 6.7 million jobs and not lose any. That figure is nearly the same as the entire pool of unemployed Americans, which was 7.2 million according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Population aging, negative perceptions, and skill mismatches underpin workforce concern, according to analysts. New jobs will require different skills than those previously that lost. How are you going to add jobs if nobody is out here being trained to learn how to work in them? Case in point, microchip maker from Taiwan, TSMC, delayed its opening of its Arizona factory due to a shortage of skilled workers. A report released a year ago found that nearly half of the 3.8 million new manufacturing jobs anticipated by 2033 could remain unfilled due to skill gaps and other population factors. So this is where my youth and my highly uh, consistent push for STEM education and training in the grade school level and the advanced education level and the VOTEC level, however you want to categorize it. The kids need to be learning about STEM uh, in grade school. They need to be learning about STEM after high school. They need to be learning about STEM even if they pursue a separate advanced college degree. They need to be learning about STEM even if they get a job that's not related to STEM. I'm that adamant about it.
Oh, here we go, Dev. I found it.
Damn, after all that work,
Yeah.
this is going to be some bombshell news. Okay, without further ado,
No,
here's Chris
yeah,
and his
Meta's correct.
what were you looking for?
The interest
Interest paying
on loans.
the eligibility of paying interest on loans. Okay, let's hear it.
Yeah, writing it off. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm there, and Meta's correct, and so yeah, he's definitely correct on that because I'm looking at it right now, and then I went back to look at my actual tax filing, and I did have something, and then I look back at my other tax filing since I didn't use my business line of credit for that year. I didn't have nothing to write off. So he's definitely correct. I don't know if he's still in the chat. Is he? Can you hear me?
Yeah, even if he's not, somebody will call and wake him up and tell him that you folded on your claim.
Yeah.
Let's see. If Dr. Lamb is still out there,
Because boy, I was about to file an amendment. I'm like, man, I need to get some money back.
Clarendon County, South Carolina, a German wood paneling company called Hominid announced that it will build its first manufacturing facility on 140 acres near Akula, which has a population of 425. The company pledges to employ 300 people in the area right off of 95. That's right before, that's like about a half hour north of Interstate 26. Quoting one of the managing directors, this investment marks a significant milestone for our company, and we're proud to become part of such a vibrant and forward-looking region. This announcement marks the largest single investment in Clarendon County in economic development history. Let's see, what was the amount again? Yeah, $250 million. This significant $250 million investment will have a long-lasting impact, according to the Secretary of Commerce, Harry Lightsey. Let's see. Clarendon County Council also approved $2.1 million in grants and $2.2 million in reimbursements, which includes additional credits allowing the company to further buy down its property tax bill, according to the county administrator. The state also approved the company for income tax credits worth $20,250 per each new job. Some Kansas City news. A joint study from the Manufacturing Institute and professional services giant Deloitte found that American manufacturers will need to fill 3.8 million positions between now and 2033. The report found that pandemic-driven shifts have put a premium on candidates with specific sets of digital skills. Now, we just talked about a position called prompt AI engineer, which is a real job. The following 7 jobs are poised to become the sector's most in-demand occupations, and employees who can fill them shouldn't have to look too hard to finding managers competing for their labor. First up, statisticians, the stat man. What's the median annual salary? A whopping $103,000. Demand for statisticians in general is projected to grow by 12% through 2033, regardless of what sector. That's 3 times the 4% projected rate of growth for every other occupation within the same time period. What's next? Data scientists. Median annual salary, $112. Correction, $112,000. 112,590 to be exact. Just like statisticians, data scientists are in high demand economy-wide, not just in manufacturing. The projected growth rate is an eye-popping 36% through 2033. That's 3 times the projected demand increase for statisticians, which is 3 times higher than the national average. What's next? Logisticians. Logisticians. What's the median annual salary? 80 bands. The median pay for logisticians who work in manufacturing is $83,720 per year, a little bit higher than what the position pays the median worker across all other sectors. The growth rate is 19% through 2033. What's next? And general engineers, and that could vary depending on the type of engineer. For example, mechanical engineer earns $102,000 a year, but the median computer hardware engineer makes a whopping 155 bands. What's next? Computer and information systems managers. What's their median annual salary? 171 bands. Projected growth rate to 2033, 17%. What's next? Software developers for manufacturing. What's their median annual salary? 133 bands. Manufacturing is one of the top sectors for software developers, and the median earner makes 134,910. High demand is not limited to manufacturing, although the occupation overall projected growth rate is 18% to 2033. And I know what y'all saying. What about the regular guy who's not all techie? Industrial maintenance technicians. Their median annual salary is only 63 bands. There is a high concentration of industrial maintenance technicians. The sector pays a little bit more than the median across all other industries. 64,360 to be exact. Like all other occupations on the list, the job outlook is strong with a projected growth rate of 15% through 2033. So this would be like someone operating a machine, nothing real technical, maybe a CNC operator, a drill press. Now, you're not going to grab any old Joe Schmo though off the street to do this job, obviously, but that's just giving you some viewpoints in terms of what's in high demand in manufacturing. So when you hear the word manufacturer, don't always think of throwing a box. What's up, Vyasa? What's up, Q? Y'all keep posting the link up, man. I can go all night on STEM. I can bounce back from STEM to reparations to Trump all night. It don't make me no difference.
I'm posting the link.
Let's see. Nah, I'm not gonna talk about that. New York private school pleads for donors after filing bankruptcy. Oh, Manhattan Country School? Oh, okay. I didn't see that earlier. So somebody calling Generation Z lazy and they only want to work from home. Uh-oh. Don't get the pseudos out on that one. Push the wrong button.
I'm trying to find out what changed with the tax code prior to the Trump taxes. Something I can't write off. I'm trying to find out what the fuck that one is.
When you said it was part of the 2018 tax plan from
Yeah, I
earlier.
thought it was interest, but I was wrong about that. I'm trying to find out which form, it's a big change. But this shit's fucking hurting my eyes. I gotta keep on looking at all these different lines.
Oh, you say you don't want to work at all. Let me see. I think this Walmart lawsuit is an age discrimination lawsuit.
Nah, G, I'm not talking about the deduction. There's something that changed for me that's not the same anymore. I'll figure it out, but it's a lot of because my tax filings, I got a lot of stupid pages that I got to go through, and the shit's just hurting my eyes at the moment.
Oh, California district judge.
Hey, Dev, block
Yeah.
Vyasa. Block him for me.
Took a job protecting turtles from threats in the natural environment. Let's see. So this employment platform called Workday. It's kind of like a staffing company. There's a lawsuit that's saying that people over the age of 40 are automatically prevented from getting hired. Their applications are automatically kicked out, regardless of their qualification. Plaintiffs all over the age of 40 claim that they have submitted hundreds of job applications through Workday and were rejected every single time, sometimes within minutes or hours. Disproportionately disqualifies individuals over the age of 40 from securing gainful employment when it screens and ranks applicants. Judge Rita Lynn preliminary order will allow the case to proceed as a collective action lawsuit similar to a class action lawsuit.
Yeah, GA, my tax filing's a little bit different because I had to go through the Department of Revenue to get that foster child donation thing. Because instead of paying state taxes, the money that I owe to Georgia, that money goes to foster childs. If that made any sense.
What middle class jobs will be eliminated by 2030? An analysis from McKinsey and the World Economic Forum. Certain occupations face significant disruption due to their repetitive, rule-based, and data-driven nature. Number one on the list, data entry clerks. When typing becomes obsolete. McKinsey estimates that up to 38% of data entry tasks could be automated by the year 2030, with some sectors experiencing near 100%. All AI systems use optical character recognition. When you see those letters OCR, they can now perform NLP, natural language processing, and can now perform these functions faster and fewer errors than human beings. What's number two? Accountants. When AI masters the balance sheet, tools like QuickBooks and TurboTax have already transformed the accounting landscape, and their AI-enhanced versions to continue to expand capability. For accounting professionals, the path forward lies in developing expertise in financial strategy, specialized advisory services, or client relationship management, areas where human judgment and interpersonal skills remain valuable. Research suggests 20% of accounting jobs, more so the entry level, could be automated by 2030. Basic tax prep projected to become fully automated through AI software, being able to interpret complex tax codes and regulations with minimal human oversight. What's number three? Administrative assistant. I shouldn't have to go into that. What's number four? Telemarketers and customer service. Some of us have already seen that in play right now when we call our cell phone or utility or our favorite creditor hotline, banks. What's number five? Financial analyst. So instead of guessing, companies have relied on AI algorithms to make better predictions. Bloomberg Intelligence estimates that global banks could eliminate up to 200,000 jobs by 2030 when AI takes over routine analytical tasks like fraud detection, risk assessment, and market analysis. The middle class job landscape will look completely different by the year 2030 and will undoubtedly look dramatically different from today's landscape. Understanding these trends now provide valuable time for career adaptation in a rapidly evolving economy where the partnership between humans and AI continues to be redefined.
Humans.
And if you want to read the full article, check out newtraderu.com. All one word. Shout out to Truth, who tried to do his due diligence and wake everybody up with AI basic skills over the past year. I'm looking at that Jewish museum shooting. What's it? The department charged Elias Rodriguez with federal murder charges in connection with the fatal shooting of two Israeli embassy staffers outside a Capitol Jewish Museum in D.C. As he was being detained, on the video, you could hear him saying, "Free, free Palestine." The suspect has a history of political activism, including denouncing corporate power, U.S. military actions, and law enforcement abuses, according to a review by a certain news organization, which I will not name.
Yeah, that shit crazy, bro. And them people didn't have anything to do with it, man. In my opinion. Did they?
No. Quick Trip named the best gas station brand in the U.S. by USA Today.
Oh yeah.
Not the Q, the K.
Oh.
Damn, somebody crashed into the CIA headquarters. Was she killed? No. A 27-year-old woman identified as Mona Spadaro was wounded at CIA headquarters in Arlington, Virginia, after crashing into a gate early Thursday morning. The officials are investigating whether she was intoxicated. She is being treated for gun wound. Mm-hmm.
Where Madon at?
In his skin, I guess.
No, Madon's scared of you, man. You've been chumping him off lately.
Ain't not gonna change. If he ain't gonna change, I'm not gonna change.
So you be serious, Dev? You not playing?
Yo, wait.
Ask
Hold on.
Madon if he's serious.
Oh shit!
Yo,
There
what's
go Madon.
poppin', man? What's poppin', man? Come on, man. Scared, bro? Come on, bro. I'm a god, bro. We have no fear. You know what I'm saying? What up, though? What up? What's happening?
There go the champ. Hey, Madon, you back being the final boss in your own right. I caught the replay. You Sabio's on the panel and some new guy. And then you remember y'all talking about like evolution and stuff, and somebody said like we're apes, and you like you an ape. That jump.
Yeah. Somebody, I remember telling some dude that, nah, nigga, you might be an ape, but shit, not me.
Bro, I was in tears, bro, with that video, man. I was like, God dang, that's funny, bro.
Yeah, man. I just try to, black people need laughter, man. It make you look younger, man. You can't be walking around here frowned up all the time. Yeah, look 165 years old.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's best to smile and work on your facial muscles. You know what I mean? Laugh a little.
Yeah, man, you on fire that day, bro. I gotta give it to you.
Oh yeah, I was smoking. I wasn't joking. For real, bro. But it's all educational and entertainment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Educational. I try, but they say Madon's pseudo, but they can't debunk the shit that I say. I mean, they can deny it, but the thing of it is, if we talking 2,000-3,000 years ago, when neither one of us did, you know what I'm saying? So,
did you contact Excel Talent Agency that I told you copy? Hell
Excel,
no.
I didn't get because if I click a link, it'll kick me off the panel for some reason, bro. I don't know what the hell.
Man, God dang, Madon.
You still got my number?
Yeah, I still got your number.
Yeah, send it.
No, man. You changed your number because you popped up on my Telegram, but you was a female.
What, the West Side, Alabama? Yo, I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, my number started with 412. I still got my Pennsylvania number.
Hold on. I'm playing this game. I'm gonna text you when I get
Matter
done.
of fact, I think I still got yours on.
Yeah, my number ain't never changed.
Yeah, I still got your number, bro. That's the best way. If you got some information like that.
All right, so this new report that was completed by Global English Editing identifies 7 phrases only people with low IQ use every day in conversation, according to psychology. Number 1, I'm not a book person. Universal truth. I'm not a book person. It can be quite revealing. According to psychology, individuals with lower IQ levels show lack of interest in reading, learning from written material. The aversion to books isn't about the preference or for other mediums. It signifies reluctance to engage in activities that stimulate intellectual growth and thought processes. Number 2, I can't be bothered to. Well, not every talk is going to be a blockbuster movie. Learn new things to expand our knowledge base. When someone says they can't be bothered, they are shutting down the possibilities of discovering something new. So while we all have our can't be bothered moments, remember that this phrase, when used frequently, can indicate lower IQ. Number 3, that's just the way it is. The phrase often indicates lack of curiosity or willingness to question the status quo. It signifies disinterest in exploring different perspectives or seeking a deeper understanding. Renowned psychologist Carl Rogers said, "The very essence of the creative is its novelty, and hence we have no standard by which to judge it." In other words, creativity comes from questioning the way it is and imagining what could be. No, Number 4, I hate change. The phrase could indicate a lack of adaptability. People with low IQs can struggle with adapting to new situations or environments, as suggested by a study conducted by the University of Illinois. The research found that individuals with higher IQs were more adaptable and could handle unexpected changes better. On the other hand, the lower IQ people had a hard time coping with change. Number 5, I'm always right. This attitude isn't just stubborn, it could indicate a lower IQ. Maintaining a stance shows a lack of critical thinking and an inability to accept new information that contradicts one's beliefs. Admitting they were wrong paves the way for such change. So when you encounter someone who stubbornly holds on to their "I'm always right" attitude, it might say more about their cognitive abilities than their stubbornness. Number 6, I don't need help. When someone constantly insists they don't need help, it could indicate their struggle with acknowledging their limitations or fear of appearing weak. This could be a sign of low emotional intelligence, which is closely linked to overall IQ. And number 7, it's all their fault. Renowned psychologist Daniel Goleman said, "Self awareness is not an attention that gets carried away by emotions, by thoughts, by sensations. It says something can stand apart from them all." So if you come across someone who is always blaming others, it might reveal something about their cognitive abilities. But remember, it's more about understanding than judging. The blame game is not a good look. When someone frequently says it's all their fault, taking responsibility for their action requires self awareness, which is a key component of emotional intelligence. I'm gonna leave that right there. Y'all can check that out.
Yeah, sound pretty good. You know what I mean? But I guess depending on who it's applying to, But I mean, yeah, I heard those things before, But I always wondered what is IQ solely based on? Like outside, like is it like a Western society thing where they come up with, okay, this means your IQ is high. Like I always wonder, like what kind of questions are they asking to that in order to quantify or qualify whose IQ is high. But I don't know. I don't get into the IQ thing. I just get into the ME thing. You know what I'm saying?
You said B thing?
Yeah, because that's at the end of the day, that's what it's about, bro. About self-preservation and self-awareness and uh, all that, bro. The self is to me the main thing. Because to me, once you master self, you pretty much understand like the importance of building community and so forth and so on.
What's up, Patane? Pretty Black? Marcel in the house. What's good?
Because a wise man once told me, while the rich in the world is safe, the poor babies resting in the early grave.
Poor babies.
Yeah. While the rich and the world is safe, the poor babies resting in the early grave.
Another cliche, huh?
Yeah, that's a little Tupac.
Oh, okay, it's fine.
Yeah, that's a little Tupac. But yeah,
Yo, DD, what up, brother?
Peace, Chris. What's going on with you, bro?
Chilling.
How you doing?
Chris, you know Fontaine's a hater, bro. You know what I mean?
Man, Fontaine, he said you funny sometimes.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's cool. Hey, you feel me? You know what I mean? But I'm not, hey, if that's how I see it, I ain't tripping off the homie. Or not the homie. I ain't tripping off that buster. You know what I'm saying?
So you came up to argue with Chatters?
Nah, man, I was
So
just coming to just kick it with the homies, man. You know what I mean? But you know, Fontaine, he cool.
me and
He go
me
back.
and, me and well, Chris came up to discuss the recent Trump tax cut bill.
Oh,
We've been
that's what
talking
it
about
is.
that for the last hour. So at least for a few minutes, we can devote some time to either that, reparations now, or pushing STEM. So kind of
Oh, well, that's
flip flopping between those two.
I
If
got
you
you.
got some personal beef, you can stay in the chat for that. That's
Nah,
all
I
you're
just
gonna
got to
talk
the
about.
crib. I just got to the crib, man. You know what I mean? So I don't really know
All
what y'all
right,
was talking about. But I got you. Yeah,
all right.
we can rock. I can rock with that for sure.
Yeah, but Don, you ain't gonna like them tax cuts. I mean, not the tax cuts, the tax bill that passed the House. You're gonna be like, what the fuck?
Let me know something. What's popping?
How you like
Listen,
$5 more trillion of debt?
Oh, that's cool. We'll be out of it. We'll be out of it in about 2 years. Yeah, that's cool. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? Let it be.
yeah, the bill is 1,082 pages. So I just read something about reading, so you can actually find out what's in the bill.
Yeah, I check
Putting
it
up,
out.
definitely can't do that while you're online, but
Yeah, I'll look into some information and a couple people and see what they breakdown of it is, and you got a lot of people out there that go through the whole goddamn however many pages it is.
how
I don't
else you
think they
supposed to
would.
go through it?
So what's up?
How else you supposed to analyze the bill?
Right now, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, but at the same time, I guess the best thing to do is read it for yourself. That way, because I'm just saying they could read it but twist it. But I guess like you said, the best thing to do is pretty much just read it for yourself. Go online and read it for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm rich in knowledge, Nikki. If I was rich, the world would be different. Matter of fact, I bought me a lottery ticket today when I was riding through Mississippi. Hopefully that motherfucker hit. It's a wrap. But uh, God like me ain't gonna hit.
Did you get the list of the AI jobs being replaced or the high demand manufacturing jobs related to STEM?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
get the whole.
why didn't talk about on computer science? Did I
Hold,
not hear that?
hold on, Chris. What you say, did it?
You said I get a list. I'm not.
Yeah. I was reading a list of manufacturing jobs that were in high demand related to STEM. That was after you came in.
Oh, I got some of them listed in
Oh,
there.
okay.
You was going into the jobs that was not
AI that was gonna get knocked out. Okay, I got
knocked out of it. Yeah, I didn't get all of them, but I heard you reading them off.
you. Okay, now what you say, Chris?
Yeah, did it mention anything about like computer science or computer engineering?
For high demand?
Correct.
Yeah, that's what. Remember when I got to the part about engineer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you can probably lump anything related to computer science based on that, but you're still not going to be as high as those specialized positions like statisticians, the logisticians, the
Never
people
heard of
that deal with numbers. Yeah, and the specific detail orientated jobs.
it.
So when you say computer science, that could be anything. I could be the one that make sure that all the monitors have a keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's not going to pay you a lot. So it's going to depend on what you specialize in. Like what makes me want to hire you versus the next guy. You're going to have to separate yourself even more now, because just the word computer in the 90s, from 1990 to 1999, if you had computer on your resume, you automatically was put in a separate, category. You know about computers? Eyebrows went up. Employers that never before looked for people with computer experience start taking those applications. I knew about computers, but I wasn't certified, so I was allowed to have jobs that I probably wouldn't have been considered for,
Mm-hmm.
just based off of me putting the word computer on my resume. So you won't be able to get away with that now, obviously. But I'm just giving you an example because based on your question, computer science, yeah, it's still kind of vague. It's
Yeah, you
kind
would
of
have to put
that covers a whole bunch of different
you,
fields right there.
you would have to put coding on it now.
Yeah, when I got to engineers, I specifically singled out mechanical engineer. So when you're talking about mechanical engineer, that's going to involve a lot of physics, geometry, being able to calculate. And so through the door, most employers are going to start you off with six figures through the door. As soon as you get your certification, boom, benefits, six figures, lots of resources. You know, go ahead and ride that out. But if you want to, lay up and listen to rap and watch, basketball and football, and just make enough to get by, then yeah, you're going to be at a different level. And I just read off the list of those middle class jobs, which are pretty much guaranteed, right? Anybody can just walk in and get them. Remember telemarketer and customer service. Get you a telemarketing job. Get you a customer service job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's out. That's out. We actually see that now. We have been seeing it for quite some time. They try to make the AI voice sound like a real person, but those professionals who have been around computers, for quite some time, can generally pick up on it. But most of the public are not able to determine, even through the entire call, that they were talking to a robot. They will swear up and down on their last $2 that was a real person on the other end of that phone call, just based on how it's programmed.
Yeah, I didn't know it got that advanced.
Yep.
Cause like I know, they try to get you to like say you got like a banking problem, or something. They want you
Yeah.
to type in all these your questions and things like that. They respond to you, but actually
Oh yeah,
being
you
on
talking about
the phone,
the
oh
prompt?
man,
Yeah, the voice. Yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah. Cable company got it real bad, boy. The different department, the billing department, the technical department, most of their departments. Same thing with T-Mobile and AT&T. You
Mm-hmm.
can go through about like 5 or 6 different layers of prompts. Uh, I remember when I had PNC Bank, they used to charge you extra money for
To
selecting a
talk to them?
prompt. Yeah, yeah. That was like 2018.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. They were like, "Are you sure?" But most of the time, after you talk to the person and they can determine whether, hey, ain't nowhere in hell he would have been able to resolve this with the automated system, they'll waive it. But if you don't say nothing, then yeah, they'll leave it on there. But that's just one example that I can remember out the top of my head. But I don't hear anybody talking about that plantation that was burning in Louisiana. Celebrations on that?
Yeah, I was talking about it the other day, but then nobody was, they didn't want to hear that.
The Nottoway plantation?
Yeah, I was talking about it all. I brought it up, but
That might get worse and worse. What you say, Diddy?
I'm Baby Brown. I'm at the plantation or whatever.
You saw the video?
I seen the video. It's in Baton Rouge, right? Or yes.
Yeah, not too far from Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge.
Yeah. Also, did you read the updates about that chemical explosion in Conyers, Georgia?
Yeah, I was actually looking for you that day. Somebody had a class action lawsuit against him, right?
Yeah, but new information came out. You know, the people who do that environmental stuff and things like that. They did not test. You know, like they do like different tests for like the air and stuff.
Yeah.
They just straight not. They didn't do none of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was covered.
Oh, I thought that was brand new because I just found that out a few days ago.
Nah, I thought I saw that in the lawsuit. I had to go back and check.
Oh.
But yeah, I remember the lack of testing. It was either lack of testing or the results were not provided when requested. So somebody was asking for tests.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of saying we outright didn't test at all or didn't make an attempt to test, they kept getting put off. They were saying, okay, we're working on it, things like that. So at least that's that part I was
people
saw in the lawsuit. Yeah,
a lot of people got sick. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, I remember the day that went down. That was like Armageddon.
I'm never driving through Conyers without a whole suit, a gas mask, and a whole hazmat suit.
That mic ain't working at all, man. It's not working at all. It just. Yeah, AT&T said they are supposed to be rolling out some new infrastructure similar to what T-Mobile did after they acquired Sprint.
Sprint. My mom had a Sprint service for a long time. Dev, what you typing?
What am I typing?
Yeah.
No, that might be my microphone going back and forth, going from one room to the next.
Yeah, when you gonna start doing all the dev cams again?
Oh, I'm still trying to get this school shit out the way before I get back on the road. I'll try to see if I can get some summertime stuff in before the end of the summer. Although, you know, it's a lot of people requesting that. That was kind of fun, actually. most of that stuff on my old phone. I was trying to load it to some memory sticks the other day. I gotta reorganize it, most of that stuff.
Yeah, when you caught that wreck, that was a cool part.
Yeah, never know what you're gonna see when you get out there on the road. But hopefully we can see some more black people when it comes to these land development projects. We're talking about residential and commercial construction, solar farms. Um, we like to attribute landscaping and construction to Latinos and Hispanics, but
Yeah, they done took over there.
no, I don't think they took over. I think some black people making decisions that they didn't foresee a adverse future.
Mm-hmm.
So when somebody take over something, that means you got the job, you own the job, and then from what y'all saying, Latinos took over landscaping. The Latino came up and said, "Hey, let me get this job," and you telling me an experienced black person in landscaping and construction just said, "Okay, cool." They backed down without putting up a fight. I don't see it.
Nah, they didn't do that.
No.
But
Oh.
shoot, man, when it comes to that building, at least in the state of Georgia, man,
Mm-hmm.
shit, man, I see a lot of those amigos. And they taking over Gwinnett.
So are the black people getting certified, or are they going to school? Are they getting trained for these jobs?
Well, in Georgia,
How are these Latinos taking jobs if you saying, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Y'all telling me that a black landscaper, a black person in construction that's trained in a skilled position, from carpentry, plumbing, electrician, HVAC, and all that, they got trained, they certified. So a Latino, from what y'all saying, I don't hear nothing about the training part. I'm just hearing about the job part. Like they just came straight over. They coming across the border. They, whatever, and they got the job. I don't get it. I don't get
yeah,
that.
they do. So I don't
Go
think
ahead.
black people are interested in that field of work
Interested.
anymore.
Black people are not interested in construction
Yeah,
and
not in large
landscaping
numbers. Yeah, let me be
in the
more.
South.
Yeah, let me be more specific. Not in large numbers.
Y'all heard that chat? South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana. Chris is telling me that black folks don't have no interest in construction and
Yeah, I don't think
landscaping
so, man.
fields.
I don't think so.
No. I actually know a brother who owns his own landscaping. He's a
Mm-hmm.
carpenter. He's out in Georgia. He's out in your area.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
I
outside
do
of that,
too.
though,
I know a whole bunch of brothers and sisters
I don't know any.
down there and up here.
I know out here, the West Coast, LA, when you get to coming out here, the Mexicans got it sold up on landscaping. They got it sold up on all the carpentry. They got it sold up on a lot of trade, trade like. How can I say this? Not trade like, but they got it sold up just on the trades, on certain aspects of the trades. And yeah, it's this conversation we're talking right now.
So you saying they went to school for it? They certified?
I'm not saying that. I don't know all the
particulars
of how they got, but as far as like instruction, and not instruction, but construction entities, them being incentivized to hire illegals. I mean, it's ample data out there to support like how like they're like when it comes to construction field, even when it comes to unions, like it's data to show that.
Yeah, y'all saying the overall number is more. I'm not saying that someone in South Texas or South Cali or certain parts of California are allowing people that don't have U.S. citizenship to work on job sites that don't require a high level of skill. I'm not talking about a person that is, all you got to do is, nail this piece of drywall in, on this number, boom. So yeah, if that's the job you're talking about, cool. I was more specifically talking about certification jobs. The electrician, wiring up a building, laying out architect and designs, being in charge of job sites, being able to put together a irrigation system for plumbing. The certification jobs. That's what I was talking about. So general labor, I'll give you general labor, knowing that general labor is normally going to be short term, not going to be any benefits, and depending on the company or the person that's self-employed, hey, if he's working on a job or a project that's only going to pay him 8 bands, 10 bands, he's not going to spend a whole bunch of money on hiring somebody that's got a certification.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to skilled projects, when you're talking about construction of franchises, like the black company that I'm familiar with, that's associated with the school that I'm in, they just landed their contract to construct 18 different Dunkin' Donuts from scratch, brand new, from the ground up. They doing everything from the walls, the electrician, the sensors, the flooring, the painting, putting up the signs, the driveway, the pavement, the concrete, all the way through. Through that one black-owned company. Not Latinos, not white people, black. Straight up. And most of those accounts are in the city limits of Chicago.
Black.
So y'all telling me that illegal immigrants or Latinos, Hispanics are not only moving in on the general labor unskilled positions, but they moving in on the skilled high level certification positions, then there's only so much, that black people are supposed to have been able to take. Either we're going to fight discrimination, or we're actually going to assess to see, okay, now which positions are in higher demand, pay higher, longer duration, the ability to transcend that into self-sustainment. When you're talking about once you learn how to do it, you can probably start your own company. Because I know people that started off in fiber optic installations. They got with a company. They learned how to create, layout, format, install, maintain, monitor, deconstruct, and rewire fiber optics. And it only took them 5 years to do it. They started in 2018, and they started their fiber optic business in 2022, 23. So I don't know. Are we going to stay at one level, or because the illegal immigrants are not in these mass groves being able to lock out, certain high skilled jobs. I just read a couple of reports saying that no one is actually filling those skilled manufacturing jobs, not even Latinos.
Is a shortage big?
Yes, 3.8 million to be exact. Are you telling me a person don't want to earn close to 6 figures through the door, entry level?
Sure, if I had the skill, I'll start on my business doing it.
Right. What's stopping you from getting a skill? You're involved in other things, right?
Yeah.
I'll give you that, but the Latinos are they're the second leading, or not leading, but the second biggest minority group, I want to say. Yeah, like they're outpacing us. They're outnumbering us, and take away the illegal aspect of it. Just that as a whole, when it comes to trades and unionships, like they're more likely to be accepted and be able to successfully matriculate into that without no type of blockage than black folks. So it's we ain't got to even talk about the illegal, but I mean Latinos in of itself is they're outpacing us in numbers. So it's like, and yeah, it's oh man.
Yeah, ain't nothing gonna stop them from populating, right? They're always gonna be knocking boots, right?
They ain't stopping those.
It's more of them than us. Okay, so that just we always been at a certain level. So while we here, we're not gonna force people that do the hiring, the employers, to say, hey, stop hiring them and hire me. Based on what? Just because I'm black? They supposed to hire you just because you're black, or do you know how to do the job? Are you certified for the job? And then if you are certified for the job, how long you been doing the job?
But studies show when they see Jerome or Tyrone or last name black name, they're more likely to throw the goddamn resume out. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. If that's all you're gonna do is submit resumes, then shit. If I'm in construction, I'm definitely not going to look at your resume and make a determination whether to talk to you or not. That's not how construction has rarely adopted that traditional white collar corporate type of resume assessment. So if you want a corporate job, you want to work in the corporate field, and you want to submit resumes, then that's what you have to deal with. So that's why we kind of pretty much focused on STEM, manufacturing, technical, where looking at the name on the resume is not really an issue. So in these particular fields, what you just said can't really be applied to. There's no studies out there that show that people in the tech industry, people in the STEM industry, people in the labor industry are discriminated against based on what their name is or what the address is.
Why is the black representation in tech so low then? I'm not saying that's. I'm pretty sure.
The reason why it's so low is because they're not seeking the training to get it. They're not going to the school. They're not going to the Votex. They're not going to the institutes that allow these trainings. So yeah. If you don't go to school to learn how to build a computer, then you're not gonna get a job in computers. What the hell? Somebody's supposed to just give you a job because you black in America? What the hell? Yo, what year am I in? Am I tripping? So a legal immigrant, a Mexican, a Latino can just pop out and get a computer job just because they're Mexican. Oh, okay. I thought you was trying to imply that.
Don't retort and stuff. But it's such a.
Okay. You brought up that consensus. You're the one that brought that up. You're the one that brought that up. I didn't bring that up. I didn't bring that up at all. You brought it up. So I'm just trying to make sure that it applies on what we're talking about.
I got some data to prove.
Okay, dude. Okay, you ain't got to scream, Diddy. Diddy. You ain't got to scream. You ain't got to scream. You ain't got to scream. Okay. Show me how many black people went to school for those certifications. Did they actually go to school for it? Then you'll be able to have an argument. Now we ain't gonna never get nowhere complaining about what we ain't got. Shit, we already in that position. Shit. Folks don't want to hear about what we ain't got. Nobody want to hear that shit day after day. We want to see accomplishments. We want to see striving. We want to see progression. We want to see innovative, being able to adapt to changes. So if they're doing it this way, then we just got to figure out another way to do it. Ain't no not doing it. We ain't gonna make nobody change their fucking behavior just based on how we feel. That's fair. We have people in the legal fields and legal industries such as yourself that's trying to aspire to pursue those industries. Cool, we'll leave it up to y'all, but we ain't gonna stand by and wait on y'all to convince corporate America to change their behavior if they ain't had the same behavior for the last 200 years. Hell no, we'd be dead and gone and not even a memory in the history books if we did that. Thankfully, our younger entrepreneurs have not taken that route. Let's talk about it. All right.
Got an echo.
Yeah, my mic gonna be muted in a minute because I'm past midnight. I done dibbled and dabbled in the topics. Now I gotta make sure that all my stuff for tomorrow is gonna be complete.
Don't forget to renew your driver's license, Dev.
Right. Guy here looking crazy. Now, holiday Friday, boy, that line's gonna be long as hell, no matter what time I go.
Oh man, Yeah, oh, I'm so stupid. I should have did that shit a long time ago, man.
I know, right?
Fuck.
Go ahead, King Kampala. I like to see young Jasmine Crockett show her fire against old corporate white men in in her endeavors.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got a YouTube channel. She put up she puts up her shorts. Um, at least recently the ones that she was basically going up against. I'd rather have her mouthing off and doing her rants versus zero representation or some coon uh, foot dragging person up there pretending to represent the black community and not really doing anything but collecting a damn paycheck.
What are you talking about now?
Jasmine Crockett.
Crockett, huh?
Yeah, remember the lawyer that used to run her own law firm?
Uh, she black? She black?
Yes, she is black. She has two black parents. Yes.
She going against her or something? Or what? I mean,
Oh no. Some black people said that she runs her mouth too much. That's all.
yeah, it's true. She is sassy. We don't need sassy. We don't need political sass. We need results. We need the black folks in Houston need tangibles. They don't need TikTok videos and you sticking your tongue out. You got enough of that going on, black women. Yeah, I stand on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I stand on white men trying to take advantage of her, especially uh, white men that don't give her any fucking credit, and white women making smart remarks and nothing being done or said about it. So you damn right. I don't mind the goddamn assassins. It ain't like she come out on the floor on her own. Most of those videos and rants are in response to something that was done to her first. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the way I see it. Keep on ranting. Keep on being said. Don't change a damn thing. Don't try to pretend like you somebody or something that you're not.
Yeah, man, I'm Jasmine Crockett. Man, it is what it is. I definitely got some information I want to definitely bring forth to the table because I just the notion that everything is our fault or really, like, or we're the reason why we're not the statistics in tech is like we're not the only we're not the sole culprits to be blamed for the under under underrepresentation of blacks in tech.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm gonna
Yep.
mute up.
Yeah, I'm breaking this weed down real quick. About to roll me up one. Breaking this cut down, man. So yeah, but now where's that at? So boom. So okay, so this brother right here, this is a FBA brother. Y'all say FBAs ain't doing nothing. This brother right here identifies as FBA, but he's in the tech field. He's taking his knowledge and he's, you feel me, putting it in multiple. This is the first installment. It's called Guide to Being Black in IT. How I made it in IT without a degree, and how you can do the same. Boom. And his other book is a larger, much more extensive version. Like I said, it's like 500, 600 pages. And basically, yeah. So how I made it in IT without a degree, how now you can do the same. This book is a semi-autobio and guide to help anyone interested in the path of getting into information technology without a college degree and using the best tools to do so. D.A. Pearson is an IT consultant and Microsoft tech trainer, and Microsoft technical trainer that resides in St. Paul, Minnesota with his wife and child. He has worked in several Fortune 500 companies in user infrastructure and had retail enterprise on his own. He has trained and helped assist many people in the metro area and works with several nonprofits and organizations. Some of the work included employment assistance, presentation, and resume crafting. He has received IT Professional of the Year from the BPDA and holds several industrial standard IT certifications. You can connect with yep. So yeah, it's the brother though right here. Yep. So. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He said, "Can't let me destroy it." I mean, it's true though. She's like I said, bro. Like it is what it is, bro. Like you know, man. Like just that.
Oh, okay. So were you saying that the black people should be hired because they're black?
Nah, I'm not saying
Oh,
that.
okay. Because the overall thing is black students, women. I mean, men and women are not going or choosing to pursue education that involves high tech, detailed tech, engineering. They're not going to school for it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anything where it says yes, these massive amounts of black students are attempting to apply to this institute or this learning organization, and they're being denied because they're black. Is that what the book is saying? The dude in the book, is he saying that people,
No,
young kids?
yeah, like,
Oh, okay.
yeah, but it's never. Oh, you're denied because I'm solely because I'm black.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
We know that's the basis for the discrimination. Outside of being certified, to tell people that you overqualified.
Oh,
They're prone to tell
okay. So
overqualified.
if he's laying out some skill or some points that will help people to pursue that field, I mean that would be you know that would be applicable too. But I'm just saying in terms of the blame the white man game. Okay, so as far as activists for Pan-Africanism, black nationals, black empowerment, blame the white man. There's only so long that's going to apply. So we can apply it in the beginning. We can apply it when we're talking about things that are closely related to politics. We can apply it, in the beginning or of our overall speech, but the young people, they don't want to hear, including you. I'm pretty sure that you acknowledge that blaming a white man, has been noted, but you don't want to wake up tomorrow. You don't want to wake up in 2028. You don't want to wake up in 2045 talking about the white man has prevented black people from progressing and being empowered. I'm pretty sure. I'm predicting that, or am I off base on that? Because I'm over 50, and when I was a child, I heard the same exact words. The white man kept me down. Growing up in the South. So I don't want to hear that when I'm 60, when I'm 70, when I'm 80. By the time I get to 100, I gotta still hear the white man is the main problem. Once we take care of that, then we can move on. No, that's not gonna work. So I'm trying to fight through it, because even when we do point out these injustices, even when we do point out this discrimination, even when we do put it on video and take it to court, even when we do get a judgment in our favor, what's been the results, Diddy?
As far as when we get some type of victory or
yeah,
seemingly it's a victory.
Yeah.
It don't last. Do
it slow down? Do they stop being racist? Do they stop practicing discrimination?
Not at all.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'm just checking.
But yes.
You go ahead with the book though. I gotta mute up real quick. I'm gonna have a lot of noise. I'm gonna be banging stuff in the background. I don't want to overshadow what you're talking about.
Good. I'm about to start reading.
All right.
Okay. Codified guide in an attempt to solve the tech employment problem in Black America. Come on now. Okay, so this is a codified Huh? This is a
my bad, yo.
This is a codified and unconventional attempt to helping Black Americans and Black people as a whole about the information technology industry in the form of a guide report. This is the second volume of the series, which focuses on the following domains: data, artificial intelligence, therapy, ownership, Black focused policies, certification, paths, and etc. The purpose of this literature is to use empirical evidence and create awareness and craft concepts for solutions to be tested within the field of technology, so that Black people can consider the opportunities in this field and gain knowledge, foundation, and skills to be able to carve out a lane as a collective and compete. Black people need a paradigm shift in our thinking and action to change our living in this country. We are in probably the worst economic shape we have been in since the early 1900s. We will analyze and debunk the myths, misinformation, unethical laws, propaganda tools, and processes used against Black Americans against the status quo. Being that much cleanup and refinement is needed in the Black population. The guide includes concepts and proposals to strengthen some of our damaged areas. For the last 2 years, Mr. Pearson has continued as a tech trainer in assaulting. I mean, he Mr. Pearson has continued as a tech trainer in assisting future IT professionals. He has spoken in schools and led engagement sessions. His focus has been Black empowerment with a tech focus and contributing an ongoing conversation of constructive value. Yeah, man. So, codified guide. All right, let me see that code. Yeah, all right. So, all right, let me see. All right. Okay, so I can start from. Let me see. Of course, you got. All right, boom. So it's dedicated to Ida B. Wells, who fiercely opposed and exposed the anti-black establishment and set the precedent of unapologetic and uncompromising investigative journalism. That's facts. So Ida B. Wells, who fiercely opposed and exposed the anti-black establishment and set the precedent of unapologetic and uncompromising investigative journalism. Ida, we owe you in our debt. We can never Ida, we owe you, and our debt can never be paid. Mm. Yeah, man. Hmm. This edition, this second edition report is about the this second edition report is about the intricacies of working in the environment you are now in, with more stories and true interview-based reports on Black IT professionals in the field. I will openly and explicitly use the term FBA, Foundational Black Americans, because this report is based on the premise to serve info to FBA and other Africans in the diaspora. So don't say he's being divisive. He's being divisive. Read. Make sure you listen. Listen to what he's saying now. Listen. So Sabio could understand the difference between no difference. No difference between divert and diversity besides the suffix. You feel me? No difference between diversity and divert besides the ending. But yeah. I am a foundational Black American or a descendant of American enslaved people, and we are no better or lesser than any other Black person on this planet. I know we are African. We must get back to our roots, though we are hundreds of years removed. I am going to showcase the Black American experience in this guide. Ida B. Wells. This is not like any other tech report you may have read before. Some people will say I should not note this. Some will say it is divisive. Well, we are going to divide the supporters and warriors and the freeloaders. You are either a warrior or an anti-warrior. We don't have time to be in the middle ground. Facts. You're either a warrior or you're anti-warrior. There ain't no middle ground. We don't have time to be in the middle ground. I want to support all Black folks worldwide. Race soldiers and tethers beware. What is a foundational Black American? Native Black? Question. For those who don't know or act like they don't, a foundational Black American is a descendant of Black American slaves. We were not born as slaves in Africa. We were enslaved elsewhere on the way to the slave pen. 6% of us, according to historian Jay Nightwolf, we created our own food, music, and style completely separate from anywhere on the planet, and away from our homeland. We also set the standard for fighting white supremacy like no other group, from getting civil rights laws passed to increasing our numbers in higher education, etc. Foundational Blacks are also the most despised and mistreated people in the U.S. Our culture is stolen and not repaid. We are Native Black folks and Aboriginal people. A large proportion have been. Y'all ain't gonna like this. Let's get to it though. A large proportion have been here before Columbus arrived. These are the people whose ancestors built this country from the ground up, literally. The railroads, the bridges, the White House. We dug the dirt, pounded the hammer, created thousands of uncredited inventions that have changed our modern society as we know it. The music, culture, nearly everything. These are the black men and women who suffered and fought in every single war in this country, and were promised much land and monetary payment, and having never received a single dime for it. Hence, we are the founders of American society. Contrary to popular belief, we were trading as merchants with natives, and so contrary to popular belief, we were trading as merchants with natives, Canadian natives / Folsom before 1492. We were not conquering warlike people. We knew that the earth was not flat. We knew that the earth was not flat. We knew that the earth was not flat. However, because of our humanity and love for teaching others, we allowed our oppressors to devastate us and warp our minds. We were the only people in the West. We were the only people in the Western Hemisphere to be classified as subhuman. Facts. Akin to cattle and inhuman objects by specific laws solely for so akin to cattle and inhuman objects by specific laws solely for financial wealth and power. We are the only people mentioned in the Constitution specifically. We are the only people mentioned in the Constitution specifically designated to be we are the only people mentioned in the Constitution specifically designated to be denigrated and abused for the sole benefit of creating the country. We surveyed the land, invented thousands of devices, and traded with native people before Columbus ever reached the land. When he came to America, he saw us. He needed African Moors to navigate the globe as we had been around it before. Foundational Black Americans bled and died so other people could stand on American soil, and to no benefit of our own, but yet we did it still. We set the standard for what humanity is now, and we are rarely appreciated for such. The current climate and evidence shows this. We are very special people. Anyways, my personal goal is to get FBA aware of the current tech employment arena and also help support us globally. Listen, my personal goal is to get FBA aware of the current tech, us first, and everybody else follows. My personal goal is to get FBA aware of the current tech employment arena and also help support us globally. If we can get on a code, this is a person by person ordeal to become empowered. This is a person by person ordeal to become empowered as a group. Each individual person should be open to developing their own code to benefit the whole. Foundational Blacks and Blacks globally alike need a code and to work together to produce justice. One attack on one Black person is an attack on the group. Listen. A code is always developed before anything is designed. It must be tested, refined, and implemented. And part of that goal, I will be assisting Black people in navigating the employment system under the callous veil of white supremacy and the details therein. I'll even bring forward some receipts I'll even bring some receipts from your favorite white supremacists as well. So expect white supremacists. So expect white supremacists that deny the receipts can start explaining and denying. This is no time to tiptoe around. We need some real bona fide stomp down concepts for real. It's no time to tiptoe around. We need some real bona fide stomp down concepts and solutions tested and crafted ASAP. Why? Because it appears that the system of white supremacy is the most powerful force on this planet. There's nothing more vile or demonic than that religion of control, and we need to replace it. We need solutions to help our people, not to hurt others. Let's get that straightened. Off of the top, because when we start talking about helping our folks, we receive here we go. Let's talk about it. Woo! We need solutions to help our people, not to hurt others. Let's get that straightened off of the top, because when we start talking about helping only us, we talk about helping our folks, we receive a vast tundra. He said a vast tundra of accusations. Some are already scared, and fear has little place for justice and truth. Either either I may tell either I tell my truth or trash the project. Mm. We must be honest and truthful, like IDB Wells did when she went keen and hard against the wicked anti-black establishment. Facts. That's not what you mean you gonna get power from the ancestors? What are you talking about there? What are you stop that? Everybody want to spookify. Everything is spookified. Ooh, spooky. No, because your mind is spooky. Is feeling spookism. Don't spook me out because your mind is spookified. All right, so yeah, boom. We must be honest and truthful, like Ida B. Wells did when she went keen and hard against the wicked anti-black establishment. Ida B. Wells would probably turn in her grave. Let me put this weed down, man. If she knew how some of these Negroes operatives had come out of the woodwork, especially all of the work of our greats did. Yeah. Like you said, Ida B. Wells would probably turn in her grave if she knew how some of these Negro operatives had come out of the woodwork, especially all of the work, or especially all of the work our greats did. Grandmaster teacher Ida B. Wells operated in a cold facts. She refused to break it for any facts. She refused to break it for any circumstance. I vow to never break the code. And if I'm off code, I expect you to get me back on code. Come on now. Come on, man. Ida B. Wells, an investigative journalist who fiercely spoke out against the myths of black people. Ida challenged anti-black. She really is the like one of the like just why I'm so dogged about just every focusing on black American, just black. Black. Nigga, just everything black. Everything just caught up in everything going on with black people in America. That's what she was doing. You feel me? Of course. Like that's literally what her whole primary focal point was literally highlighting lynching the unjustifiable black men being lynched who were predominantly who were massively like merchant store owners. They were competing with white merchants. You feel me? But pardon me, that's a whole nother so she's my she is what anchors me. Let me see. So yeah, challenging anti-black white feminists. This dispelled the black brute complex. She called out the white feminists who try to use the black man a rapist narrative. Fast forward to today. As Frederick Douglass quoted, he had not rendered any equal to Ida's penmanship and work. That makes me think hard. I want to give some context and basis for the narrative here. Technology is defined as the application of knowledge to the solution of practical problems. Science and technology are created from mankind, and the nucleus of that is from social and political essence. Science and technology are created from mankind, and the nucleus, the core of that, is from social and political essence. That's true. This provided the basis for how much money will be spent to research the technology, who will be the population for the study to base on, and also what is used for the results. What decisions will be made about the newly created techniques or technology that will be accepted, used and adapted? Who will be affected? According to the power perspective, science created a new form of power which dominant groups can control weaker ones, like Keller and Calhoun, 1989. According to WinstonWorld.com, humans have been storing, retrieving, manipulating, communicating information since the Sumerians and Mesopotamia developed writing in about 3000 BC, but the term information technology in its modern sense first appeared in a 1958 article published in the Harvard Business Review. Authors Harold J. Levitt, Levitt brothers, and Thomas L. Winsler commented that the new technology does not yet have a single established name. We shall call it information technology, IT. It's 1958, huh? So okay, okay, so technology in its modern terms first appeared in a 1958 article published in the Harvard Business Review. Authors Harold J. Levitt and Thomas L. Weisler commented that the new technology does not yet have a single established name. We shall call it information technology (IT). Okay, so this is 1958. So I can the official coining coin co- coining. So their definition consists of three categories: techniques for processing, the application of statistical and mathematical methods to decision making, and the simulation of higher order thinking through computer programs. The term is commonly used as a synonym for computers and computer networks, but it also encompasses other information distribution technologies such as television and telephones. Several products or services within an economy are associated with information technology, including computer hardware, software, electronics, semiconductors, internet, telecom equipment, and e-commerce. Moderator 2020. That's a citation. Science in the dominant society have classified human beings by race based on concrete benefits. Race is a concept rooted socially and not biologically, which means race is a social construct dependent on physical character. According to scientists, according to other black media, I determine how you are treated and based on how you look and the power and control that I have to make that to make that determination with you doing little about it. I operate above this construct I created for you because I have the money, power, and resources to make things non-constructive for you as a group, and I have control of the media to push it and the soldiers to keep you in line. If I must, I can even make your people think that you are the problem while I do it and control your pop. Hold on, let me rest. Take a small little break on that. That's because it's just making me think about Malcolm and how he said, they can use one of us to make it look like it was one of us. They can use one of us to kill one of us to make it look like it was one of us. They use one of us to kill one of us to make it look like it was one of us. Something I'm paraphrasing, but it just made me think about just ultimately the power of the media. Power of the media imagery.
Okay, you take a break if you want. So you was focusing upon IT. Are you familiar with OT?
Not
The T is still for technology, no?
OT. OT.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just put the link in the chat the other day about Google now providing OT certifications as well as IT certifications.
And what the O stand for exactly?
Operational.
Mm. Mm.
Basically, OT operational technology deals with the merging of the technologies itself that we mostly associate IT with, but with physical processes such as industrial settings, machinery, communication, business systems.
Mm.
This would be network servers, the hardware part of it. This would be digital information such as what Q is doing with the air and water purification sensors. Environmental, which typically operates in managing device like computers and smartphones, control and monitoring physical processes and programmable programmable logic controllers. What Price said, this is your PLCs. Those are your sensors. Uh, so you'll see this in a lot of research type of fields,
Mm-hmm.
and it would be in a different classification as you were just reading about the origins of informational technology, IT.
Yes, indeed. Okay. So that was that the OT? Is that like that term? Is that like a coin? Is that a new that like a new modern? Was that like coin new? Like that term was like created.
Within the last, I would say within the last 10 years, yes.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because people weren't really saying IT in the 70s and 80s either. I was out in the 70s and 80s, and people that were in uh, working with computers and processing, they weren't using the word IT.
Hmm.
They were just saying computer mainly.
Interesting. Interesting.
So even though the technology is moving faster, y'all have the advantages of having the resources and the support and knowing if it's going to work or not, finding out if this information that I'm reading,
Mm-hmm.
finding out if this information that I'm receiving is it uh, is it valid, is it is it uh, is it factual.
Mm-hmm.
It takes less time to find that out now than back in when I was coming up. We usually had to find out the hard way, weeks, days, sometimes years later. That that information that I got, it wasn't quite what I thought it was, and it was not really related to what I wanted to do. So when people continue to work and surround themselves not only in their social lives but in their work and employment environments, in fields and jobs that they don't necessarily have a motivation for. In short, like I don't like this job. I'm just doing it because whatever. It doesn't really pan out well. You're not going to show up on time. You're not going to do the job to the top quality. You're not going to receive any type of accolade. You're not going to last long. You're going to find something else.
Mm-hmm.
So if you uh, uh, seek out and uh, determine, you have to be able to determine this yourself. You can get suggestions, you can get ideas, but yourself is the primary last call. You're going to make this call. This is what I want to do. Just like with the legal stuff, like I say, just on this platform alone, it's May. It's going to be June now. It's basically June now. We're 6 months into 2025. Those videos are still up when you were saying, hey, I might want to try this. I might want to try that. Sign up for school for that. You know what I'm saying? Just over 6 months ago, right?
Yeah.
But what do you really want to do? Young Diddy, he really wants to do, you know what I'm saying? Where he at right now, 6 months later, right?
Mm-hmm.
You ain't got no pushback from me. I don't know about anybody else. But if you really want to do it, hey, I can't say nothing. Because that's what you're going to make sure that dot all your I's, cross all your T's. You're going to put your massive research. You're going to do it to the highest quality. You're going to ride that out to the fullest. No matter how much we push STEM, no matter how much we push other labor positions or data information or any type of tech AI, no matter what we push, deity has a passion for what he is in right now. So it's not really up to us to say, hey, he's wrong or this, no, that don't mean nothing. Whatever you're doing, sweeping up dog shit may be, you know what I'm saying? That may be the lick. I know people that's making $200 a day. That's all they do is just go around, sweep up dog shit, put it in a container, dump it at the end of the day. They pick up their K. They get cash at $200. Sometimes they work 6, 7, 10 days in a row. That's what they want to do. Hey, can't stop them.
Right. Right about that.
So, I was saying that to try to give some a macro view in terms of some of the discrimination that's going to be pointed out in your book about why Black people are not represented into tech. Black people are not represented into electrical engineering. Black people are not represented in civil engineering. A lot of Black people have not determined that that's the interest. A lot of Black people have assimilated with their environment, what they're in. I don't know how many Black people only grow up around people that are all Black when they have Black teachers in the school, whether they have Black city councilmen, Black mayor, Black law enforcement, Black nurses, Black doctors, Black auto repair mechanics. Everything around them is black. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what that number is. You know what I'm saying? I can go on a small block in Chicago, but when I go in the South, when I go in different parts of the Midwest, it's kind of split up. Because when Black people get in trouble with the law, do they say, "Oh, my best chances to get in office to get a Black lawyer"? Is that what I've been hearing for the last 2 to 3 decades? Is narrowed down to one specific group in terms of what type of lawyer would I feel most comfortable with in getting this charge off of me, or am I tripping?
Nah, because in the court of law, I mean, you know, this it's all about it's evidence. It's
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's many factors that go into what gonna get a person off.
Yep.
Some people that are guilty get off, and people who is not guilty don't get off. So
Yep.
it's just
Yep.
you know, all play on this court can flip.
But on the block though, on the block, when they say get you a lawyer, what type of lawyer do they push the dude to get that got popped?
Typically a white one. I mean, they're gonna get a white. Typically they're gonna
Specifically, what type of white lawyer? Redneck or
Jew?
Right. They narrow that down.
About 30-40% of, I mean, yeah. See, but also they dominate that area though, too, and that's not by accident either though. You see what I'm saying? Like the certain fields that are dominated, like Nigerians are prone to being doctors, and which is a good thing. But you know, they emphasize education. They emphasize, you know, they emphasize that within the culture though too, as far as you know, just pounding education.
Right. So when our young students, the few that do decide that, hey, I'm going into law, do they pursue the HBCUs, the Black colleges, or do they pursue Ivy League PWIs for their paperwork to say, hey, they know how to do this, they understand this?
I honestly just say I would implore them to pursue a HBCU, but also I would tell them to use what's at their disposal. Like me, I'm going through an intern, so I'm going through an intern, and then that's going to segue me to other, you know, to. So it's really that's like the power of like networking. So it's really about networking. It ain't really about it's about knowing the right people. Yeah, so it's really about knowing the right people. So that's really I'm realizing. Sometimes it ain't about what you know, it's who you know. You know,
yeah, you're correct. You're correct on that. I think Taz kind of touched on it a little bit. He laid it out after World War II in the 50s and 60s, when we were in the environments of quote unquote all Black schools, for our youth. When the students graduated, they did not pursue their degrees at HBCUs based on what was available at the time. They went to New York University. They went to University of Michigan. They went to University of Iowa. They went to Princeton and Harvard. But after they got their degree, they did not stay at those particular schools. They reverted back down south. They either uh, opened up and got together and collaborated to get their own institutions, and they went back to the black schools. That's what they did. We can see this. I think it was a book. 1 second. Uh, Second. The Untold Story of Black Principal and Teacher Leadership by Dr. Leslie Fenwick. Jim Crow's Pink Slip. She's a graduate from Howard University. She has a long, deep list of accolades in the education fields, and she will show the pattern of how, even in the time before civil rights was passed, even before Brown versus Board of Education, black teachers, black principals, black administrators of schools received degrees and were more qualified than their white counterparts. And they were neglected. They were paid less. They were found to have more extensive knowledge. People that work in other fields, not even related to education, delivery drivers, truck drivers, warehouse workers, maids, were allowed to get teaching jobs, administrative jobs, and were paid the same. She lays all that out in that particular book during some of the peak Jim Crow regions of the country.
Interesting.
There's an audible version of that book. It's only like $15. If y'all want to check it out in the chat.
It's like a PDF file type one.
I don't know if a full text is available, but you can just check out Jim Crow's Pink Slip by Dr. Leslie Fenwick, Fenwick. Graduate from Howard University. Shout out to Howard.
Okay. Untold Story of Black Principal and Teacher Leadership. Okay.
Yeah, I saw George Macon try to have a conversation with Roland Martin last weekend in terms of trying to connect the older generations, the Zers, the Xers, with the millennials and some of the YNs. Definitely a communication and cohesiveness gap. Pretty much across the board, whether we're talking about politics, academics, business, whatever. It does seem to be this constant barrier that we seem to be fighting amongst the generations. Then after that, there's still another battle to be had, maintaining the little that we were able to salvage from that time period, as far as ideologies, morals, uh, you know, genuine knowledge that will take a look back to see, how they did it back then. So, in terms of a track record, not necessarily saying, "Hey, you have to do it exactly like that." That because that's how Harriet Tubman did it. That's how Martin Luther King did it. That's how Malcolm X did it. No, all those people were dealing with an environment and a social climate that was nowhere near what it is now. So you cannot say, "Hey, we need to stick to that particular blueprint, letter by letter, punctuation by punctuation, line by line, and the results." Because what are we going to see overall? Overall, in the black community, if we're just going to use, "Hey, this how they did it," so the test results in 2025, generations later, resulted in what? You know what I'm saying? So you gotta adapt to the changes. If society is changing, then hey, we're gonna spend our energy on what? Trying to change society back or adapt with society? What's most efficient for our YNs? Because ain't no old person gonna be out here trying to convince uh, more older people and young people to pull back and hope society reverts back to having a moral standard of understanding and fairness and equal. That's just the reality. Yeah, Nikki, I was just using that as an example. But yeah, I got way off trace there. I just heard you talking about IT and even people in the computer field are not necessarily familiar with the term OT. Since before Google, I don't think there were a lot of institutions that were offering OT related certifications. Like you had the letters operational technology on the certification itself. They kind of just merged a lot of different fields together and said, like you were just reading, kind of just lumped them all into IT. But it is specific when you're talking about making a computer work with a lawnmower. I live streamed that when I was in Smyrna, Tennessee. It had the sensors on it. It had emergency switch on it. On the front of it, I think the antenna for the remote control device was part of the handle itself. It was kind of blended in the way it was made. So if you get behind a bush or if you get in a secluded area, you won't lose connection. I saw the camera in front. Some of them have 360-degree cameras. Some have 45, so you're going to just look so far to the right and so far to the left, depending on the angle, and depending on what you're cutting off. So that particular lawnmower was cutting a large church grounds. It was like 2.5 acres, and it was on a hill, so it was at a funny angle. So I can imagine all these years, even if you're on a riding lawnmower, Man, one bump and you could roll over. If it's slippery or you're wet, that riding lawnmower could get stuck. So they tested out automated lawnmower, robotics, sensors, in which we were talking about. Um, Things that operate. You can even say a drone. Actually, the drone is going to take surveillance. It's going to do surveying. That would be considered operational technology.
So know how to navigate the AI field, or just know how to.
Yes,
Yeah. Uh,
take full advantage wherever possible. Specifically in your field, you are going to rely on mounds and mounds and paragraphs of data just to make one point.
yeah,
So
oh,
I mean, you gonna go. I'm pretty sure you're gonna make a couple of trips to the library. You're gonna flip through a couple of pages, but you're gonna have deadlines at some point.
forget I'm doing the trade too. I'm still my goal by the time yeah, that would be it'd be nice to be, I'm basically I'm law is that's a passion, but my like my not a backup plan, but like a a trade is going to be like let's I'm doing both basically. I'm doing both. It's not a there's no I'm gonna be doing both, but so because I yeah my end goal is to have multiple, like to be certified in either it's going to be plumbing, electrical, or it's going to be and then as far as like law, like basically to become a lawyer. Yeah. So both that'll be great to be a lawyer and to be do plumbing, or I can do electrical work. That'll be that'll just be a awesome feat. Awesome achievement for real, for real.
Yeah, stick with it, man. I mean, like I said, it's up to you. It's always up to you. You're gonna have the final say so. So
You're right.
uh, y'all have a little bit more efficient advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And no way I could be able to come up in the 80s and 90s and 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I had access to reference manuals, be able to draw out scenarios, use a 3D computer software to get a picture on how it's supposed to look. And all that stuff was manual, paper by paper, ink. Uh, gotta get out the office at 4:59 or whenever it closes. And even when we used to go and check out reference manuals, they didn't have unlimited reference manuals. Sometimes they only have 2 or 3 editions. So if 2 other people was looking up the same thing I was looking at, shit, I had to wait till they got done. They ain't had no expiration date. If they wanted to check out the book in February and not bring it back to July, as long as they still had it, they weren't getting no bill for the book.
Mhm.
Yeah, my backpack in school was heavy, boy. I used to carry around 20 to 30 pounds every day
Hmm.
till I got to middle school, though.
Hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be in Oregon, in Portland this week. I'm gonna go see the brother Julian Brown. Go see him from the showcase his demonstrate the diesel. He got the diesel car, so he yeah, so um, diesel fuel. So he basically said his lab results came back from the laboratory, and his diesel fuel is like it's completely identical to like the regular diesel, like
Yeah.
So that was a beautiful thing. But yeah, I'm gonna go see him this weekend, so I'm gonna be out there, so I will have some content for for the people. So I'm definitely gonna be out there.
Yeah, that's good. It's another user that come on this channel. Her family, she has some family ties back to I don't know if it's Portland, but it's in the area of Portland where they own, I think it's 2 acres. Anyway, they have a whole farm. She just bought her daughter a horse for her birthday last summer, and it's one of the few instances where I can say, hey, yeah, I know some black people that ride horses in the West, not just in Texas, but in Oregon.
Yeah, I can't wait. Pull up. Mhm.
Yeah, we need to shout out to Corey for tightening up the medical field. There's definitely a shortage of black surgeons, black neurosurgeons, neurosurgeons, neurologists, uh, with real advanced fields in the medical industry. Uh, Still kind of one tipping towards mostly on the woman's side. The basic entry level of CNA RNA is cool, but we definitely need more black surgeons, more black dentists, more black eye doctors, more black skin doctors, dermatologists.
Hmm.
The body is all we got. There is no Amazon, there is no Walmart where we can go and get another liver, and get another kidney. Some of that is diet and what we eat. So shout out to all the health consciousness that's being pushed. I don't have no problem with that.
Tomorrow Friday. Hmm.
Oh yeah, the weekend is already definitely here. Yeah, we definitely done kicked that off already. Yeah,
Flew by. Yeah. Mhm.
law enforcement definitely gonna be out this weekend, getting their end of the month quota. Yeah, D, I didn't mind carrying the books. I didn't see the use of carrying a different book with the same information that was in the last book on it. Took me a while to observe and gauge that pattern. I'm still doing basic division in the second grade. By the time I get to the fifth grade, I'm doing literally the same exact problem. That shit was kind of wild. But luckily, by my mother being a teacher, uh, I had a little bit more access than the average child coming up in my area. So I was able to get the teacher edition. I was able to get the advanced edition. the college edition, whatever edition that she felt that was going to help me excel. Sometimes I took advantage of it all the way. Sometimes I kind of took it for granted. So I'm not going to say it's instant. It's automatic. Still have to be assertive. So, but yeah, most of the kids fell through the cracks. It didn't pan out too well. When I went to Chicago public school system for a short while, they were very disadvantaged. I went to Louisiana school district in Abbeville, Louisiana. They were they had newer schools, they had new equipment, but what they were teaching in terms of the material, probably it was a little bit higher than what we were being taught in Arkansas and Illinois, uh, but it didn't really match up with kids were being taught in Philadelphia, New York, some of the East Coast institutions set a standard that was a little bit different. I'm not going to say higher, I just say different. Yeah, if nothing else, those backpacks kept you fit, even if you was just walking from the classroom to the bus, and that's it. Yeah, we didn't have. I don't remember no waterproof backpacks. I mean, some of the camo kids, I think I may have seen one or two, but yeah, backpack got wet. Something in the backpack usually was damp by the time you got to where you was going. The longest I kept up with an umbrella, probably what 3 weeks when it didn't rain, when I didn't use it. That's the only time I could keep up with an umbrella. As long as I was moving around, that thing got left on the bus. It got left at the park. It got left at the basketball court. That umbrella got left, or somebody's car. You know, uh, I thought I seen a free version of that audio. Jim Crow's Pink Slip by Dr. Leslie Fenwick is only $7 in the audio version. If you go to audiobooks.com.
We talking about that. You right about that. As far as it's on the individual. So on that note, Dave, I got to get up early because I got to take care of business. So
All right, man. It's
I'm
all
gonna go
good.
ahead and call it a night. But I'm definitely gonna tap back in with Friday and Saturday.
It's all good, man. We'll be here. We'll be live all weekend, yo.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, man.
All
Appreciate you.
right. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Peace to the panel.
Let's see. I think it's just audio. Yeah, I don't want to download on this device. Amazon, obviously. She has plenty of published papers on research.get as well. It's a podcast that I listen to out in Los Angeles. She was on about a month ago. And she was telling how there were actual Senate hearings on how even after civil rights and the integration of the education system was supposed to be instituted, that certain communities, towns that were mostly white, did what Diddy was talking about earlier. They did not allow black qualified teachers with higher degrees and more experience to even apply for certain positions. I think I'm getting into the non-related section now. Oh, there was a edited audio. Yeah. Sometimes I wait till I'm on live stream to start looking for some of this stuff. How many pages is it? So I'm gonna read part of chapter 1. Actually, it's not a chapter, it's part of the preface. It's entitled Who Shall Lead? And then y'all can hit the link if y'all want to talk about something else. But this is going to be my reparations now argument. Who shall lead? It was quite all right to have black principals for black kids in black schools. But if the schools were to become centers for the education of all children, regardless of race, naturally whites would be in charge. The National Association of Secondary School Principals Report 1971, reporting on the reluctant view of Southern officials about desegregation. In a war, there must be some casualties, and perhaps the black educators would be the casualties in the fight for equal education of black students. U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare Report 1970. What is happening is not integration, rather, it is disintegration. The near total disintegration of black authority in every area of the system of the public education system, according to a National Education Association report in 1970. There is an image in our minds conjured when we hear the words 1954, Brown versus Board of Education, desegregation, and busing. Etched in the national memory is a stark black and white photograph of black children gazing straight ahead, walking through snarling white mobs towards a schoolhouse door. We think of the South, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia. We think of South Boston also. Not many people know about the black movements in Boston area. Brown is not ancient history. What may be more important is that we fail to consider what we don't think about. First, the drive to desegregate schools is not ancient history. Through the famous Brown decisions came down in 1954 and 1955, desegregation did not occur in many schools until 1968, well into the mid and later 70s. Second, while the nation's school children today represent diverse population, the educator workforce is not similarly diverse. The lack of black educators in particular has a history associated with the implementation of Brown judgment, case law that is. In the early 1970s, white resistance to the Supreme Court decree decimated the black principal and teacher pipeline and intentionally resulted in a massive demotions, and dismissals of exceptionally credentialed Black educators. As Black student enrollment grew in the nation's desegregating schools, the numbers of Black principals and teachers fell dramatically. In contrast, white educator appointments thrived even as white student enrollment declined in the desegregated schools due to, and we talked about it, white flight. As school desegregation slowly played out over the decades since Brown through the 70s and 80s, 90s, even early 2000s down there in Mississippi, white principals and white teachers became its direct beneficiaries, while Black educators were primarily left in the dust as prey. Nearly 40% of public school students in the U.S. today are Black or Hispanic, Latino. Almost 10% of the nation's school children are English language learners who speak a first language other than English. Half of all those students that are born in the United States. Adding to this mix are urban settings where schools have 90% or more nationalities represented in their student body. In these schools, Black can mean Somali, Black can mean African American, Black can mean Nigerian, Black can mean Jamaican, Black, can mean almost anything. Asian might mean Japanese. Asian might mean Laotian from Vietnam. Asian could mean Pakistani or Vietnam, like I said. Hispanic could mean Dominican. Hispanic could mean Mexican or Honduran. In these 21st century schools, the word white hides shades of difference. Are we speaking of a Uzbekistani immigrant or a white American of Italian descent or a Jewish American? What do we mean when we say white? And I'll pause there. Giving you some direct text from the book entitled Pink Slip, Jim Crow's Pink Slip by Dr. Leslie Finwood. What's up, Ola? Yeah, we're talking about the Trump situation, reparations, or pushing STEM. And primarily the main three subject matters we're talking about. We're kind of putting entertainment and sports and fighting all the Black folks on the back burner to the morning crowd come in. They want to start fighting. As you can see, yeah, the activity and the numbers decrease. And I know it's 3:00 in the morning, but still, we're talking about things that actually affect and impact the community. Ways to navigate around it, awareness, looking at the history for what is primarily reported in the mainstream and what's actually happening on the ground, different perspectives. Learn how to instill positive ambition to our young generations that are coming up behind us. These people already know how to play video games. They already know how to play basketball. They already know how to, run up and down the football field. They already know how to do that. They have software where they can make beats and write down rhymes and go out and make a couple of dollars uh, with music and liberal arts. Cool, I get it. I was part of that, but we still need communities that are primarily constructed, monitored, defended, and maintained by Black people. If not 100%, as close to it as possible. So that's what's kept me clinging back to this channel as Q is expanding and transforming his accomplishment and ideals, not only in New York City, Brooklyn, but in the South and Carolinas. Looking for more adventures out in Texas, in Houston, and possibly even further than that, depending on how this goes. And he can still make music at the same time. What if I turn it that way? Okay, this is a little bit better. So let's do some numbers from our Jim Crow's Pink Slip book. So now, since we can't necessarily define who is Black and who is white, this multicultural college really does not exist. However, in the ranks of those who lead and teach in the nation's schools, there is tremendous demographic mismatch between the nation's public school personnel and the student population it serves. Approximately 7% of the nation's teachers are what? African American. Yeah, I didn't stutter. I said 7. 7.0. Out of all the teachers in the United States, 93% of them are not Black. Hopefully that at least raised one eyebrow in the chat. On a nationwide basis, 91% of teachers in urban settings are white. In inner city schools, 73% of the teachers are white. Let me run back through those numbers again. On a nationwide basis, when we're talking about the school systems in urban settings, metropolitan areas, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Dallas, Texas, Atlanta, Georgia, Detroit City, Philadelphia, Miami, Charlotte, New Orleans, Omaha, urban settings, 91% of the teachers are white. In inner city schools, Chicago, New York City, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Maryland, 7% 73% of the teachers are white. Among the nation's principals, the leaders of the school, 11% are African American. One second. Yeah, I didn't tell you about the story about the milk truck driver who was allowed to get a job in a black school back in the 60s after applying for the job against a qualified uh, educator who received a college degree from a predominantly white institution, college, strictly because they did not want black leaders leading black schools. That's it. Notably, 65% of the principals in urban schools having predominantly African American and other minority student populations are white. Fewer than 3% of the nation's nearly 14,000 school districts are led by African American superintendents. Less than 3, 2.9 or lower. This is even though the nation's most academically credentialed and professionally experienced educators are black. So let me run through that again. The nation's most academically credentialed and professionally experienced educators are black. Black people have the most education. Black people have the most credentials, and black people have the most experience when it comes to the education system. No pushback on that? Anybody dare me to go to a white platform that's predominantly white or mainstream and debate anybody on that statement that I just made? I'm gonna pause there for a hot second. I know a lot of people sleep. I'll repeat it in the daytime when we have a lot of activity. But I'm pretty sure the people that did not know about that particular stat, the last stat I just read, is way higher than the people that did. Even if you're in the education system, I'm gonna confer with Q and Domo to see if were they aware. But I was kind of assuming that that was the case coming up in the 70s, 80s, and 90s when I saw vast amounts of black students pursuing education and administrator, and really was heavily involved in giving back to their communities. If not giving back to the communities that were born, they were, equally as dedicated and giving back to the community that they ended up having their, or making their families in. So black teachers across the board, we talk about a black science teacher, a black history teacher, a black math teacher, whatever the teacher is, the black teacher If you look at the documentation, they're going to have more studies. They're going to have a higher test score. They're going to have a history of working in a educated related field for longer amounts of time. They're going to have more responsibilities and liabilities than the white counterpart. So when it comes to black teachers and black educators, yes, black is better. I know it's a white person in the chat that's going to challenge me on this fact, but I'm gonna stay on it for a hot second to see if they want to challenge me on it. Debate me on it. Tell me that I'm just saying some feel good stuff. I'm ready for it. Black teachers had a higher rate of attaining a postmaster's degree compared to all teachers. 13% versus 9%. Of course, that report was a 2017 2018 National Teacher and Principal Survey, which polled 60,000 part-time and full-time public school teachers, among others. It showed 37% of black teachers had been teaching for more than 15 years, compared to 43% of all the other teachers who had been teaching that long. Black teachers are highly concentrated in the South, more likely to teach in cities, and much more likely to work in schools with higher rates of minority students. It was what's birth off, D? So let me go back to the book real quick. 3. Shit. Damn. I don't have footnotes. That's all right. So about the book, Jim Crow's Pink Slip. Every educator, scholar, practitioner, community member, and policymaker concerned about racial justice inside and outside of education should read this book. This book teaches as it truth tells. H. Richard Milner IV, Cornelius Vanderbilt Distinguished Professor of Education at the University of Vanderbilt. I'm still holding on that one stat. 1 second. Because we're going to get into some more numbers. All right, I'll leave it there for now. Okay. Let's see. Since I didn't get any pushback on that stat, leaving off, and believe me, I don't have no problem coming back to black educators are more academically credentialed and professionally experienced than their white counterparts. Unfortunately, a national mythology operates about why the number of black educators is dismally low. The myth goes like this. With desegregation, blacks left careers as public school principals and teachers to pursue professions previously restricted to them and more financially lucrative. The truth is, massive white resistance to the Brown versus Board of Education decision in 1954 prompted the firings, demotions, and dismissal of legions of highly credentialed and effective black principals and teachers. So let me run back through that. Black teachers and principals did not wake up one day and say, hey, forget the school shit. I'm going to go work at NASA or give me a job as a reporter or go into Hollywood and become a singer and decided not to pursue the education that threaded the fabric of black communities because the pay was higher. That's false. That's a myth. So I'll take that pushback and show those numbers as well. But back to the book. The fight to decimate the ranks of black educators was so pervasive and severe that the fallout eventually reached the ears of Congress. And like I earlier said, in 1971, the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Equal Education Opportunity held a series of hearings about the displacement and status of black school principals in desegregated schools. Remember who the director of Department of Health and Education and Welfare Office of Civil Rights was in 1969 under the Nixon administration? Yes, his name was Leon Panetta. He noted the concern about the displacement of black principals had likely come to the Senate as a result of the NAACP's and other civil rights and human rights organizations' presence, reach, and advocacy at the same time in Washington, D.C. There was a strong civil rights leadership in Washington, D.C., so it makes sense that the issue made it to the Senate. Within a year of being appointed as director, Panetta, who supported school desegregation, was forced out of the Nixon administration after he moved forward with the mandated school desegregation efforts more quickly than the administration desired. Panetta was not unlike other officials and citizens who supported the nation's progress on desegregation and rebuked the Nixon administration's irresponsible pandering to white Southerners least reconciled to the ending of the era. Two other senators who served on the Select Committee were most likely to have been tapped to bring the issue to a hearing. One of them was a Republican from Massachusetts that went by the name of Edward W. Brooke, and the other one was a Democrat from Minnesota. You remember his name. He ran for president in the 80s. He went by the name of Walter F. Mondale. But the Republican from Massachusetts was black. Edward Brooke, he just so happened to be the first black to be elected to the Senate since the Reconstruction era, and he was from Massachusetts. He was concerned about how dual system states were using the Brown decision to illegally fire, demote, and otherwise displace black principals and teachers. Though Brooke did not profess to be a civil rights activist, his perspectives about racial inequality were informed by his work as an NAACP attorney and as someone who had encountered harsh racial discrimination during his service as an officer through the segregated U.S. Army during World War II. Throughout his career, he was an advocate for desegregation and equal opportunity. Both Senator Brooke and Walter Mondale were critical of the Nixon administration for its failure to enforce desegregation rulings. They worked together in the Senate, co-sponsoring fair housing legislation and other anti-discrimination bills. Mondale was noted as a liberal Democrat who assertively championed racial equality when it was not a popular cause. As chair of the Select Committee on Equal Education Opportunity, he oversaw 51 days of hearings that addressed desegregation of public schools and the racial imbalance in urban schools due to the de facto desegregation and housing discrimination. The committee's hearing on the displacement and status of black principals was one of them. The membership of the Select Committee charged to review the issue of black principal displacement included Senators Edward Brooke, Walter F. Mondale, Sam Ervin, a Democrat from Alabama, Mark Hatfield, the Republican from Oregon, John McClellan, the Democrat from Arkansas. Roman Herska, the Republican from Nebraska. Warren Magnuson, the Democrat from the state of Washington. Jacob Javits, the Republican from New York. Jennings Randolph, the Democrat from West Virginia. Peter Dominic, the Republican from Colorado. Daniel Inouye, the Democrat from Hawaii. Birch Bayh, the Democrat from Indiana. William Spong Jr. from Virginia. Marlo Cook, the Republican from Kentucky. And Adlai Stevenson III, the Democrat from Illinois. The majority of the senators who served on this select committee supported desegregation, with many also collaborating on bills to end segregation in housing and discrimination in the workplace. If the senators' support of Thurgood Marshall's nomination to the Supreme Court by Lyndon B. Johnson was any indication of where they stood on Brown, Sam Ervin affirmed his status as a staunch segregationist. Ervin was the only senator on the select committee who voted against Thurgood Marshall in his Senate confirmation hearings. John McClellan cast no vote on the matter at all. Though hospitalized the morning of the select committee's hearing, Senator Brooke had his opening statement presented to those assembled, as he wrote of an alarming development that has had a serious impact on the effort to desegregate our nation's schools, namely the decimation in the ranks of black principals. Over a period of 2 days, scores of educators and educational administrators testified before the committee, collectively presenting an astonishing and appalling national narrative. In every dual system state engaged in the process of school desegregation, white leaders systematically removed or sidelined thousands of black teachers and principals from the nation's newly consolidated desegregated public school system. And I'll pause there. Try to break up some of this Democrat Republican crap. I know in the daytime, when I ask, can you name the year that the government had a Senate hearing on why black educators were purposely kept out and discriminated against in the nation's public school system immediately after civil rights was passed? Oh, what's up, Bayasa? I forgot you still be up this time of night. I'm in my educator bag. Shout out to the Thunder making their way past in the Western Conference Finals, and shout out to Shea Gilgeous-Alexander for picking up his long overdue MVP award. Let me see. Put a link in the chat. Check that out. Board of Education, Oklahoma City versus Dow, 1991. In 1961, black students and their parents sued the Board of Education of Oklahoma City to end de jure dual school system. De jure. In 1963, the district court found that Oklahoma was operating a dual school system intentionally. In 1965, the district court found that residential segregation was the reason that neighborhood zoning had not remedied the past segregation. In 1972, the court ordered the board to follow the finger plan that would bus black children to all white schools and grades and bus white children to all black schools. In 1977, the board filed a motion to close case, which was granted after the court found that substantial compliance with the constitutional requirements had been achieved. School board, under the oversight of the court, has operated the plan properly, and the court does not foresee that the termination of its jurisdiction will result in the dismantlement of the plan or any affirmative action by the defendant to undermine the unitary system so slowly and painfully accomplished. I would like to find out if affirmative action, civil rights, was there any precedent that had already been laid out benefited the black communities of Oklahoma City in that particular example? After demographic changes in the mid 80s, specifically by 1984, improved residential integration of black students were bused to more distant schools. The board adopted a student reassignment plan, better known as SRP, to reduce travel times. In 1985, a motion to reopen the case was filed by respondents alleging that the return to neighborhood zoning was a return to segregation. The district court would not reopen the case because the 1977 finding of unitariness was res judica. We're going to have to dissect that, man. Res judica, also known as claim preclusion. It is the Latin term for a judged matter and refers to either of two concepts in common law civil procedure, a case in which there has been a final judgment and that is no longer subject to appeal, and the legal doctrine meant to bar, preclude relitigation of a claim between the same parties. So yes, the matter cannot be raised again, either in the same court or in a different court. The court will use res judica to deny reconsideration of a matter. The doctrine of res judica is a method of preventing injustice to the parties of a case, supposedly finished, but perhaps also mostly a way of avoiding unnecessary waste of judicial resources. Res judica does not merely prevent future judgments from contradicting earlier ones, but also prevents litigants from multiplying judgments. It is a similar concept of double jeopardy and non bis in idem when we're talking about criminal law. Hopefully, Deity is awoke on this one, or he may review. but the protection in criminal prosecution only bars an identical prosecution. A different offense may be charged on identical evidence at a second trial, whereas res judica precludes any causes of action or claims that may arise from the previously litigated subject matter. And you can apply this to common law, civil law, international law, and so on forth. So shout out to Biasa for that note. So in 1977, the finding of Unitarianism was res judica, and there was no mandate for additional desegregation by court order. The Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit reversed. On remand, the district court found that demographic changes, private decision making, and economic factors were too attenuated from the system of de jure segregation. The Court of Appeals reversed again, despite the district court findings of Unitarianists made in 1977. The appeals court held that an injunction takes on a life of its own, and the injunctive remedy would remain in effect permanently or indefinitely under United States versus Swift and Company, unless a showing of grievous wrong evoked by new and unforeseen conditions was made. Which that's what we were faced with the mid '80s during various migrations, either incoming or outgoing. I don't want to get too far on this. No, it's cool. I know you're at work. Right. Um, oh, okay. Yeah, I was under a Republican Southern Christian governor until Bill Clinton took office as a Democrat. Uh, right around the same time Reagan was in office. So we were one of the few school districts in rural areas where there were still outhouses, country roads, rock roads, gravel roads, pig farms, um, outdated school books, texts, window fans. Uh, we had all that in one classroom, but in the next annex classroom, we had Texas Instrument computers in class for word processing. That extreme. Well, my eyes lit up like a glow light, boy, when I seen those computers come in out that truck. I was like, sign me up for that class. That was 1982, to be exact. Still nationally ranked one of the poorest school districts in the nation. And I tried to take advantage of all the resources that were available. So I'll keep that tab open for further reference. I want to get back into this book for a hot second. Again, the book is entitled Jim Crow's Pink Slip by Dr. Leslie Fenwick. And I am not even in the hard text of the subject matter. I'm just at the beginning in a section called "Who Shall Lead?" Well, where she is pointing out distinct, uh, intentional uh, instances where school districts, not just in her area, not just in my area, not just in Biasa's area, but in most of the countries nationwide, from San Diego to Boston, from Miami to Seattle, from Houston to Chicago, were intentionally hiring unqualified white teachers. They were hiring unqualified white superintendents. They were hiring and appointing white superintendents and shutting the door, literally closing the door and gate on more qualified, highly qualified black teachers and black principals and black administrators. And the case made it all the way to Washington, D.C. as part of a Senate committee hearing in 1971 under the Nixon administration, immediately after the aftermath of the assassination of Dr. King and his active civil rights movement. Almost 2 decades after Brown versus the Board of Education's Supreme Court decision. White communities, white people in general, particularly in the South, though, ignored legal precedent, legal jurisdiction court orders from the highest courts in the land, and continued to operate and separate not only black students, but black teachers as well. So let me get back into where I was. We're in the middle of the Senate Select Committee hearing led by Senator Brooke from Massachusetts. Who was ill at the time in the beginning. Over a period of 2 days, let's see. No, okay, this is where I was. The part where it says, white leaders systematically removed and sidelined thousands of black teachers and principals from the nation's newly consolidated desegregating public school system. For example, like many of her black teacher peers, Miss Darla Buchanan from Topeka, Kansas, an elementary school teacher, received a letter warning her fate should Brown ever take effect. Brown meaning the Brown versus Board of Education. That was actually in Missouri, the next state over. In a March 13th, 1953 letter to black educators, a year before the Brown decision, Topeka School Superintendent Wendell Godwin made it clear that desegregation would mean a loss of jobs for black teachers. You want to know what that letter said in 1953? She got a copy of it in her book. Once again, the date is March 13th, 1953. Dear Miss Buchanan, due to the present uncertainty about enrollment in schools next year for the Negro children, it is not possible at this time to offer you employment for the next year. If the Supreme Court should rule that segregation in the elementary grades is unconstitutional, our board will proceed on the assumption that the majority of people in Topeka, Kansas will not want to employ Negro teachers next year for white children. Didn't seem to hit home for some people in the chat. I know people listening are like, what is he reading? Some Instagram post, some blog? No. This letter was on Topeka, Kansas School District letterhead addressed to a black teacher. It goes on to say, if it turns out that segregation is not terminated, there will be nothing to prevent us from negotiating a contract with you at some later date in the spring. So in other words, since we're not familiar with the word segregation in 2025, they're basically saying if the court says, hey, keep the white students with the white students and the black students with the black students, then we will offer you a job. We will think about giving you a job, uh, during spring break or whatever. That's what that said. But we know how that turned out. Of course, Brown prevailed, and though the decision did not mandate closing black schools and dismissing black principals and teachers, that is exactly what happened across the dual system states. The most devastating insult was that in nearly every case, black educators who were forced out of school systems were more academically credentialed and professionally experienced than white teachers who replaced them in newly desegregated schools. What's up with it, people? Kind of caught us in the middle of school book hour once again. They ran out of here when they heard that shit. What? The school district mailed a letter to a black teacher and basically said, if the court decides to integrate the school system, you will lose your job? Oh no. But the book is entitled Jim Crow's Pink Slip by Dr. Leslie Fenwick. Available on all platforms. I think the cheapest audio book version is like $7 on audiobooks.com. Hard copy somewhere between 25 and 30 books, Amazon and all the other major retailers and distributors and publishers. I am in the preface section in the beginning. I just completed the Who Shall Lead section of the book, which noted acknowledgement not only by the principles that were involved, pun intended, when it comes to teachers, principals, superintendents, and administrators, but also local, state, and even federal government was aware of what was happening, not just in Kansas and here and there in the South, but nationwide, as far up as actually having a select Senate committee hearing on the matter that was orchestrated by a Democrat and a Republican senator representatives in 1971 under the Nixon administration. Now, our next paragraph is titled Brown and the Old Conventions of Race. So when you see the word brown in this literature, that is going to be commonly referred to as the Brown versus Board of Education case law, which essentially ruled that black students should have the same access and resources to the education materials at the same rate as white students. All right, under this section, Brown and the Old Conventions of Race, there steals over you the feeling that you are passing under a great cloud of accumulated wrongs in which you seem mysteriously implicated. The vague feeling that you yourself have done something awful somewhere in the dim past. Slavery is written upon the shore, the trees, the sky, the air. By Asta French in 1862, quoted in the New Breed and the Old, 1971. In the aftermath of the Brown case, and up until the passage of civil rights in 1964, white segregationists were left to their own devices and suppressed any movement to desegregate schools. There were school districts scattered through southern and border states, small and large, that immediately and positively responded to the decree. But their stories are far too often unspoken for at least two reasons. They were the exception rather than the rule, and in some cases their progress was turned back by protesting by white officials and citizens, of course. So it wasn't an absolute 100% type of situation where every single school district ignored it. There were some school districts that said, hey, the case is finalized, the ruling is down, let's go ahead and mix the schools. Some schools actually did try to implement it right off the bat. But those towns were either very small and isolated, didn't really have like a newspaper media situation where other communities were aware, or the ones that actually did, the white people in those towns protested heavily, had influence, and went to extreme measures to make sure that their white kids were not sitting beside some black kid in the classroom from kindergarten through the 12th grade. Why was there such protracted and violent reaction to desegregation in the dual system states? One word, of course, slavery. The Old South depended on its racial caste system. with blacks trapped at the unabated bottom through the violently coercive enslavement system. The Old South had slavery and all its evil and dehumanizing statutes, customs, and traditions to maintain police and sanction white supremacy in every facet of life. Blacks' enslavement and free labor had transformed colonial economies into a single economy with preeminence. National and regional leaders knew that the country's burgeoning financial power was linked to the Cotton South, home to the wealthiest counties in the country prior to the Civil War. Hold on one second. All right. So some of the wealthiest counties in the country prior to the Civil War. Also from the Cotton South soil came political power. Until the Civil War, politicians from southern states had held the presidency for all but 13 years and had consistently held a majority in Congress and on the Supreme Court as well. After the Civil War, and with ratification of the 13th Amendment, the South lost its primary engine of wealth and power. More than 6 million enslaved blacks were freed just like that. That poised for a full citizenship and rights, of course. The Civil Rights Act of 1866, y'all would commonly know that as 14th Amendment, guaranteed citizenship regardless of race and previous status as enslaved persons. With this amendment, blacks could enjoy the legal rights of full citizenship on equal footing as whites. The Reconstruction Acts of 1867, 15th Amendment, granted black men the right to vote in designated Reconstruction states. Well, let me run back through that one more time. The Reconstruction Acts of 1867 granted black men the right to vote in designated Reconstruction states. This trio of amendments essentially meant that Old South was largely dead on paper. Although the law facilitated a slow death for the Old South, ideology, ideology, ide, ide, ideologically, there we go, ideologically, nothing had changed. Ideologically and literally and physically and mentally, nothing had changed. White Southern leaders' commitment to black subjugation remained. The New South that emerged needed segregation and other Jim Crow structures in order to hang on to vestiges of slavery, a practice that had brutalized and degraded blacks for centuries. By refining absurd and dangerous beliefs that blacks despoil whiteness and white culture added nothing to civilization and society. White anger about black enfranchisement created the New South and fueled adherence to Jim Crow laws enforced by barbaric lynching, intimidation, and economic terrorism.
The New South would be defined by segregation in all aspects of black-white social interactions and access to institutions, including schools, transportation, and employment, which included the ability to purchase land and conduct other financial transactions on an even playing field. This new order was at once the product of and condition for a new politic called conservatism. When you hear the word conservative, that's what that entails. The new politic, a conservatism that resisted attempts to redefine the relationship of the federal government to the states and the citizens thereof. Perhaps more than breaking the segregationist hold on public schools, the Brown case was really aimed at destabilizing white supremacy. Without rigorous enforcement, Brown made little progress until the passage of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. The 1964 Civil Rights Act was definitive and clear. Discrimination based on race and color was outlawed, as was employment discrimination and racial segregation in schools and public accommodations. With this law came greater congressional enforcement power. Additionally, the 1964 Civil Rights Act meant that school districts now had to give due consideration to the fate of black educators after desegregation. The intervening power of the federal government arrived too late to stop the purge of black educators after the Brown decision. By 1971, the year that the Senate Select Committee on Equal Educational Opportunity convened to consider the displacement and status of black principals, the damage was for proceeding apace. The preliminary count showed that between 1954 and 1972, 31,584 black teachers immediately lost their jobs, along with an additional 2,235 black principals. I know y'all love numbers. We'll get into those in a minute. Freedom from 65 to 70s, freedom of choice, and freedom transfer plan. Oh, yeah, for sure. So let's run through those numbers again. Between 1954 and 1972, black teachers, men and women, 31,584 of them unemployed. 2,235 black principals, men and women, leading the school, out of a job. It was against this backdrop that the recalcitrant white resistance to the Brown decision that the Senate convened. And when we come back from this small break, we're going to point to three members of the Select Committee, Senators Hatfield, Senator Irvin, and Senator Mondale on 10 a.m. June 14, 1971. weighing in on the black principal and teacher displacement that was done intentionally across America. Let's see. I came up when black teachers were obviously more closely related. They were able to manage and navigate some of the nuances when it came to having to educate the young youth. Our generation of YNs never really sought a such a cultural dynamic shift on a large scale prior to civil rights. We weren't really faced with having to uh, look to our right or look to our left or in front or behind and see white kids. Even if we did, we still had at the front of the classroom, we still had primarily black teachers. And even beyond that, we still, when there were disciplinary or administrative issues to be dealt with, we had black principals. Once the Brown versus Board of Education decision came in, all that changed. Then, once civil rights came in, that even got even worse. It was supposed to be better, but it even got even worse. It was like, wow, what happened? The acknowledgement of slavery, white supremacy, racial discrimination, all of that became lower and lower and lower and lower. Because those kids did not have Martin Luther King in their classroom books. We were okay with knowing that if we did not comprehend or understand the material that was being handed down, that there was not going to be an immediate separation from being comfortable with maybe engaging in some after school tutoring one-on-one, maybe checking in with us at the local church, having an update on non-academic issues in passing at the grocery store, laundromat, or wherever out in the public, because we knew at the end of the day, between the black teacher and the black principal and the black dean and the black superintendent and the black school board member, that the black child was going to have the most efficient, qualified, credentialed uh, tools to function in their societies. No. Those educators, a lot of them received their degrees from white colleges because we didn't want to hear, "Oh, you got your law degree from a HBCU, so your degree ain't that good as this law degree from Harvard or Princeton." We didn't want to hear that. I see you in the back. Um, those black educators received their basic education in the South, but when they went to get their degrees, they proceeded to attend NYU, University of Michigan at Ann Arbor, University of Chicago, Illinois, UIC, University of Iowa, Stanford University, Cornell, Penn State, but then they went back down south and they made sure they had all the ammunition to prepare the next generations coming up for society as its evolution and changing, evolving dynamics were unfolding literally before the very eyes. So I'm ready for that drop the ball argument. Because I'm about to show you where the Senate, the federal government, was aware that white communities, mayors, school board members, law enforcement, sheriff departments, business owners, other white citizens in various towns got together and agreed and voted upon in some instances. I just read you a letter from a white school district to a black teacher letting her know ahead of time, even before Brown decision was made, got together to invoke this climate culture of keeping black kids separate from white kids, and also keeping black teachers separate from white teachers, essentially keeping white folks separate from black people separate in the job, in the social services, in the public resources. So I'm ready for that civil rights uh, leading us into a burning house, all that. I'm ready for that argument. Who you talking about? Was getting ready to sell out King of Kampala? Those black teachers and principals that went to those white colleges did not stay at those white colleges and left young kids abandoned. They went back down south and made sure that their contributions were well noted. Yes, we're having late night, early morning class. Yes, they're Harvard graduates, got their degree at Harvard, and then as soon as they got their degree, they got up back on a bus and went back down south and worked at the black schools with a Harvard degree. Because they didn't want to hear, oh, you got your degree from HBCU. You went to Morris, Morgan State, Howard, Florida A&M, North Carolina A&T, Grambling. Those degrees ain't good enough. But that University of Iowa degree on the wall was good enough. That University of Michigan degree was good enough. That NYU, New York University, that degree was good enough. There was no questions about that degree. That degree was on the wall in the South. You didn't read about that in People magazine, though. Time magazine, CBS News. Walter Cronkite, he didn't tell you that. What's the other news dude name in the media? Oh yeah, we're gonna bust these myths up about some of our ancestors dropping the ball. They gave up on the black community. They sold out. Sold out to what? If you went to college and got a degree to be a teacher and you got certifications, you went through all the processes, mastered the exams as a black person coming up in the post World War II era between 1954 and 1972, you used that degree as per. You went back down south and became a teacher. And you produced results as per. I know I'm on a delay. And I'm looking at 3 different screens. I apologize for that. That's why I'm kind of like pacing myself as we come across the 4 o'clock hour, 1 minute after 4 o'clock on the East Coast on this pre-dawn Memorial Day weekend. We are in the peak of Storytime Book Hour. This session's book is featuring Dr. Leslie Fenwick in the Jim Crow Pink Slip. Currently available on Amazon and all of the major distributor publishers of books. World-renowned educator, advocate, who detailedly point out specific acknowledgments on how black educators
were intentionally separated not only from their own jobs and communities, but further pushed the very first generations, which included me, myself, popping out in life, being faced with Southern white Christian racists trying to hold up Confederate old Southern oppressionist values. Selling out and being sold up the river, two different things. Yeah, that's cool. Hold on 1 second. Making sure my peripherals and devices been updated. Had an update about 20 minutes ago. I don't know if it went through on one device. Yeah. This is another reason why I like to have these book hours at this time of night, while the numbers of traffic is low. As you know, distractions and conflation and interference uh, seem to take place during peak times, and some of the points are not addressed as clearly and efficiently as they are now. So we can always go back and rewind the tape if we not able to clearly get what's being received and comprehended. But we're going to go to the next session, which will highlight the 1971 June 14th Senate Select Committee, which the transcripts are available. Once again, if you have any doubt that this actually took place, weighing in on Black principal and teacher displacement. At 10 o'clock a.m. on June 14, 1971, only 3 members of the Select Committee were present. Remember, I read you 12 members of the entire committee, but at this time, Senators Mondale, Senator Urban, and Senator Hatfield was there. The first person to present to the Senate Select Committee was Dr. Owen Kernan. He was then Executive Secretary of the National Association of Secondary School Principals at the time, which included 35,000 members of principals from each of the 50 states, including the District of Columbia. He was speaking about the status of Black principals. Dr. Kernan stated, "There are substantial grounds for concluding that the desegregation of public schools accompanied by the parallel processes of school consolidation has brought about and continues to result in a marked decrease in the number of Black school principals in almost every Southern state."
The problem of the elimination, displacement, and demotion of Negro public school principals as a result of ongoing desegregation of schools has reached such serious proportions that it requires the intervention of the federal government using its full force and power to bring it to an end. Dr. Kernan's testimony was followed by that of J.F. Banks. He was an associate director of secondary education in the Virginia State Department of Education. Banks called the decimation of black principals and teachers genocide and asked, at this rate of decrease, does American education, the basic thrust of our democratic form of government, intend to exclude blacks from rendering service in this crucial phase of the educational process? Will all the years of pioneering and dedicated service by the black administrator go to naught and be deleted from the impact upon the educational progress? These astonishing calls to action by Kiernan and Banks were justified. Plenty of evidence showed that black principals were being illegally fired, demoted, and dismissed, and the reason for the trend was clear. Black principals were vanishing from border and southern states because of control of desegregation was vested in the same power structure that created and retained segregation in the first place. The Brown decision and the Civil Rights Act of 1964 provided the legal clout to require states to dismantle the dual system of education and establish a unitary system. However, as desegregation progressed in its scope and momentum, it was soon possible to discern a clear and well-defined pattern of discrimination. Frightening to and behold and devastating in its consequences. What was being witnessed was active and unabated resistance to the Brown law, the law of the land. Racial discrimination in the hiring, assignment, and promotion of black principals was proceeding with all deliberate speed. When faced with the requirements of court orders, school districts across the South began programs to decrease the number of black principals and simultaneously increase the number of white principals. After this purging, few black principals remained. Whites were already the principals at white schools. With desegregation, they were also appointed as heads of black schools and integrated schools, and as leaders of the diminishing number of predominantly black schools as well. Most black principals were demoted, fired, or dismissed, while the ranks of white principals swelled exponentially. A minuscule number of black principals remained. They were uniformly appointed to predominantly black schools, almost never to predominantly white or integrated schools. On January 14, 1971, the U.S. Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare, Elliot L. Richardson, noted, "It would be tragic and ironic if black educators became the major victims of the integration effort. And yet, this outcome was not unanticipated. Well in advance of Richardson, the National Association for Advanced the NAACP had begun raising funds to create a Department of Teacher Information and Security in 1952 because it feared that black principals and teachers would illegally lose their jobs in the battle to integrate schools. Are we gonna blow past that? You didn't hear about that, Ola? Well, you got to take a number. There's a long line that didn't hear about that. You can't find anything on Google about that. That must mean I must have secret information, top secret. Y'all can let me know if y'all need me to cite my sources. So as early as 1952, the NAACP had begun raising funds to create a separate department of teacher information and security. It had feared that black principals and teachers would illegally lose their jobs in the battle to integrate schools. According to prominent civil rights leaders and NAACP Executive Director Roy Wilkins, safeguarding the jobs, tenure rights, and the morale of black teachers in the assignment of personnel in desegregated systems was one of 5 NAACP priorities. The other 4 included using the Brown Decree and courts to 1. Persuade states and school districts to desegregate in compliance with the Brown decision. 2. Resist school segregation wherever it was found, including those states and school districts outside of the South. 3. Oppose the allocation of any and all forms of federal aid to education to those states or school districts which refuse to comply with the Supreme Court decision. 4. Make services available to any Negro parents in any school district who wish to challenge in court those local school authorities who chose to ignore, evade, or openly defy the Brown decision. Kind of like the objectives when it came to addressing the issue. So the Black agenda, top priorities of the NAACP, clearly written out to detailed handle any backlash before it took place. Uh, was this dropping the ball? Did the NAACP sell out black teachers and principals and educators? Or did they lay out and had clear directives on their goals and objectives in their plan? Did they write it out one by one? We're going to do this for black teachers. We're going to do this for black parents. We're going to do this for black children. Can you tell me what ball was dropped? Next paragraph. John Egerton of the Southern Education Report summarized an unwritten rule that is taking effect all across the southern and border states When desegregation comes, Negro principals go. In 1971, the data obtained from 6 border states and 11 southern states confirmed the unwritten rule, as well as Secretary Richardson's and the NAACP's fear. A uniform pattern in 17 different states indicated a methodical pact. The Brown decision would be used to abandon whatever vestigial commitment that the state had its black citizens under the dual system. Schools serving black students were closed. Legions of black educators were illegally fired, dismissed, or demoted. The funds that supported black principals' salaries in the dual system were recaptured and used to hire white principals, whose numbers exponentially increased as the desegregation of the student body progressed. In sum, the approach in county after county, district after district, was to eliminate black leadership of schools and classrooms in the dual system and phase in white control of the unitary system. For black principals, this strategy usually meant a dramatic change in status and authority. As J.F. Banks testified, sometimes the black principal was reassigned, demoted to an elementary or a junior high school principalship. More often, he was removed entirely from the policymaking positions. In the new unitary system controlled by whites, black principals were not to be the heads of schools with white teachers and white children, nor were they to lead schools with black teachers or black children. The number of white principals was to be increased. Whites were to lead schools serving predominantly white and integrated student bodies. They were also to replace black principals in the diminishing number of predominantly black schools. As testimony at the hearings confirmed, resistance to the prospect of black principals supervising white teachers or of black teachers for white students remains firmly entrenched in southern white communities. As a result, black educators are being dismissed, removed, or phased out. The black principal, one dismissed principal commitment, is rapidly becoming extinct. Dr. Kernan concurred with this finding in his testimony before the Senate Select Committee. He concluded that the very purpose of school desegregation and integration is made a mockery by this treatment of Negro educators. A sampling of data from different states illustrates the point. We can go to Delaware, where desegregation occurred in 1967. And that year, the number of black principals in that state dropped from 50 to 12. Here you go, Vyasa. In Oklahoma, in 1967, they had 155 black principals. Correction, 1954. So in 1954, the state of Oklahoma, on record, had 155 black principals leading the schools. What was the number in 1967? 37. So they're trying to tell us in Oklahoma, Vyasa, there were 155 black principals, and so 120 of them said, "Fuck it, we don't want to be in the school business no more. We want to work in the private corporate industry or labor department. We want to go work in restaurants. We want to go north, leave our communities and work in warehouses. We want to go back to the farm. We want to go out west and be a movie star. We want to do everything except for teach our children. That's what's being told us to us, though. I'm not buying it. In West Virginia, a 1968 sampling estimated that there were 71 black educators at all levels, almost 200 fewer than the 1954 total. In Kentucky, the process of desegregation began almost immediately following the 1954 decision, at a time when there were about 350 black principals employed in the entire state. What was the number in 1969 when I popped out? 36. In Maryland, 1954, how many black principals did they have? 237. The number was reduced to 169 in 1968. In 1963, North Kakalaki, North Carolina, had 227 black principals. How many black principals did the state of North Carolina have in 1970? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's it. So you telling me that since the JFK assassination, there were 227 black principal leaders of schools, and in only 7 years after the JFK assassination, you're trying to tell me that 218 black principals decided to go elsewhere and do things other than lead at school? Is that what you're telling me? Dropping the ball? Yeah? During a similar time period, the state of Tennessee reported there were 73 black principals. That number was reduced to 17. Guess how many black principals was in the state of Texas during the school year 1955 and 1956? How many was it? 735. How many black principals were there 10 years later after Malcolm X got assassinated? 558. Let's take this small snapshot between 1965 and 1970. We'll go back to Virginia. How many black principals was in the state of Virginia in 1965? 170. What was the number in 1970? 16. Y'all don't like those numbers, do you? Yeah, in Oklahoma, out of all places. In response to such numbers, the U.S. Department of Education concluded that the displacement was delimiting the ranks of black teachers and threatening black principals with extinction. The Department of Education Associate Commissioner Don Davies summarized his agency's findings before the Senate committee in this way. Our study suggests a threefold problem: the demotion of black principals at a lower rate of hiring of black teachers, and an unemployment among experienced black teachers and administrators. I know some of y'all are trying to Google and keep up with the numbers. In this next section, it is titled Making Black Principal Leadership Extinct. We'll refer to Dr. Betty M. Smith, an educator from Georgia, in her testimony with the Senate Select Committee. She explained why the displacement of black principals constituted a painful and unfair loss of talent to the nation's schools. Like many of her black peers, Smith was well educated with a bachelor's degree from historically black Tennessee Agriculture and Industrial Universities, which is now known as Tennessee State University, and a master's and doctor's degree from where? New York University. Pause. A bachelor's degree from Tennessee State University, a master's degree and doctor's degree from New York University. As Secretary of Georgia Council on Secondary School Principals, Smith told the committee that she had seen the organization's membership dwindle from 190 in 1969 to 6 in 1970. That's right, 1 year. 180 members were displaced, mainly because so many black principals had been removed from their secondary positions due to the integration situation. Smith went on to explain the relevance of her personal experience to the plight of all black principals. Quote, I do not speak this morning from personal standpoint, end quote. She testified, quote, I speak for all the black principals in the state of Georgia, but I think I can best depict their plight by citing the two experiences I have had as a secondary school principal. In an exchange with Senator Walter Mondale, the member of the Senate Select Committee, Smith told her a compelling story, and I'll try to go line by line. Yeah, you know how y'all do. Y'all read who's talking, and then you read what they said, just like they're doing in the Diddy trial right now. Well, this Senate hearing is from over 50 years ago, and this is firsthand accounts and testimony on how black principals were intentionally shut out of the school system. Senator Mondale, do I understand your testimony that first of all, you hold a doctorate? Dr. Smith, that is right, Senator, an earned doctorate degree. There have been one or two in the state of Georgia. Mondale, and you earlier had been a secondary school principal in a school system before you moved to West Point, a junior high school in West Point, Georgia. Dr. Smith, right. Mondale, and it was the name of the community. And what was the name of the community? Dr. Smith, Calhoun, Georgia. The Stevens High School of Calhoun, Georgia. Mondale, you were then demoted to assistant secondary school principal, which you refused to accept. Dr. Smith, right. Mondale, what were the credentials of the principal under whom you were expected to serve? Dr. Smith. He had a master's degree from the University of Georgia with 3 years of experience. Mundell. How many years of experience had you had at that point? Dr. Smith. At that particular point, I had 15 years in the administration. Mundell. And then you transferred to West Point where you were secondary principal school. Dr. Smith. That is right. Mundell. Until desegregation was ordered and implemented, at that point they transferred you from that position. Had they notified you of that, or were you on? Dr. Smith. No, we were not notified. It was merely the order. When they set up the school system, the grades 9, 10, 11, and 12 would be transferred to the former white high school, and I would be left with the junior high grades of 8 and 9. Mondale. You were school principal of grades 1 through 8 then? Dr. Smith. That is right. Until Calhoun set in. You can reference that to the case of Calhoun School District versus Cook in 1975. But when I went to West Point, I had strictly secondary grades, 8 through 12. Mondale. Since that time, you have been ordered from that. First of all, they tried to get you to retire. Is that correct? Dr. Smith. That is right. Mondale. You refused to do that. Then they made you director of a federal program? Dr. Smith. That is right. Mondale. It is your understanding at this point that there is pressure being put on the school board to remove you even from that position as you testified. Dr. Smith. That is correct. Mondale. You must know several other black secondary school principals in Georgia. Do you not, Dr. Smith? Dr. Smith. I do. Mondale. Has your experience been unusual or somewhat typical of this kind of treatment? Dr. Smith. This is typical, Senator, of the pattern of black principal, the secondary principal in Georgia, in many instances where he cannot be discredited or disqualified. Some little trumped up charges would be brought up against the majority of them. End quote. Dr. Smith went on to describe the harassment and charges brought up against her. She was removed from the principalship while on an approved study tour in Europe, sponsored by the National Association of Secondary School Principals. A replacement was appointed to her post. Upon her return from Europe, Dr. Smith was pressured by the district superintendent to retire, even though she had been a successful principal and did not have the requisite years for retirement at full pay. When she refused to do so, the superintendent refused to retain her as principal, and the Board of Education placed her as a coordinator of federal projects. Once she was placed as a federal projects coordinator, dangerous allegations were leveled against her. An anonymous letter to the chair of the Board of Education stated that she was a communist. Where's Psycho? Dun, dun, dun. There goes the label again. Yeah. The board chair also received a letter from the Board of Aldermen and Mayor of the city of West Point, Georgia, asking that Smith be denied any job in the West Point public school system because she had led children to revolt and staged demonstrations against the district's administration. These accusations, of course, were unfounded. Dr. Smith's case and others underscored the conclusion of a state-by-state analysis commissioned by the Department of Education and Welfare that the black principal was desegregation primary prey. Furthermore, This targeting was purposeful. More often than not, the black principal was more credentialed, more qualified than his or her white counterpart. Furthermore, black principals played a leading role in the recruitment of black teachers who comprise the prospective pipeline to school leadership. The principalship specifically, as the dual systems were ordered to close and the ranks of black principals were reduced, job security for black teachers in those systems vanished as well. When faced with the requirements of court orders to desegregate, school districts decreased the number of black faculty and simultaneously increased the number of white faculty. That report concluded there is enough smoke arising to suspect a fire that is decimating the ranks of the black classroom teachers and threatening black principals with extinction. Even teachers in the principal pipeline were at risk, according to a May 1969 report from the Georgia Teachers and Education Association of Black Teachers assigned to black schools in Gwinnett County, Georgia. Shout out to Chris. Were not issued any further contracts. The teachers protested and subsequently all but two received contracts. The two who did not were thought to be potential leaders and were just denied their contracts. The chipping away at the pipeline of prospective black principals was persistent and pervasive. The fate of black teachers followed suit. As the National Education Association noted in an amicus curiae brief filed in the Senate hearings, quote, even where black teachers are retained at the high school level, they're often reassigned to lower track and vocationally oriented classes, and almost always they lose positions as department heads, end quote. The National Education Association brief concluded that the data showed that the burden borne during desegregation by black educators, especially black principals, was greatly disproportionate to any burdens borne by white educators. And I'm gonna pause it right there. I know that was a lot to take in. People in the South are probably not too surprised. A lot of our Midwesterners, people on the West Coast, even on the East Coast, were not necessarily privy or made aware of such instances that were continuously happening in the Deep South. And as you saw, the state of Texas, Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, those states were heavily fueled year after year in making sure that the black kids did not receive the black leadership and education, seeing that the education, to me, is probably the most impactful component of any community. And you can talk about trying to stay alive with the garden, the grocery store, political office, law enforcement. You can go on and on. Those lists are, maybe just as vital to sustain communities, but you're not going to have any of those other fields. You're not going to have a doctor. You're not going to have law enforcement or a legal system. You're not going to have an engineer, a laborer, a construction person. You're not going to have any professional in any field without education, without structured school. The school is the focal point. The school is the most important to me. And when you have systematic, intentional discrimination practices that are supported and backed up on a local level, on a regional level, and even on a national level, you have one hell of a fight to try to maintain ground, let alone progress. And what are we seeing today when we see federal judges order certain actions being unjust and unconstitutional? What do we see when we see class action lawsuits being ruled in the favor of people who have been discriminated and have fall victim to shortcomings and clear cases of discrimination and biasness? These individuals, these organizations, these communities don't really care. They will pay the fine. They will do the time. They will, go through the humiliation of being ashamed and called out in media. They don't care about getting shamed. They're gonna do whatever it takes to keep that ideology going, as we saw. Without assessing any risk of reprimand. What is happening on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C. right now? Do you think he care about being ashamed in the media? Is he concerned with breaking the law? Is he concerned about not being supported by people who have registered to vote? He don't even care about his own party. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out uh, how these narratives that are coming about and being repeated about the activists and the baby boomer generation that were clearly in control and doing all the things that they felt that benefited Black communities across several different communities, specifically in the South, when it came to laying out foundations, providing ample information and education to make sure that the students and the Generation Zers, my generation, had what it takes to compete with society. Yeah, so maybe I am a little biased. My mother was a lifelong educator who was coming out at the time that I'm speaking about in this book, uh, right after civil rights, uh, being a new college graduate in the 70s in the South, facing massive discrimination and biasness, not only by white people, but
people in our own circle, sometimes family members. She still managed to shrug that off and keep pushing though. She didn't give up and say, fuck it, I'm gonna go work in private industry. Nope. Take a pause for a second. I don't know if your connection low. Everything Talk Media, ET. And if you want to come on this panel, you gotta turn your camera on. Or you gotta type something in the chat or something. I don't think you're serious about coming on the panel and contributing to the topics. It'll make me no difference though. Can anyone name a profession that does not require basic education, the fundamentals of any school district, more or less? You can just skip school altogether and make a living. Both my mother and father were teachers. They realized at an early age what they were placed on earth to do. I'm still kind of deciding on whether my timing was kind of off or was I in a state of denial, or was I being selfish and not taking advantage of all the things that were allotted to me when I was in my 20s and 30s. I'm grateful that I was able to network and acquire different skills when it came to electronics.
computers, finance, commercial and residential loans, learning how the credit system works, learning how the tax system works. Being a part of various data research and learning how to market across different groups of people. Looking at the evolvement and the transitioning from communicating with ink and lead and paper to how do you describe what we're looking at now? Fonts, electronic text, transmitting information and communication uh, in the air versus communicating with the wire. Uh, yeah, we're gonna get back into the book though. We're gonna see how black teachers that were heavily qualified, more experienced, were replaced with white teachers who were not uh, experienced and not didn't have as many credentials. Some teachers, white teachers, weren't even in the education field. Some of those were babysitters, nannies. They had no experience in teaching at all. Now we're gonna see how far, how much that dropping the ball narrative is gonna hold up. Trying to keep the blood flowing here. You might bear with me. 1 second. The next section
in our Jim Crow's Pink Slip book edition by Dr. Leslie Fenwick, Firing Black Teachers, Hiring White Teachers. As noted in the previous section, we were in the middle of the 1971 Senate Testimony Select Committee on the disposition of black educators immediately after legislation approved integration, but while black students were being integrated with white students, black teachers and black principals were not integrated with white principals and white teachers. In the 1971 Senate testimony revealed black teacher firing and white teacher hiring trends in 6 southern states that painted a familiar and bleak picture. Black educators were reduced in proportion to the rates and the extent of desegregation, while white educators gained teaching positions at exponential rates for the 2-year period from 1968 to 1970. Okay, Bass, we see the link in the chat. Between 1968 and 1970, the number of black teachers diminished in every state except for Florida, while white teachers were hired at increased levels in every state but Mississippi. According to data compiled by the National Education Association Research Division and the Department of Home, Housing, and Economic Education Welfare, and cited in the NEA's 1971 Amicus Curiae brief, the patterns of black educator displacement were widespread across southern states. Okay, we're going to get into some numbers here. So let's take September 1968 and the fall of 1970. Alabama. Its black teachers consisted of 5,264 in 1968. How many black teachers were in the state of Alabama 2 years later? 2 school seasons later. It went from 5,264 down to 204. During the same time period, the state reported 10,016 white teachers, and by 1970, that 10,016 was increased by 521. Here's my state. In Arkansas, 212 black teachers lost their jobs in the decade between 1954 and 1968. Between 1954 and 1964, only 7 black teachers were displaced. Between 1965 and 1968, 204 lost their jobs. So let me run that back one more again, just in case you forgot where I was born and raised at. In Arkansas, between 1954 and 1964, a 10-year period, 7 black teachers were displaced. 7. Between 1965 and 1968, 204 black teachers lost their jobs.
black male teachers were displaced at a higher rate than black female teachers between 1954 and 1968. Vietnam War, a lot of other things contributed to that. Between 1968 and 1970, Florida had 9,463 black teachers and increased their ranks by 768, while also increasing the ranks of the 39,277 white teachers, increased their rate by 2,965. In Georgia, 7,687 black teachers in 1968. That number had decreased to 526. During that same time period, white teachers consisted of 22,943. They added 1,086. Let's go on down to Louisiana. They reduced the number of black teachers by 519 from 11,781, while increasing the number of white teachers by 19 from 21,827. Mississippi decreased the number of black teachers by 599 from 7,162 and decreased the number of white teachers by 399 from 9,543. Texas had 12,307 black teachers in 1969. They reduced their ranks by 32. The state had 67,567 white teachers and increased their numbers by 1,383. In his 1970 dissertation, Status and Characteristics of Displaced Negro Teachers in Arkansas, between 1954 and 1968, Dr. Albert Baxter warned that given the shakeup in the profession of a large number of potential black teachers would be discouraged from entering the field, and the state would lose a resource which is eminently qualified to resolve the problem incident to desegregation. A 1969 report from the Georgia Teachers and Education Association reached similar conclusions, stating that continued loss of professional positions will discourage black students from aspiring to become teachers and other professionals. The Georgia Teachers Education Association charged that the practice of firing must be halted and reversed because this nation and the state need all good teachers, and Georgia could not afford to lose 25% of its trained and experienced educators. The state-by-state atrocities led then Secretary of Housing, Education, and Welfare Elliot Richardson to conclude in his Senate testimony that the treatment of black teachers is one of the major problems remaining after the merger of the dual school system. The National Education Association amicus curiae brief pointed out that the decimation of the black educator pipeline was not fully depicted by a mere body count of those displaced. Rather, other surveys indicated that the elimination of black principals and teachers was even more pronounced than the data from the HEW disclosed. Such displacement could only fully be measured. The NEA observed by the detrimental effect upon black children who had a right to desegregated schooling, included desegregated faculties. The NEA doubled down on its defense of black principals and teachers, affirming that the organization will continue to oppose vigorously desegregation plans and practices that result in the systematic displacement and demotion of black principals and teachers. It urges federal agencies charged with approving and enforcing plans to do the same. A variety of methods were used to relieve black teachers of their post. First and foremost was the closing of black schools. Along with school closures came outright illegal firing, the denial and the non-renewal of contracts, and pressure for early retirement or resignation. During this time, the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund monitors report that many black teachers received letters from superintendents and principals indicating that because of desegregation mandate, their jobs could not be guaranteed. Black educators who resisted illegal demotions and firings were subject to an extraordinary range of reprisals, physical threats, and other violence, cancellation of store credits, the removal of department head titles, demotion from high school to junior high or elementary schools, out of subject placement, elimination through National Teacher Examination Testing, the NTE exams. uh, other promotions to district based federally funded programs. In the latter case, black teachers were promoted to head federal funded programs such as those under Title I of the Elementary and Secondary Act of 1964. In some districts, black teachers were the only professionals appointed to federal program posts, thereby making them easier targets for dismissal. When federal money ran low or was revoked from districts for noncompliance with federal mandates, promoted black teachers were released. Some states anticipated lawsuits even. They even repealed their continuing contract laws. In states with no statewide tenure laws, black teachers were particularly vulnerable because contracts are generally let on a yearly basis, and so white principals have an annual opportunity to recommend the elimination of any black teacher from the faculty, which was observed by the National Education Association. During the years following the Brown decision, with black principals virtually nowhere on the scene, white principals were free to manipulate black teachers, hiring, school placements, and course assignments. As head of the LDF in 1955, Thurgood Marshall noticed that tenure laws protected approximately 43% of Southern school teachers and that it was rumored that these states would be repealed if schools were integrated. Marshall documented his findings in a memorandum titled "A Program to Protect Negro Teachers from Dismissal as a Result of the Integration of Public Schools." Among other examples, he observed in a in a rural Georgia, an extreme instance of intimidation occurred shortly after the Brown decision, with black teachers being used as a weapon to delay desegregation. Thurgood Marshall wrote, "When time for an annual renewal of teacher contracts arrived, each Negro teacher was handed an unsigned contract and a petition form addressed to local officials. It was understood that only after the teacher had secured signatures of parents to the petition requesting that their children remain in all Negro schools would the teacher's contract be renewed for the coming year." What's up with it, Afro? Yeah, Bethune Cookman College, but they're also counting K through 12 also by us.
I'll take a look at those that link in 1 second here. So let me go over this again. Thurgood Marshall basically pointed out how black school teachers were coerced into keeping their jobs only if parents signed their names on some sort of petition, which was instituted by various school districts. So let me run that back through. When time for annual renewal of teachers' contracts arrived, each Negro teacher was handed an unsigned contract and a petition form addressed to local officials. It was understood that only after the teacher had secured signatures of parents to the petitions, requesting that their children remain in all Negro schools, that was the only way that the teacher contract would be renewed for the coming year. We can turn to Franklin County, South Carolina, where black teachers received a letter from the superintendent stating that they were being terminated immediately because their principal did not recommend them for an appointment. All were serving under white principals who typically had appointed after the school's black principal was demoted or fired. Dr. Benjamin Epstein, a New Jersey assistant superintendent, spoke eloquently at the hearings in his role as chairman of the Status Welfare Committee. Quote, "What happened to the black educator involved?" he asked. "Many were forced into early premature retirements. Others were demoted. Still others were just plain fired. A few were given respite in the form of jobs in school system central offices so long as they were not actively in charge of the integrated schools. Black teachers who were illegally fired and court ordered to be rehired were routinely consigned to hall duty, study halls, uh, rather than their old classrooms. Titles never before used in schools, such as assistant visiting teacher. We never had assistant teacher as a title in a school. Who came up with an assistant school teacher? That's not a job. Another strategy documented by an NEA task force was to segregate teacher and student assignments within the merged nominally integrated schools. In fact, black teachers and students were departmentalized even at the elementary level, presumably so that a white child will not be with a black teacher the entire school day. In other cases, black teachers were required to teach subjects out of their discipline and then fired for incompetence. In 1970, the HEW found that blacks were made co-teachers with demoneering whites, teachers' aides with no responsibility, floating teachers without a classroom of their own. A field director for the NAACP in Florida, Marvin Davies, observed, "Many black teachers now just babysit. They stand and watch in the hallway, stand there in the cafeteria, make sure you don't get 2 pieces of cake. They watch the kids get on and off the school buses."
the black teachers fielded other assaults on their professional incompetence to white superintendents and principals, alleged that blacks were unqualified, even though by 1949 and 1950, black teacher training exceeded those of whites in Washington, D.C., and 7 of the 12 border and southern states, including Maryland, Oklahoma, Texas, Virginia, South Carolina, Florida, and West Virginia. In his study of the teaching force, the noted African American scholar W.E.B. Du Bois, generally viewed as the father of American sociology, described white teachers as not as good as the Negro teachers. Other researchers argued that the credentials of the black teachers had been obscured because black teachers found it necessary to understate their qualifications to be hired by white school boards. Remember what I was saying about where my degree was? A law degree from Howard University versus a law degree from Harvard, a law degree from Spelman versus a law degree from Princeton. Over time, the harassment and humiliation that accompanied African American educator emotions had a quantifiable impact on their numbers. As the 1970 HEW Commission report on black teacher displacement put it, some of these black teachers give up and resign. Some protest and are fired for their insubordination. And into the places that these demoted and dismissed blacks more often than not. The white teachers with some less education and experience than the teachers that they are replacing, cautioning that the elimination of black teachers must be reversed. The Georgia Teacher Education Association concluded that this nation and state needed all good teachers and cannot afford to lose more than a quarter of its teachers. Yet, despite extensive cautionary notes, documentation, and copious reports, illegal treatment of black teachers continued. The mistreatment was so widespread that 2 NEA fact-finding teams recommend that the association undertake legal assistance to prevent and defend against desegregation-related infringements on the rights of black educators. In 1970, the NEA published Desegregation and the Rights of Educators in Louisiana, a guide offering legal advice to displaced black principals and teachers. It provides a glimpse into problems frequently encountered by black educators during this era. Through southern states, then and now, which are the right to work states with weak unions and worker rights, the NEA guide is a testament to how black educators fight for fairness, expanded to all educators' rights, and strengthen their collective bargaining power. That publication answered 52 frequently asked questions in each of 4 areas. Taken together, the topics and questions reveal the extraordinary levels of opposition of black educators face retaining their jobs and protecting their careers during this tumultuous time. Personal rights and freedoms. Does an educator have the right to engage in a political activity? Is an educator protected against dismissal or other sanction if he reports violations of the law with respect to the operation of the school, such as misallocation of Title I funds or violations of desegregation orders? What remedies does an educator have if he is subject to criminal arrest for exercising voting rights, rights of free speech, the right to publicly protest, assemble, or demonstrate, or other constitutionally protected rights? Does an educator exercising or contemplating the exercise of such rights have a remedy against threats or reprisals by private individuals taking such form as eviction, withdrawal of credit, or foreclosure or repossession of property. White fatigue, yeah, white fatigue. The rights of teachers against unreasonable official directives and other intrusions. May a teacher's persons or belongings be searched on and off the premises of the school by school authorities or law enforcement officials. Can a school administrator legally use wiretaps or other electronic devices to monitor his conference with a teacher? Does a teacher have a right to refuse or eject from his classroom a student who is harassing the teacher or other students with racial slurs or epithets for racial reasons? Legal protections against displacement as a result of desegregation. This is the Singleton Decree. In the event of reduction in force, what protection does a teacher have against arbitrary dismissal or demotion by the school authorities? What protection does an educator have against racially discriminatory dismissal or demotion as a result of a reduction in force incident in school desegregation? What can teachers and principals do to ensure that the selection of professional staff for dismissal or demotion incident to school desegregation is in fact made on the basis of objective and reasonable non-discriminatory criteria? Can a school system require in-service teachers or applicants for teaching positions to achieve a minimum score on the National Teachers Exam or other tests as a condition of retention or employment? Many black educators are dismissed or demoted after their schools have been phased out or closed. Can black educators do anything to secure the continuing use of adequate existing facilities? Protections against unjust dismissals, demotions, and reassignments. What protections do educators have against racially discriminatory dismissals, demotions, and other types of discrimination by their school boards? Can an educator be dismissed because he has been convicted of a traffic violation? What protection does an educator in Louisiana have against a demotion taking the form of a contract renewal at a lesser pay, lesser status, or responsibility? When does a board of education have a legal right to demote an educator? Does an educator have the right to retain his or own lawyer when threatened with dismissal, demotion, or other adverse action by a school system? Does an educator have a legal right to know the number of days to be worked and the amount of compensation to be received when entering into a contract? Are teachers whose contracts identify them as Title I or project or ESA teachers protected against dismissal and demotion when federal funds are exhausted? Can a teacher refuse a reassignment of the status of a Title I project or ESA teacher? What relief can a teacher obtain from a court if he is discharged or substantially disadvantaged contrary to his rights? So I'll let y'all set on that for a second. Kind of shadowing some of the events that were taking place in the South I know those people on the northeast corner and the upper Midwest probably have a difficult time trying to recount such widespread discrimination. But us coming up in the South really didn't have any choice when it came to uh, observing, acknowledging clear discrimination, not only between black students and our peers, but to our black teachers and our black principals and our black administrators as well. So when we come back from this break, we're going to go to Starkville, Mississippi, and we're going to show how they hired 32 white teachers and no black teachers for 1970, even though black teachers comprised of almost 30% of the faculty just in the preceding year. And what price at? Columbus, Mississippi. They hired 29 white teachers and one black teacher for 1970. Black teachers comprised 35% of the faculty in 1969. Same thing with Louisiana. You go down to Concordia. 26 new white teachers were hired with 0 black teachers for the 1970 school year. Black teachers made up almost 50% of the entire parish's faculty in the previous school year. Straight like that. Well, I appreciate those who stuck around. We're coming up on 5:30 on the East Coast, embarking up on our first summertime holiday weekend, our first 3-day weekend. Some folks getting ready for road trips, outings, vacations. Others probably springtime clean out, getting ready for the barbecue. What's up with it, Miss Melanated? Did you go to bed? Somebody been up too long. If you was up and I'm talking, and now you back in the chat after getting 8 hours of sleep, and I'm still talking. Which one of us been up? No, we got off into a storybook hour. I let Diddy start it off with his book. And that led me into my book, uh, featuring Dr. Leslie Fenwick, the Jim Crow Pink Slip, showing how black teachers and black principals were intentionally shut out of the school system after Brown versus Board of Education and Civil Rights. Black students were mixed with white students, but black teachers and black principals were not mixed with white principals nor white principals. You got 3 hours? Yeah, them other few hours they'll catch up with you in the afternoon. No, all of mine gonna catch up with me sometime. Yeah, I'm over here reading some experts for some transcripts from a Senate committee hearing in 1971 that confirmed that after civil rights, after Brown versus Board of Education pretty much solidified and put into law that not only white students, but uh, black students, not only black students, but black teachers and black principals had the same right to occupy public school systems. But instead, lesser qualified white teachers, lesser qualified white principals, lesser qualified white superintendents were promoted, while black teachers, black principals were demoted, fired, harassed, forced to retire after establishing a track record of being more credentialed, more qualified, more experienced than the white counterparts across the board. Math teachers, reading, English teachers, science teachers, history teachers, no matter what the subject was. The black teacher was always more qualified and had more credentials. The black teacher always had a master's or a doctorate degree, while the white teacher didn't even require or mandate any type of advanced degrees, at most a bachelor's. In some instances, a black principal was demoted and replaced with a white guy whose previous job was a truck driver delivering milk. While the black principal was reassigned to a grade school, secondary school, as a counselor or some shit. He wasn't even in any type of leadership. But we're told that a lot of the boomer generation dropped the ball, or they decided to move out the community, or they decided to not be a teacher no more and go in the labor field, go into private business. Some did.
but that wasn't the majority. I read the statistics to you. The black principal in Calhoun, Georgia, had a bachelor's degree at the Tennessee State University, had a master's degree and a doctorate degree at New York University. Who was she replaced with? A white teacher. She only had a bachelor's degree at Georgia State University with lesser experience. They don't lie all the time. You a vampire? Sometimes they tell the truth in their own mind. We just got to figure out what's the actual message. Yeah, I don't have to pause for about 9 seconds. Hold on a second. Let's see. You did not drop the ball. You were shot in the back. Yeah. Most of these instances that I'm speaking about occurred in the South. I thought I put this in there. I got lots of. Oh, 1 second. Okay, we're gonna get back to the book. Back to the book. Let's see. This next section is titled Unfair Hiring Practices. You still in class? Yeah, you've been with the long haul, man. That's cool, bro. Appreciate it. We still rock and roll. Rock and roll. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Let's get to it. In many ways, the unfair hiring practices experienced by Black teachers
posed an even bigger threat to their ranks than firings. As the HEW report noted, a large reservoir of unemployed black teachers is as symptomatic of the decline in hiring as it is of displacement. Several other studies concurred with this conclusion in its survey of 108 different southern school districts. The Atlanta Office for Civil Rights found that 3,774 white teachers, which would be 77%, and 1,133 black teachers, which would be 23%, left their school systems during the fall of 1968. Only 14% of new hires, that would be a number of 743, were black. The remaining 86%, which would be 4,453, were white. The National Education Association amicus curiae brief filed on behalf of black teachers in Georgia noted that even those school districts in the then Fifth Circuit district, which includes Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas, under court order, had virtually stopped hiring black educators. Flat out. Now, as noted before the break, Starkville, Mississippi, 32 white teachers, no black teachers for 1970. 1969, though, in Starkville, Mississippi, the number of black teachers was 29.8%. Columbus, Mississippi, 29 white teachers, one black teacher for 1970. In 1969, though, black teachers made up 35.4%. Concordia, Louisiana, 26 new white teachers, zero black teachers for 1970. 1969, though, the black teachers were 48.5%. Limestone County, Alabama, in the past 2 years hired 2 black teachers out of 65. In 1968, though, black teachers made up 22% of the entire county's teaching force. Chilton County, Alabama, 1968, they hired 33 brand new white teachers, 13 brand new black teachers. In 1969, 1970, the board hired 27 new white teachers and only 2 new black teachers. For the 70-71 school year, the board hired 19 brand new white teachers. 0 black teachers were hired for the same school period. In a report about the lack of hiring newly prepared black teachers in Texas, the Commission on Democracy and Education found that new black teachers do not enjoy equal opportunity at available teaching positions. In the small school districts, there is a notable decrease in employment of black teachers. Some have not employed any black teachers during the past 2 years. Texas was not the only state discouraging young black from teaching. E. Harper Johnson, a director of special services and staff consultant for human relations with the Tennessee Education Association, the TEAT, described a trend against employing young blacks. Hayes Mizell of South Carolina Education Association. Caution, it is a problem to be on the lookout for after desegregation. Blacks just aren't getting hired, alluding to the problem getting worse and not better. John Gatson, the executive director of Penn Community Services in South Carolina, observed school systems are only doing a minimum of what they have to do. There is a fear on the part of black teachers over the next stage when school systems get bolder in eliminating them. Much of the data on black educator displacement came to light through research conducted by the Nashville-based Race Relations Information Center, the RRIC, founded as the Southern Education Reporting Service and funded in 1954 by the Ford Foundation to collect unbiased data and information about Southern school desegregation. An interracial organization, the RRIC operated under a board of directors including presidents of three HBCUs, including Tuskegee University, Fisk University, and Talladega College, as well as the Howard University sociologist Dr. Andrew Billingsley, who at the time served as Howard's vice president for academic affairs. Other board members include the chancellor of Vanderbilt University and George Peabody College, faculty members from Harvard, Columbia, Penn State, Lerone Bennett, the editor of Ebony Jet magazine, the editors of two black newspapers, the Chicago Defender, the St. Louis Sentinel, Wallace Wetfield, executive producer of NBC Nightly News, and Vernon Jordan, executive director of the United Negro College Fund. The RRIC's report, The Displacement of Black Teachers in the 11 Southern States, 1970, was authored by a staff member, Robert Hooker. Hooker summarized the state-by-state trends in black educator firing and hiring across the South and shared accounts by local officials about their circumstances, with examples of 6 black teachers of 54 total hired in Rocky Mount and 3 black teachers of 40 hired in Washington, North Carolina. E.B. Palmer, Associate Executive Director of the North Carolina Teachers Association, concluded that the pattern of hiring white teachers rather than black ones was true all over the state of North Carolina. In summarizing the hiring forecast for white teachers, Hooker observed that all sources concede that white prospects are probably better. James Birch, a North Carolina State Department education official, summarized the situation aptly when he said, "If you put a white and a black side by side, the white will be the one hired." Similarly, the LDF investigator Bob Balder reported, "I have seen virtually no district where there was hiring to keep the teacher ratio comparable to the student ratio, or even the current teacher ratio. I would lay odds that it is happening in the rest of the South as well." A Florida Education Association report reached a startling conclusion that more black students were integrated, the fewer black teachers were hired. Wally Johnson, the Florida Education Association executive secretary, described the operating ratio in this way. Over a 3-year period, the total number of teachers in the state rose by 7,500. For every 72 new black students to enter Florida schools during that period, only 1 black educator disappeared. State by state, attorneys litigating on behalf of black teachers told the RRIC researchers that employment prospects for black teachers were very poor, especially when compared of those of their white peers and counterparts. Solomon Say, a Montgomery attorney, concluded that the trend for the 1970-71 school year is that lots of systems just aren't hiring new blacks. In Monroe, Louisiana, I know how to pronounce Louisiana, but I'm from the South, from there. I'm saying Monroe, Louisiana. Attorney Paul Kidd predicted inside of 4 years, I doubt that there will be a 10% of our black teachers still left in the state. End quote. John Walker, an attorney from Little Rock, Arkansas, where my mother is right now, sleeping. Well, she may be waking up now. Almost every district has something resulting in the loss of black educators. Ruth Harvey, a Danville, Virginia attorney and member of the State Advisory Committee to the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, reported black educator displacements throughout the state. Quote, yes, most definitely, it is happening. Agreed Henry L. Marsh III, the attorney and vice mayor of Richmond, Virginia. Atlanta attorney Howard Moore told RRIC investigators, quote, I believe they were fired because the districts were cutting back on black teachers and principals. Theodore Bowers, an attorney in Panama City, Florida, noted widespread discrimination, including outright dismissals and substantial demotions in a 7-county area of Florida. Attorney Conrad Harper of the LDF, which litigated the highest number of cases on behalf of black educators, explained, quote, the problem has become epidemic. Increasingly, the trend is popping up all over the place, end quote. Dr. Albert Baxter summarized it best in his comment about the lies conceived to fire qualified black educators. If I had a degree from Sorbonne, Dr. Baxter wrote, my education would be inferior because I am black. Yet, in response to interrogation about the dearth of black teachers that were hired, white superintendents claimed that blacks were just not applying for teaching posts. A report from the Commission on Democracy and Education partially confirmed this assertion, though not because black educators were not finding opportunities. Rather, the commission report concluded their employment prospects are so poor they don't bother to apply, and they were discouraged by the prospect of being shifted from school to school, end quote. Such was the case for the longtime educator Virgil Coleman of Elba, Alabama. Coleman had been a principal of the all-black Warren Smith High School for 18 years, when after the desegregation mandate, he was reassigned to the principalship of a small elementary school. After serving only 2 weeks, he was removed and appointed to assistant principal of a newly integrated high school called New Brockton High School. In this position, his primary responsibility was defined as disciplining the black students. In North Carolina, one county superintendent required black teachers to teach in a summer enrichment program at half the salary so that he could observe them and ascertain their level of competence to teach in the unitary school system. White teachers were subject to no such scrutiny of their fitness for the unitary system or their competence to teach black students. I know I kind of ran through those numbers kind of quick, but I just wanted to give you clear-cut evidence on how the sharpness and the time frame really pointed, to when I popped out. 1970 seems to be the turning point when everything changed. Things changed. What happened in 1970? Or what series of events led up to black teachers all of a sudden, at the clear blue sky, not being hired to teach black students? Because the Brown decision went down in 54, right? It's 15 years. Civil rights went down in 64, right? Malcolm X, 65. Martin Luther King, executed in 68. What happened? Why did they choose 1970 to start their massive uh, aggression in the South? Maybe we'll find out further as we get into the book. But as a witness and a result of being a product of coming up in a time where white people in the South didn't really want to have anything to do with black folks except have them worship them at their feet and get out their way when they come down the sidewalk. They damn sure there wasn't no black teacher or no black principal ruling over their white child, whether a court said it or not. What am I reading, Joe? Jim Crow Pink Slip by Dr. Leslie Fenwick. Basically describing how black teachers and black principals and administrators were not integrated like black students were after the Brown versus Board education decision and Civil Rights Acts during the Jim Crow era. Although an overwhelming amount of data and research clearly shows that black teachers in the South were much more qualified, much more experienced than white teachers. Black principals were much more qualified, much more educated, much more experienced than white principals. Same for superintendents. Yes, very interesting. as you have embarked on another school book reading hour. In our um, preemptive events coming up on this weekend. Shout out to the Zydex Institute for keeping the black teacher in the realm of conversation as an important staple in our community. Did something go down in the chat? Oh, my bad. That's a good link, Afro. The miseducation of the Negro. Breaking the chains of psychological slavery. Yep. Yeah, we pulling in the midnight oil. We started the stream, what, last night? I'll be throwing out a coffee call to the next so forth as the content got so good as we embark over the 6 o'clock hour on the East Coast. 4 minutes after 6. I got people getting ready for that final day. Some people actually called off today. They're going to make it a 4-dayer. As we saw a recent decrease in gas prices in some areas across the Midwest. One particular station was at $3.40 on Monday, and when I zoomed past it yesterday, it was at $2.79. I had to pop a U-turn, break all types of traffic laws, and risk getting in an accident to get some of that $2.79 gas. Yeah, Friday morning. Yeah, we can rewind if we want to try to catch up with some of the material. The full publication hard copy is going to be about 25 to 30 bucks. It's definitely going to be a bestseller. She's a Harvard graduate. She's a Howard alumni. Dr. Fenwick has multiple accolades attributed to her name, and she has done extensive research on this topic, on how the black student has been systematically disconnected from the black teacher, and the results as par. You just realized it was Friday? Well, there are some people that have yet to awaken, so you gotta jump on a few folks. Yes, Memorial Day weekend. One of my personal favorite events, Formula One, taking place. I'll get in some recreation time. We're gonna get back to the book in a second. Just taking a break. We're definitely gonna keep pushing. Try to have a couple of distractions come up. I made the administrative decision not to let them on the panel. They weren't really regulars. So we have made decent progress on this particular book read, pointing out a Senate hearing was actually held under the Nixon administration to acknowledge some of these atrocities that were laid down by the U.S. Supreme Court and other courts that tried to implement integration, tried to implement equal opportunity for all Black people. But since the um, Black students and the Black children were mixed with the white kids, the Black teachers and the Black principals were left out in the cold and shunned away. How did that turn out? The Black educators, the teachers, the administrators went to white, predominantly white institutions for their degrees. New York University, as noted by Dr. Baxter earlier, Penn State University, University of Michigan, University of Illinois, Chicago, University of Iowa. Got their degrees and they went back down south to Alabama. They went back down south to Arkansas. They went back down south to the Carolinas, Louisiana, and Florida to try to teach their Black kids. And the white folks in the town and the white businesses got together with the white politicians and the white law enforcement and said, hey, hell no. I know you're more qualified than the white guy here or the white lady here, but I don't want you teaching my white child. So you're either going to take this retirement, you're going to take this lower pay, or we're going to make it hell for you. And so that's what the data is showing so far, as we pointed out, state by state, not just one off in this county, this town, that block, or this block. This was a state by state, white South Confederate, Jim Crow on steroids, revving up and amping up even after civil rights, even after Brown versus Board of Education decision. Even after it was brought to the attention of the Senate committee hearings, 1970, some of the practices were still being drawn out and implemented throughout the South, as I saw it, face to face, in Arkansas at least. I saw it face to face in Louisiana all the way through the 70s. Kind of got some filterization and balancing out in the mid 80s, but by then, as a lot of people like to note, other dynamics came into play with economics, some of the inner city districts were infiltrated with nefarious activities when it came to law enforcement, discrimination, housing, social services, emotional trauma setting in. It's gonna be 100 degrees. Where you going? Yeah, you got to put antivirus on your device. I kind of scaled back on putting links in the chat. Uh, yeah, make sure y'all stay tuned. We're going to be live streaming pretty much throughout the weekend. Although I'm gonna have to take a little break in a few hours, take care of some last minute administrative business. Hopefully, we have more people come up on the panel by then, and keep it going, and we'll be able to set the foundation for this weekend's science fair, expo, and display presented by the Ziax Institute. He saved. Oh yeah, the Trump tax bill passed 2:15 to 2:14 Thursday night in the wee hours of the morning. A total of 1,082 pages of legislation that, for the most part, it's kind of difficult to sum up in one or two words. It's definitely not going to put the government in a advantageous surplus situation. That's when they stayed up. What let me see. We can get back to the book. We got people waking up, trying to figure out what's happening. I hear the birds outside. Section 8 and food stamps. Don't leave out Medicaid. You got to work for Medicaid now. Yeah, I got the whole bill on my other device. Kind of read through some talking points. I think you said you had to work 80 hours a month to continue receiving Medicaid, food stamps, have other work eligibility requirements. I didn't really see anything in terms of amounts, though. Maybe if I dig back into it. How much of the bill did you read any of the actual bill, Joe? Okay, yeah. Yeah, 1,000 pages is a lot to read in any set. We'll probably go over it this weekend or whatever. One thing's for sure, the tariffs are not producing more growth. The tariffs are not producing an incentive to revitalize or steer manufacturers and companies to produce jobs in the U.S. No, you're not able to provide an example or demonstrate how a tariff has benefited any economy on any level. You want to talk about UPS laying off 20,000 people. You want to talk about Amazon cutting back on products that has Asian or Chinese origins. You want to talking about companies cutting funding uh, based on what was agreed upon with regards to the tariffs. You want to talk about uh, electric electric vehicle tax credits being reduced. Uh, Industries that have invested into solar panels, wind farms, and other uh, minimal carbon emitting energy related industries being halted based on tariffs. No, Trump has ordered to stop making the penny starting next year in 2026. There will be no more pennies. So you won't see a 2027 stamp on a penny. I showed you my 1941. I found a 1959 the other day. So I'll be going back into my coin collection. Right. No companies are coming back. Right now, there are approximately 3.8 million manufacturing jobs that are unfilled based on inadequate skill level training and education being provided. Companies would have to invest, enormous amounts of money just to keep up with the current rate. I think the numbers in terms of manufacturing and STEM related jobs in the U.S. right now at 12.8 million. Back when quote unquote America was good, I guess you can go back to 1979 where that number was 19.5 million. You're gonna start selling pennies for a nickel. Yeah, I used to laugh at when people say, "I'm gonna put water in a bottle and sell it for $1." I was a teenager when I said that. Yes, 5 cents per penny is a bad deal. Let's see here. Before we get back on this book. Check some incoming notable headlines coming across the wire. Yes, yesterday's price is not today's price. That's why you want to take advantage of these dipping gas prices. I don't know if anybody been outside yet, but if you see a good deal on gas, I would take advantage of it this weekend. That's for sure. Okay. Trump blocks Harvard from enrolling foreign students. And we talked about the shooting suspect of the Jewish couple. We're not doing any sports or no entertainment until after we're done with our book hour. Oh, Google just released a AI tool to detect whether someone used AI or not. I think it's called Google Sound or something like that. I might be messing the name up. Are they doing a write up on them? Wow. Oh, JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and Bank of America all downgraded by Moody's credit. Oh, here we go. This is what I wanted to put out earlier. Scientists have scientists scientists have discovered a way to transform light into a supersolid. Quantum physics that says you can freeze light. I definitely ain't gonna do this video. Maybe we'll come back to that one. Let's see here. Oh yeah, and we'll do some recall news. Toyota, Ford, and some more grocery recalls. We'll go over that list a little bit later. Are y'all ready for the traffic light that has 4 different colors? Who's gonna be the first state to have that?
According to researchers at North Carolina State University, a fourth traffic light color could be added to help autonomous vehicles drivers handle intersections more efficiently. The color would be white, and it will enable all autonomous vehicles to communicate with each other and with the traffic signal system itself. The added white light on common traffic lights will be used to signify the fact that AVs are taking control of the traffic temporarily. Human drivers will also benefit from the white phase, as they will not need to decide for themselves what move to make at the intersection. They will simply resort to following the vehicle in front of them. In the following autonomous vehicles, human drivers will be able to maneuver their way through an intersection more easily if they just stay behind the vehicle that has no driver. Traffic lights will perform in the same way that they have always functioned. Red lights will mean stop, green lights will mean go, and white lights will tell human drivers to simply follow the car in front of them. When there are no autonomous vehicles arriving at the traffic lights, the traditional red, yellow, green traffic system will continue to control the situation. So I think California might be the first state. No, I think it would be North Carolina. Um, it is believed that states such as Florida, Texas, and California might be the first to actually put this into effect. To see the full conclusions, you can check the full study at White Phase Intersection Control through Distributed Coordination, a Mobile Controller Paradigm in Mixed Traffic Stream in IEEE Transactions on Intelligent Transportation Systems, Volume 24, Number 3. All right. As we wind down our news hour, Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook icon creator, has overtaken Jeff Bezos as the richest billionaire in America, at least. Let's see, is that Giant Foods? Salmonella found in Giant stores and Martin brand salsa products. So that'll be people on the East Coast, Southeast Carolina. Y'all have Giant, Food Giant. Okay, let's get back to the book. I made Madon go to bed early when I started reading the 7 phrases
that that people with low IQ always say over and over again. He read that and fell off. Okay, in our next session in our book series featuring Dr. Leslie Benwick entitled Jim Crow's Pink Slip. Our next session is entitled Rural versus Urban Schools. Yeah, freezing light. You can't even build a transistor radio. Talking about freezing light, huh? Yeah. Oh, Trump, gas going down in your area too, Pro? Okay, let's boogie through these next little sessions before the morning rush hits. And maybe we'll recap what we went through before. Schooling in the United States has always been mainly rural phenomenon. Nearly 70% of school districts, which would be 9,642 out of the entire 13,800, are in rural settings or small towns. Fewer than 4,000 of the nation's school districts are in suburban settings, and fewer than 1,000 are categorized as urban. As the desegregation of schools progressed in the last decades of the 20th century, black teachers fared a bit better in large city districts rather than small town and county school systems that populated the rural South and composed the majority of the nation's school systems. Like the decline, like the decline in the hiring of black educators and the demotions and firings of blacks were more a rural phenomenon than an urban one, and were most widespread in the deep southern states of Mississippi, Louisiana, and Alabama. In these settings, Dr. Albert G. Tippett, a black principal whose University of Virginia dissertation was about black principal displacement, quoted, "There won't be any black replacements unless the black is a Phi Beta Kappa. And how many Phi Beta Kappas would want to relocate in, say, Crossbone County? Not that many." In rural Mississippi, Rems Barber, the executive director of the Delta Ministry of the National Council of Churches, one of Mississippi's largest interracial civil rights groups, reported that 80% of the new teachers hired in 26 Mississippi districts were white. A year or two ago, said Barber, that percentage was 50 to 60%. So white teachers went from almost half to 80% just within 1 or 2 school years. Mississippi's black teachers and communities were not alone in their concern about growing displacement of black teachers by whites in the unitary system. In an exceptional show of solidarity and activism, 110 of the 120 black teachers in Kinston, North Carolina, and where have we known that particular town? Kinston, North Carolina. 110 of the 120 black teachers in Kinston, North Carolina retained an attorney, Donald Pollock, to investigate teacher hiring trends was the main cause. Wow, the very place where Q is expanding is in this award-winning book. Wait till he finds that out. In summarizing the teachers' concerns, he stated they want to know why in a school where black students are more than 50%, black teachers are less than 30%. The pattern was noticeable elsewhere as well. In King George County, Virginia, 22 new white teachers were hired, but only one new black teacher. Wow. Man, that's ironic. That's pretty wild, man. I wish I could get into the deep contents of this book. Let's see. I think I went through Who Shall Lead, the myth of the black professional inferiority, position poaching, the names and circumstances of those purged, litigation of Jim Crow desegregation, the struggle to end dissemination, superintendents in the Southern Manifesto and school choice, implementing Brown without black principals and teachers. The past is ever present. So you got about 7 chapters there that outlay that. I've only got about like an hour or so before I have to get in motion here. So I have to, let me go back over the forward for some of those coming in late. We're kind of previewing a book by Dr. Leslie Fenwick entitled Jim Crow's Pink Slip, outlining how desegregation and the integration of the education system mandated by court mandates, Brown versus Board of Education, Civil Rights Act, and so on and so forth, that we not only saw integration of black students with white students, but we saw the dismantling and the separation of black teachers and black administrators. They were not integrated with white principals and white teachers. They were not allowed to teach primarily over white students in the same manner that they had educated black students. They were reassigned to positions that were not necessarily directly tied to academic uh, duties, going from a teacher to a study hall monitor, going from a principal to a school bus pass monitor, going from a teacher to a field trip. What do you call that? Chaperone? Yeah, stuff like that. Having your pay cutting half, being forced to retire early, being forced to take lesser pay, being replaced by somebody who's not as qualified or experienced as you, being threatened by not only other teachers, but by law enforcement, other people in the community, business owners, random parents, anybody that was white that they felt that they didn't want their white child being educated by a black teacher was allowed to uh, perpetuate uh, racial discrimination, not just in one area, not just in one school, but from town to town, county to county, state to state, when it came to the South. And that particular activity was brought to the attention uh, to the Senate committee hearings in 1971. And we just laid out some key points and accounts by researchers and witnesses and professionals uh, that have stated their claims on the record. So in this forward, to date, the Race and Education series of the Harvard Education Press has examined, in my view, some of the most pressing issues in education. Studying and advancing knowledge about race, racism, racial justice remain essential to the work of educational researchers, policymakers, practitioners, and community members. The series has focused on a curriculum of instructional assessment and relational practices. Moreover, drawing from their rich and robust research, experiences, and practices, authors have written about a range of other topics and issues. They have offered empirically based recommendations that have contributed to classroom level discourses as well as national debates about race. Authors in this series have studied practices, preferences, and experiences of young people, educators, including teachers and school leaders, as well as policy and structures that shape people's learning and development. I hope the series has made a difference for the researchers and theorists, and I remain optimistic that a series has been a game changer for practitioners and policymakers. But mostly importantly, I believe the series has been and will continue to be a tool in the movement for equity and justice with, for, and through young people. Dr. Leslie Fenwick's book, Jim Crow's Pink Slip, The Untold Story of Black Principal and Teacher Leadership, joins the important scholarship in the series with a must-read book about our nation's failure to truly fulfill the Brown decision because we abandoned the mandate to integrate black principals and teachers into the desegregating schools. To be clear, although the series has made a significant contributions to scholarship and racial justice in education, Dr. Fenwick's book breaks new ground in several significant ways. To my knowledge, Jim Crow's Pink Slip is one of the first books to provide a historical analysis of the purposeful and largest purge of educator talent ever experienced in the U.S. public school system. The book chronicles how and why the illegal transfer of educator jobs from black people to white people after the Brown versus Board of Education decision crippled black leadership of public schools and ultimately stymied the nation's progress toward education equity. Using the 1971 hearings before the Select Committee on Equal Educational Opportunity of the U.S. Senate on displacement and present status of black principals testimony as its point of departure, this book examines how far from 1954 through the 1970s, nearly 100,000 exceptionally credentialed black principals and teachers across the 17 dual system states were systematically and illegally removed and replaced by less qualified white educators. Dr. Fenwick meticulously and powerfully documents the mechanism created and used by state legislators, school officials, and locally elected leaders to resist integration of black principals and teachers into desegregating schools. Jim Crow's Pink Slip ignites a new understanding about school desegregation and concludes with a series of recommendations aimed at diversifying the nation's educator workforce and redefining school reform and transformation. The book represents the very best of what it means to learn from history to inform and understand current day issues, perspectives, policies, and practices. In this powerful analytic merging of history, policy, and practice, Dr. Fenwick engages issues of race, whiteness, and privilege as she conceptualizes how structures and systems have been developed to maintain segregation and an inequitable status quo. She invites readers to learn about what has precipitated and sustained a troubling teacher and principal pipeline. In this way, her critiques and insights situate the historical, amplify voices of black educators, and delicately propel conversations about justice and equity policy and practice. Drawing from an established body of scholarship and her own deep and robust analysis, Fenwick uncovers important connections between desegregation efforts and the current underrepresentation of teachers and leaders in schools. Indeed, Dr. Fenwick invites readers to ask, what implication does history have for modern day public schools? The black student achievement, education policy formulation, and diversity in the educator workforce, specifically teaching and school leadership. Thus, this is not only a book about history and desegregation, this is a book about the importance of history and our journey to deepen our knowledge to inform our practices about current day educational efforts for justice and diversity. Jim Crow's Pink Slip offers much, perhaps most importantly, drawing from a deep and wide empirical database. Fenwick demonstrates how black educators were exceptionally educated, well prepared to teach in segregated and segregated schools. In this sense, her work disrupts the lie that black educators were somehow feebly qualified to teach and lead. To the contrary, Dr. Fenwick details black educators had developed knowledge, skills, and capacities through both traditional and credentialing mechanisms as well as non-traditional ones that often far exceeded those of their white counterparts. A transformative tool for those experienced and newer to education, this book adds an essential layer to the storyline. Every educator, scholar, practitioner, community member, and policymaker concerned about racial justice inside and outside education should read this book. This book teaches as truth tells. H. Richard H. Milner the Fourth, who was a distinguished professor of education at the University of Vanderbilt, noted. Let's see. So she gives some personal accounts on what led her to write the book. As we come up on 7 o'clock on the East Coast. Now he started off. Did he started off?
Peace, devastating.
What's up with it, bro?
Good morning, bro. Yeah, I've been listening to what you've been saying for think about an hour. What you've been reading from. I like what I'm hearing. Appreciate you bringing the information to the forefront. I think we don't be understanding sometimes. Black folks in America are at war on several levels, education being one. When we see this kind of redlining in education and in jobs in education. But shout out to all of our black educators out there. I think myself that teachers uh, deserve a lot more respect in the society and in the culture that they get. I think they deserve the same kind of respect that doctors and lawyers get, and I think they deserve the same kind of pay. Go ahead, devastating.
Nah, I mean, as a child of teacher, both my mother and my father were teachers.
Mm,
They never did anything else in their professional career.
that's right.
Yeah.
I didn't. I knew. I think I heard you say your mom before, but I didn't know your dad. Yeah, shout out.
Yeah.
Shout out to the family.
Yeah.
Shout out to the family. Yeah, I think they need to be getting paid like lawyers and doctors, man. You want to attract the best and the brightest to educate your future generations. I think that that's kind of set up kind of weird and illogical over here in America to educate, not to pay teachers as well as they should, you know.
Yeah, I kind of posed a question earlier before we started reading.
what industry or what job related skill uh, are you able to make a living without going through any type of structured education system that doesn't require a teacher?
Mm, mm. Yeah, pretty
It
much needed.
came up blank. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, need teachers, man. Teachers need to be getting paid just like doctors, in my opinion. Doctors and lawyers. They're important. That's a part of the gap that we see. I think you mentioned earlier with manufacturing jobs that are empty. It's really because of a failure on the front end in education. You know, in
Yeah,
my
it's pretty clear. Yeah.
in my opinion. We trying to catch up at the end of the game, and
Hmm.
there's a gap to fill those positions, but it's a failure of our education system. It's a failure of the allocation of our tax dollars. You know, with regards, that's my opinion, bro.
Yeah, we really can't lay a foundation or establish a foundation if we're going out of our way or allowing our local governments, uh, school board members, city councilmen, mayors, superintendents, administrators to allow white teachers to take these positions who are less qualified, uh, inexperienced, and passing students who don't have the fundamental comprehension skills to complete to compete with not only the people over here in America but internationally with the rest of the world. They're not able to uh, establish business and academic uh, relationships because they are operating on a different level. They are assuming that uh, whatever education you receive, that piece of paper is supposed to say, "Hey, you should be aware of how this works. You should be able to uh, develop the skills to resolve this type of conflict." But if you have a less educated white teacher who's getting pushed through, who is not qualified, and then they allow not only other white students but black students to get pushed through, then that's definitely going to negatively impact uh, the black community as a whole because they're out here thinking, "Hey, yeah, I got a A on my exam. I passed this test, and I got this piece of paper." But they can't even fucking count money at the cash register.
Right.
Yep,
Because the standards are really subpar. So
yep,
even when you're getting that A, it's really like a C
yeah,
plus.
yeah,
I, I get what you're saying, bro.
yeah. So, like I said earlier, even prior to Jim Crow, uh, black students were getting basic education in the South from black schools. They were going specifically to New York University. They were going specifically to Penn State, specifically to University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, University of Iowa, University of Illinois Chicago. They were getting that education. They were getting those degrees, but they were going. They headed back down south. They got on the bus, went back down south, and they got into those classrooms and said, "Hey, black kids, this is what you need to compete with the rest of the world. If you want to stay in the South, this is what you need to do. If you want to go up north and work in that workforce, this is what you need to have. You need to know how to do this." And that cycle turned out doctors, as you heard. I don't know what time exactly you came in, but I read parts of a letter that was from a school district in Topeka, Kansas, where the letter specifically dated uh, March 13th, 1953.
a year before Brown versus Education. The letter told the black teacher, Miss Buchanan, in Topeka, Kansas, if Brown, if this Brown case goes through and we have to integrate, we cannot guarantee you a job next year. Literally told her that. So they knew even before Brown versus Board of Education what they had planned to do, at least in some areas such as Kansas, Mississippi, Georgia, and the Carolinas. They did not want black teachers teaching white kids.
Exactly. They
Uh,
understand the the psychological impact. And I believe Naeem Akbar, in breaking the psychological chains of slavery, he talked about the underlying tension between white teachers teaching black students, knowing that they would grow up to compete for resources with their children. So I agree with that angle as well. We definitely need more black teachers teaching black students. Shout out to Zayax, obviously. You
yeah.
know.
And we were trying to pinpoint in terms of because these hearings were held in 1971. A lot of those statistics and numbers when it came to the number of black teachers, the number of black principals were relatively balanced out and level just years prior, not even going back that far. Some cases, the previous year, 1969, 1965. Uh, all that time between 1954 and 1970, you had this fair amount of black educators. And then, boom, in 1970, it just seemed like somebody just got a white supremacist switch and just said, boom,
Interesting.
integrate the white students, the white kids. You can you can push the white kids, I mean the black kids, onto the white teachers. Well, we definitely not going to integrate the black teachers and the black principals and the superintendents. So what happened in 1970 or 69 or a series of events?
Mm. Coming out of that whole era, that 1960s tumult that we saw in the community, all of those insurrections, a lot of black power, a lot of black thought. That's interesting time. That's an interesting time right there for a move like that.
Yeah.
You know?
In some states, we saw the number of teachers were in the high hundreds. One state was like 535. The very next year went down to 32. Other states went from decreased from 100 to single digits. Just this massive reduction in black teachers within a short period of time. 17 states altogether. They researched Virginia, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Texas, Kansas, all the Carolinas, Florida. So it wasn't just one town or one school. They went state by state, county by county, district by district, and had acknowledgments from other professors outside the area to give, so anybody wouldn't say it was biased. But this was a Senate hearing. This was part of a Senate hearing that was held in Washington, D.C. in 1971.
Mm. Senate hearing, huh?
Yes.
So they were.
You remember Walter Mondale, don't you?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, he was leading it. That was the chair.
Good old Walt.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. So they was trying to figure out how they was going to redirect those funds, allocate that money, part of it. Um, how they're going to direct the money to fund different, I guess, sectors and communities in teaching, and they veered those funds away from it. Black teachers is what you're saying. The text is about.
Uh, Not necessarily make it an enforcement to reallocate funds.
Hmm.
This was the first time that multiple school districts in different states, in terms of a massive discrimination specifically targeting black teachers and administrators, was even brought to the forefront on any level. No one had brought it to the attention of local newspapers. No one had brought it to the attention of county government. No one had brought it to the attention of state government. So the first time anyone's ever hearing that, hey, black teachers are being discriminated against, and black teachers are being harassed. Black teachers are being replaced by white teachers who are not nearly as qualified, not nearly as experienced. No one had ever heard this on a national level, ever. This is the first time this has been actually put into record on a national level.
Right. Now, to date, none of this has been corrected, has it? It has been no, it hasn't been adjusted, has it? To date.
uh, I'm looking around, I'm scratching my head, and like I said, by being a product of it, by actually going through it in the 70s, uh, I'm going to say no.
Right.
I'm going to say no. There hasn't been uh, strictly merit based black administrator when it comes to school districts in predominantly black communities, um, especially after the pandemic. But I would say throughout the 70s, throughout the 80s, 90s, 2000s, um, white teachers have basically not being scrutinized as much as someone that either came from HBCU that is primarily focused on Afrocentric studies or culture. Uh, I mean, far as I can tell from what I'm hearing, what I'm not seeing, same old ball game, yo.
Yeah. I
But
would
like I
say,
said, yeah, y'all are up north in other regions or areas, so the dynamics may not be as overt. But
mm-hmm,
in the southern Christian South,
mm-hmm.
the cotton picking South, you know,
Yes, sir.
yeah, it is what it is. That Nottoway slave plantation going up in flames and that was. I mean, black people were like, yo, they were really celebrating. They were like January 6th in it,
Mm-hmm.
straight up.
Yeah. Coming up for myself, demographically, I would say the majority of my educators coming through elementary school, junior high, into high school, mostly white women,
Yeah,
and with a sprinkling of black and maybe two males here and there
yeah,
throughout the duration of my entire education. I maybe had two black male
yeah,
uh, teachers. I mean, one was maybe science,
yeah,
and then I ran into another one after I began to get into trouble in alternative school, and I ran into a black educator who was actually African, which that was
yeah,
interesting. That was interesting,
yeah,
but only
yeah,
two through the whole
yeah,
duration.
yeah. So coming from an environment where uh, you had a more balanced, well-rounded. At least, like I said, K through 12. Like like I said, when you get into high school and junior college and college, you want to actually get a little bit a diverse
Yeah,
perspective. So,
good
but
point there. It got
yeah,
diverse once I got into college. It got a little more
yeah,
diverse.
yeah. But for the basics, kindergarten through middle school, at least, uh, if you are coming up where you have the black teacher, you have the black counselor, dean, you have the black principal, you have the black school board member, you just your experience is going to be different than if it's controlled or if it's through the lens from somebody that's white. I mean, I mean, I read some of the testimonies on how the teachers were discriminated against. Imagine how the black children were discriminated against once they left the black schools. Once the black schools were shut down and they were bust and thrown into the white schools. You think they had equal opportunity to finish their homework? You think their grading scale was the exact same as the white kid? No, it wasn't. What's up, Carnell? Amin, what's good? One love. What up, Jax? So even though the kids were integrated after the Brown decision and civil rights, uh, they faced continuous amounts of harassment, obstacles. Uh, some of the stuff is unfortunately not documented, but I can just tell you on my personal accounts from what my mother told me, what I seen, what I actually went through myself in terms of how I was treated, at least first grade through sixth grade, because my head start in kindergarten was all black. My kindergarten was actually somebody's house, actually. So
Mm, that's
yeah,
interesting, right
yeah,
there.
yeah.
How was that? That seems like it would be a lot more holistic and
It
organic.
was. Yep.
Okay,
Couldn't
okay.
wait to get to. Couldn't wait to leave the house and get him, open that book up, read that story, get a hold of those painting materials, exercise.
Was it a smaller class, Dev?
My head start was like 20, maybe 20 to 25
Okay,
kids. Yeah,
that's not bad. It's under 30.
yeah, it's under 30. It wasn't massive. Yeah,
Hmm. Hmm.
all black. No white kids.
That's fire.
No.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that model though, that black children should be taught in early years, especially by black educators, instructors,
Yeah, yeah,
and establish a more positive self image by seeing oneself,
yeah,
as the educator and the
yeah,
educated, so yeah, bro, I agree with that, man. And uh, I have an obvious concern because I got a 9-year old son, you
yeah,
know, that is in charter school right now. So
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. My business math and my science teacher in 11th grade was my mentor, black man, and he kind of really was like the kind of hard to describe because he was also the brother of the guy that owned the radio station also. So they kind of stood out as okay. Now this is what
this is the model that I'm living it. You know, business owner, educator, uh, active in the community. Uh, doing all the right things. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You couldn't ask for a better business model in terms of a black man in a small town growing up in the South,
That's fire.
where you're highly respected, uh, just endless amounts of respect and nothing but positive things. Even when I was in the wrong, you know what I'm saying? That man got behind me and helped me stay on the right track. Cause I ain't gonna sit up here and hold you. There were some decisions that I made that were not exactly correct and were morally wrong. I made the wrong decisions. I, behaved immaturely at times. And he still stood by me in knowing that my potential and my aspirations were positive and made sure that I was on the right track. He didn't shun me or shame me in public. He didn't go run to my mother and say, "Hey, your son is acting up again." Had an adult conversation. He laid it out. He reassured that if I continued that activity, that this would be the result: jail, hospital, dead, in the grave, cemetery. He's showing me his particular accomplishment. His brother is giving me a chance at the radio station. He's showing me his credentials. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? So it was like, yo, it was a no-brainer situation.
Sound like some solid black folks.
That's what I'm saying, man. Shit.
Solid black folk, man.
Yeah. I hear Q's what happened to him, you know what I'm saying? What he went through. And I'm saying that very well could have been me if I'd have had a predominantly white, administered, led type of situation based on similar circumstances.
Yeah,
So I
man.
kind of,
Shout out to
yeah,
them good folks out there like that.
yep,
And I think it's important for us to be them good folk today. You know.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Role models.
Yes, sir.
We clearly have
Yes, sir.
maybe not yourself personally, but I mean the older generations and the YNs, the communication, the perspectives, this disconnect, this apparent opposition to even speak. Like, hey, have a conversation. They're coming through the door, and older folks as well in my generation and older are some of them they don't want to have no dealings. Like, these young folks are, something's wrong with them. What the fuck you mean something wrong with the young folks? Who made the young folks?
Right.
They just popped out of nowhere and started being acting weird.
Right.
I mean, come on, man.
Right.
Yeah, at some point we gotta take some accountability.
That's right. And we gotta overcome this fear that media tends
Yeah.
to put in our people. You know, media
Hmm.
puts fear of our youth
Hmm.
in. They're not unapproachable. You
Yeah.
know, I'm with young brothers a lot. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? They're
Yeah.
not unapproachable. It's a lot of potential. You know, it just takes, I guess, a little bit overcome your fears and
Yeah.
a little bit of heart. You know, you got to have love for the people. You know, so
Yeah.
and coming from that demographic, you know, it does make me more comfortable. You know,
Yeah.
around younger brothers. But you're right, bro.
Yeah. Leaving it up to
the younger generation to make decisions at an early age. I mean, I mean, history shows that it don't really pan out too well.
Mm-mm.
I mean, I dealt with, my peers. I didn't go through, teen pregnancy or excessive, gang affiliation and getting in trouble with the law and substance abuse. But, you know, by being all around me, I see the effects that it had on them. I see the effects that it had on the generation that came up after it. I see the effects now. And tracing that back, it did does not equate to productivity. I mean, that's just. I mean, you don't need no scholarly degree to make that assessment. Just open your eyes and look. If this young person is surrounded by righteousness, if he's surrounded by negative, degenerative content, whether it's a cell phone, a TV, uh, on the block, or whatever it is. I mean, what are we supposed to expect? They're just going to snap out of it? No, they're not going to snap out of it. If they are exposed to professionals, uh, leaders in the community, like you said, black teachers, principals, superintendents, district attorneys, city councilmen, not involved with corruption, of course. If they see mayors, if they see, U.S. representatives, if they see business owners, if they see entrepreneurs, if they see, people at corporations getting promotions with their own department, if they see black people achieving that and living that, if they are exposed to that, then yes, that is going to yield, or you have a higher probability of yielding the same in that. It should be common sense to me. You're going to get out what you put in. Put in negativity, you're going to get out negativity. Put in positive, you're going to get out positive. Simple concept.
Right.
What's up with it, Lou? Cornell?
Brother Lou.
But yeah, that's definitely a good read. The book, Jim Crow's Pink Slip, Dr. Leslie Fenwick. Uh, I was just reading a little trial version. Didn't really have time to go through the whole book. I'll probably get a hard copy of it though. Well, definitely, as you heard, recommended by a lot of notable scholars, and really outlines the effects of disconnecting the black teacher and educator and administrator from the youth.
Yeah, and I would say demographically, statistically, nowadays it appears that black women are choosing higher education more so than black men. And I think we all need higher education, but I
Hmm.
think black men uh, don't lack the capacity
Hmm.
to grab on to or excel in
Hmm.
higher education. And I will use myself for an example. I, I don't often talk about my experience with the correctional setting because I
Hmm.
don't want to glorify it. But
Yeah,
I have had experience in the correctional setting, like you said, because of bad choices.
yeah,
But I did into college courses at
yeah,
one time, and that was in East Jersey State Prison, Rawway Project inside. This was between the years of 1998, 2004. At the end of some time that I was doing for my bad choices,
yeah,
but everyone in the program, devastating for you, had a 4.0.
yeah.
So that demonstrates the class was predominantly black, with some Latinos, no whites whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Every brother in that classroom at the end of that course had a 4.0, you know. So no, we don't lack the capacity or the ability to learn and to excel. It just was a group of young men who had been sat still
Mm-hmm.
because of their bad choices,
Yeah.
and I was one of them.
Yeah.
And you know, it I only say it to demonstrate that we do have the ability and the capacity to excel in higher education, but you just need the focus, and those circumstances made us focus, you know. So, and everyone excelled. The brothers, everyone had a 4.0 in that classroom that I was in. You know, we don't lack any intelligence or anything like that. It's just circumstances that direct our attentions elsewhere. You know.
Oh yeah, we definitely can trace this even prior to civil rights and the Brown decision. We can go all the way back to the 1920s. Uh, the book actually categorized it as the intellectual revolution among black educators, was a large measure led by Charles Thompson. Who was Charles Thompson? Well, us here in the Chicago area, very well known. He was the first black person to earn a PhD in educational psychology from the University of Chicago in 1925. In addition to be compared to W.E.B. Du Bois, the first black person to earn a PhD from Harvard in 1895, Thomas served as the dean of the Howard University Department of Education in 1932. He also founded the Journal of Negro Education, the JNE, which is the oldest continuously published referred scholarly journal on issues incidents to blacks throughout the diaspora. He also served as collaborator with Charles Hamilton Houston, Thurgood Marshall, and James Neighborhood, the attorneys who crafted what we're talking about, the decision in Brown versus Board of Education. Straight like that.
Yeah, our people don't have any inherent learning disabilities whatsoever. It's just you know, just systematic factors that are involved, and like educators being cut out, racism in education, things of that nature. Our people are not slow though. We're not ignorant, retarded. You know, none of that. If we sit down and focus, we can accomplish. It's just a matter of focus.
Yeah, and let's be frank. In some of the environments, I know a lot of the boys in the schools kind of drifted towards having physical activities, such as playing ball or just playing around. Period. The girls primarily kind of, I mean, they had their fun too, but you know, when I was coming up, they primarily was in the books most of the time. The black girls.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would even advocate, you know, just in my opinion, I would even advocate through some of the earlier years to separate the boys and the girls to for a certain amount of time in education, just to allow. I think it would uh, allow for greater focus, you know, amongst the children. Only because it's just so provocative nowadays. The environment is so sexualized. I think it would be more healthy for our children in particular to have the genders separated in the classroom for a certain amount of time. You know?
Yeah,
Just
I
my
mean,
just my opinion, Dev.
no, there are several instances out there. I mean, I ain't gonna hold you. When I was in the seventh grade, there were there were four black girls uh, who had already had children, and we're talking
Yeah,
13, 12, no older than 14 years old, seventh grade, eighth grade. By the time you get to high school, you got a whole family. You know
I
what I'm
see.
saying?
I
Yeah,
see.
straight up. So,
Yeah, I have seen it.
yeah,
You see the programs where the young lady is bringing the child to school and she
all
going over
that.
classes.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah, yeah. My mom had me in the 11th grade.
Hmm.
She finished with her class, though. She went to night school, actually, in the summertime, I think. She made up whatever she had to make up, and she didn't drop back.
Yeah, your household was exceptional in that
Yeah,
sense, devastating as far
yeah.
as you having a mom and dad who took up that noble profession of teaching, you know.
Hmm.
Respect to that.
Yeah, right, right in that volatile period of you know civil rights, black empowerment, discrimination in the South. There's a whole bunch of stuff that was happening. And then that that 61, 63, 68, 69, like I was saying, it was hot. The South was hot. I know on the East Coast, y'all had various movements going on. It was equally as hot
Oh
on a
yeah.
different level.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. Had a lot of activism and people dissatisfied with how the government was doing things, and you had assassinations going
man.
on, and it's a lot, and our
Yeah, yeah.
people trying to get a good education all in between,
All in there, just still trying to make it.
all in the mix.
Uh, I think one of those senators on the committee was uh, from New Jersey. I was trying to find the bio,
Mm.
but I do believe that I think it was
New Jersey senator.
yeah, it was. Let's see.
Mm.
I want to say Brooke,
Mm.
because I know y'all, at least new in the Newark area, y'all
Right.
had pretty much black leadership,
Yep. Yep.
pretty much all the way up until now.
Yeah. Been a
Uh,
long litany of black mayors and in the area. Definitely black mayors, councilmen, and aldermen, and all of that stuff. A lot of black folks, but still with opposition, because you still have Prudential uh, controlling a lot of the economy of Newark. You see, if you travel to Newark, you will see two very large buildings surrounded by concrete pylons. Yep, those would be the Prudential buildings. They look kind of like corporate forts.
yeah, I know what you're talking about with them long columns. Yeah,
Yeah, the big
yeah,
steel reinforced
yeah,
concrete
all that.
pylons, so you can't
Yeah,
get close to the building. They're
yeah,
like
yeah,
corporate forts in
yeah.
Newark, New Jersey. Family, that's who's running much of the economics in the area. Prudential capital. Yes. But, mhm.
So my bad. No, Brooks was from Massachusetts, not
Okay.
New Jersey.
I know we got a Booker and I don't think he was talking about Cory Booker because I don't,
Oh no, no,
I
no.
know
I was talking about the 1971 lineup.
okay, yeah, and I
Yeah,
don't,
yeah,
I didn't have no respect for Cory Booker. He was a fake, in my opinion.
yeah. Edward Brooke actually was a Republican from Massachusetts. He was black, and Walter Mondale, the Democrat from Minnesota, was the white guy. He was the chair. So you had Republicans, Democrats, Republicans, Democrats. It was kind of a mixture in terms of parties.
Yeah, I don't see the usual suspects in the chat in the chat room today.
Yes, Holiday Friday, yo. That direct deposit and kicked in
Friday.
last night. Yeah, so they are en route to retrieving their necessary supplies, and they will definitely be on deck.
Okay, I know what it
Yeah,
is. People getting that charcoal, that lighter fluid, them
yeah,
ribs, them that chicken. They boiling that chicken because black folks
yeah,
don't just throw chicken on the grill. We boil it a
yeah,
little bit because we want it fully
yeah,
cooked. You know what
yeah.
people boiling that chicken, getting that they trying to do okay, I got it. Everybody doing it, getting their business together for the weekend.
It's been kind of cool. At least in the Midwest, I know uh, mid to late May and 40 degrees is not quite optimal. So yeah,
Oh
so
man.
if there's any signs of uh 60, 70, they're not necessarily looking for 80, but
Mhm.
yeah, you're talking about mid to low 40s, man. The
Yeah,
smallest amount of sunshine definitely seemed like a heat wave.
this weather
So
is weird at best.
yeah, we- we've been like I said, it's 44 now. You know
It's
what I'm
crazy,
saying?
bro. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's good. Yeah, man. Late.
Coming up,
We're almost
we
June. Yeah.
we had on shorts and a t-shirt going to
Just
school back in the day around this time.
man, late May going into June, man. What nobody talking about no 40 degree.
Hell no.
Looking for your jacket or a hoodie. Um, we're supposed to be okay Monday. We're talking about 70 degrees, but
I'm looking forward to that.
yeah, man.
Looking forward to that. Some better weather.
Yeah, we're not trying to fire up the defroster, man.
Mm-mm.
Talking about firing up the grill and you're out there in your damn goose down earmuffs. Everybody trying to do that in May. But yeah, holiday Fridays is always kind of tricky. You have a delayed effect. But definitely by this time this evening,
Hmm.
the night crew would definitely be on deck.
I know my son is out of school. A lot of people, probably got this day off of school, so people probably ain't up. Yeah, it makes sense.
hmm
A
Yeah,
lot of
yeah. We had prom, graduations,
mhm.
all the end of the academic, traditional academic activities
I'm
rounding out.
I'm
Yeah.
an early bird regardless. My body is just like a clock. I just get up, so
What's up
regardless.
with it, Aaron? It's 44 in Detroit City as well. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I
Mhm.
mean, even for up here, man, man, late May, Memorial Day weekend, 40 what? No, the only 40 they want to see is a 40 ounce, not 40 degrees. Yeah, yeah. I've been trying to put my jacket up for the last 2 weeks. We had a little spurts of 70s and 80s, but man, that
Yeah,
last round of storm,
you had to pull
man,
that thing back out.
man. I'm looking at it right now. Like, damn, I gotta put that motherfucker on.
I promise you, bro. Just strap up.
Yeah, yeah. What's up with it? Memphis? Shout out to Shelby County, the 901. Yeah, man. That's another area where we have a history of black leaders in politics and education. Shout out to Christian Brothers College, where I attended some engineering classes before I went into the military out there. Still got Penny Hardaway down there, getting young guys in straight. One of his assistant coaches got a head coaching job at another school. So shout out to Penny Hardaway down there, giving back to the community.
Yeah, that's what's up. You said
Yeah,
Penny Hardaway?
yeah, yeah. D Penny, yeah,
That's what's up, man.
yeah.
That was my first pair of phone posits, the Penny Hardaways, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Just to throw that in side
Oh
note.
yeah,
That's where
yeah,
phone
yeah,
posit starts, Penny Hardaways.
yeah, yeah, yeah. We got in, got out, had a little short run. He didn't fall to the ailments and the what do you call it? The temptations of greed and corruption. Went back to his community and stuck to his commitment to the people who had helped him out. You know?
Facts, man.
Mm,
That's what it's about. That's how it's supposed to be. Supposed to be.
yeah.
Mm.
What's up, Summer Goddess? Said Southeast. Yeah. Yeah, that's his name. Memphis Coach Phillips at Lemoyne Owen. Lemoyne Owen. That's another well respected college down there in that area. I did some fundraising events at that college. I was DJing at the radio station.
Yeah, that had to be a dope experience though, as a young man, being around all of that radio station and all of that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got to see a
Had to
lot of adult and probably some things that I didn't need to be exposed to, but at least I had a chance to observe some of the reasons why I shouldn't be engaged in this activity. So I'm 16, I'm 17 years old. I see old men engaging in activities that are not necessarily productive. And I didn't, I just didn't want to be that. I didn't want to do that.
mm-hmm. But you had some sturdy heterosexual strong brothers though too,
Yeah,
around you too. So you had a
yeah,
strong reinforcement system, and
yeah, yeah,
that's important.
yeah.
Strong black heterosexual reinforcement.
No nonsense. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
You know. I always bring that up in the Burkina Faso conversation that heterosexual men
Mm-hmm,
got together and decided to take over their destiny. The
mm-hmm.
men, the heterosexual men, that's a big deal, when the men decide collectively,
I was actually trying to find some materials in terms of how they actually laid out the initial steps of the coup.
hmm
Were you privy to finding some video footage, live coverage as the coup was actually going in and saying literally, "Hey, get the hell out," and I'm taking over. Yeah,
man, uh, devastating. I tell brothers my experience with it came from me watching JT the Bigger Figure.
yeah,
Yeah, I was watching his channel for a while, and the brother went over there, and he was doing some good things. He was drilling water wells and
Yeah.
building, a few houses. Not anything extravagant, but just
Yeah.
little little building projects going on. And then one day he said something is about to go down over here. I followed his progress, and he said something is about to go down over here, and I'm about to leave.
Mhm.
And he left, but he had
Damn.
already my attention was already focused, and I
Yeah.
kept looking at what developments, and turned out to be a full blown, full scale Pan African revolution. And I
Yeah.
just followed it, and
So maybe it is true. I mean, like the revolution will not be televised. Maybe there is no video for obvious reasons.
right.
Yeah.
But he did make mention of it. He said
Yeah.
something is going down over here, and I need
Yeah.
to leave.
Before
And
it happened. Yeah.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
understood, because you don't want to be in a foreign environment. Even though you're doing good and you're working with the
Yeah.
people, but
Yeah.
us being Negroes, we know you don't want to be out of place because you don't really know the lay of the land.
Caught
So
up in the mix. Yeah.
yeah, but it turned out to be an authentic, full blown Pan
Yeah.
African revolution. You know,
Yeah.
yes, sir. I didn't have any. I mean, I was aware of Thomas Sankara. I had
Yeah.
purchased Thomas Sankara's book for my son
Oh. Oh. Okay.
already, so
Yeah.
I was aware of the revolutionary background of Burkina Faso and Thomas Sankara, but I wasn't prepared for what I saw explode in front of my eyes, though,
Yeah.
which is beautiful.
Like it was literally going down.
Yeah, but shout out to the brother JT, the bigger figure, because that
Yeah.
brother was over there, and he was in the mud with the people. What I mean by the mud is
Yeah.
he was in the trenches with the poor. It's of the
Yeah.
poor,
Yeah.
he giving out food and talking to people, and they embraced him. That's another thing I appreciated about me observing the people. They embraced him. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So that was interesting to me.
Yeah. For the most part, I've been over the last few years, of course. Um, everybody's not going to be satisfied or content, but for the people that actually invest the time, even I don't necessarily agree with Dinah's search for Huru's. You know, you know the way he's seems like he's supports Pan Africanism, but there seems to be a fence which he steps over and then he steps back across the line again. Then
What you
he
go?
leans over. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay,
Explain. What's his position, Dev? I'm a little bit lost. What's it?
that's what I'm saying. All this time, it's been like
I thought he
15
was
years since I've been following him.
I thought he was Pan African though.
Yeah, he's Pan African, but I mean, some cases, depending on what the topic is, it doesn't really line up.
Mm,
You know what I mean?
okay,
So
I gotta check that out.
yeah, he doesn't necessarily support this mass, Garvey type of stance, but um, I don't know. It's kind of hard to pinpoint. You know,
How
he
about
he may be withholding some things that are not necessarily our business, if you will.
now?
Yeah,
I'm reading by any means comment in the chat. He says Thomas Sankara wasn't Muslim, so Afro-Asiatic can't keep giving credit to Islam. I never cared. Thomas Sankara was a Catholic. I don't care what Thomas Sankara's religion, or if he was atheist or Muslim or Buddhist or believed in the moon rocks. I like what Thomas Sankara was doing for his people. That's what my interest really is. The other stuff really just is on the periphery. But just like with what the brother here at Zayex, Q Butter is doing, I would support and give a few dollars to it, regardless of what the hell the brother believes in. I like the work he's doing. I am intelligent enough to be able to appreciate that over any other affiliations. So fix your little pea brain by any means.
Yeah, when we get caught up into uh, personal and things that are not being promoted amongst the community. One thing, if you trying to uh, merge the ideologies, or if you're forcing your personal beliefs on groups of people, that's different. But if that's not your main focus point, if you're not out here beating people across the head with whatever, that's gonna be separate. I mean, you don't really have to mention it. Like I said, the reason why I don't know exactly what Dinah's position was, because he doesn't really promote his overall uh, stance. Uh, it may be personal, even if he is a Hebrew Israelite, or if he is tied to some religion. Uh, if he's not promoting it, then if it works for him, that it's not getting in my way. You know, uh, he's got plenty of documentation to show uh, how people can transition if they want to make a decision to go to Africa, certain regions in Ghana, Kenya, Sudan, and other places that he's been to. It's not going to be like America, though. He does be straight up with you. You know, and you're not going to over there, and you're not going to go to the strip club. You're not going to be allowed to operate, like you in New York City, Atlanta, or any of these Western, traditions that we've got accustomed to. So it's all what you want to do.
Yeah, man. I think it's all a matter of choice, and available resources. I don't advocate, anyone. It's no mandatory movement back to Africa, you know. That's for
Nope.
sure. You know, I just advocate paying attention, because it could have an effect on us here in America. And we have kinship. We have kinship. Yeah, and if I did misread Bam's statement by any means statement, my apologies if I did misread it. Yeah, but nonetheless, shout out to those brothers who are de-dollarizing, decolonizing themselves in Africa.
Oh, did you see Tanzania drop the dollar?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. A lot of them. It's just a full scale. Look like a full scale African revolution on the rise, a tsunami of de-dollarization and decolonization.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. In recent history, I don't recall another entire country making an official announcement.
Mm,
I mean, you came up here and said, "Hey, this is the goal. This is the what they're moving towards." But as far as one of them actually saying, "Okay, boom, we're gonna drop the dollar."
yeah.
I mean, was there any other country that did that?
What you mean? Recently?
Yeah, I'm saying this Tanzania thing just went down like Monday.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I
they, I mean, they got legislation, everything on the books, everything. Like it ain't no debate. It ain't. It's not a TikTok. It's not. It's like official. Like
it,
you going to Tanzania, U.S. currency is banned. Like they won't even do nothing.
right, right. I mean, that's how sick of people are sick of Western hegemony, and they know that that dollar is a part of how Western entities corrupt their people because they come in with the dollar. The dollar has so much greater value than their currencies for certain reasons, and they're able to corrupt their officials. So they know they just got to get rid of it. Just throw it out. Don't let it in. You can't even use it. You know, that's smart. If you want to be free, in my opinion.
Yeah, like most of those countries. I don't think. Well, at least I haven't seen in terms of them just outright not accepting it. They may ask you to convert it, or depending on the exchange rate. I know the lira in Nigeria. I mean, they're not turning down the dollar as of now. Uh, Maybe some East African businesses may have scaled back, but just outright
Mhm.
banning it altogether, like ain't no doubt we're out of here.
Cause even the revolutionaries in West Africa, they haven't fully gotten themselves off of the
That's what
pound
I'm
as of
saying.
yet. So how
Yeah,
Tanzania did that is interesting. Yeah, I gotta
that's
look
what
into
I'm saying, man. Shit.
I gotta
You
do
still
some
got residual effects, yeah. Because people invested their own, French currencies and French commodities and assets in there. They haven't really had time to, let it air out or convert to whatever. But
Dev, I gotta hop down though real quick, take care of some
okay,
daily
that's all. Yep,
administrative duties. How you
that's
say.
all. Yep.
But shout out to you, bro. Enjoy your day, bro.
Okay, you too, bro.
Shout out to Zyx and Q Butter.
All right, well, no doubt. What's up with it, Corey? That's all good. I'm gonna attempt to make a coffee run and keep this going. We're gonna put our book series on pause. I appreciate Afro for coming up and expounding on some key points. But definitely, I recommend Jim Crow Pink Slip, the untold stories of Black educators and administrators, uh, written by Dr. Leslie Fenwick. You can get it as low as $7 on audiobooks.com. Hard copies ranging between 25 and $30 on Amazon and Porters or wherever you get your favorite hard copies at. They have a few hard copies in local colleges here, uh, but you can check around. It's in full circulation. No, they're not banning all foreign currencies. Oh, you talking about Tanzania? Y'all hear them birds out here? Oh, okay. Thought I seen a woodpecker the other morning. Yeah, this tree right here. Somewhere up in there. Y'all up in them concrete jungles, y'all don't see them type of trees, do you? Nah, he ain't. Don't be promoting that on there, Chris Cool. He's upset. Everybody go through their little phases. It's built up frustration. Man, look how big that fucking crow is, bro. Man, I can even turn my camera on fast. That motherfucker coming so hard. Black dude denied reparations. Yeah, Governor Westmore from Maryland said absolutely not. Any reparations talk that comes through this desk, I will be denying it and vetoing it on the spot. We're gonna give Governor Westmore a thumbs down. You got Senator Angela Alsabrook, the first black woman senator under his administration. He could have just vetoed the bill without making a public announcement before any legislation came through. Obviously, I think somebody in Maryland uh, probably leaked out and put a bug in his ear. But we definitely don't need that type of talk going around. We want reparations now. We want black people talking about it. If you're going to put up some interference, don't get in our way. You know, stay in your own lane and yell at. Like, I haven't really heard any excuse about why people don't want to support reparations. The only thing I hear is black people ain't gonna do nothing but spend the money. What the hell they supposed to do with the goddamn money? Shit. I don't tell nobody what to do with their fucking money. What the hell? You're crazy. Money ain't coming out your pocket. I can see if it was coming out your pocket. Hey,
I'm giving you this money. I'm supporting this fund out my own pocket. Can you please not spend it on, alcohol, liquor, and tobacco? Cool. This was your money, but this not your money. It's our money. We are owed this. We have been owed this. The hell is fucking how is it hurting you so damn bad? Somebody else wanna peel off a couple of dollars off the top and get them a Cadillac or two. It's crazy, man.
Nice, isn't there too? Isn't there? Okay. Everything in there, yeah. Everything's in there. Okay. Syrup, butter, everything. Okay.
I had to stay in the back. The old white man trying to order. Jeez. What's up, Ted? Coming in at the end of our book reading hour. Jim Crow's Pink Slip by Dr. Leslie T. Fenwick, laying out the history of black educators and teachers not being integrated like the black children students were. So the students were integrated, not necessarily immediately, but the black teachers and the black principals were never integrated. The kids got mixed with other white kids, but the black teachers and the black principals, they didn't get integrated with the white teachers and the white principals at the white mixed schools. So we laid that out on how that was brought to the forefront in 1971 in front of a Senate select committee, where testimony showed in the year 1970 several southern states intentionally went out their way to fire, demote, ignore, harass uh, black educators, which were clearly more qualified and more experienced than their white counterparts. White principals were replaced, white principals were replaced with white principals with less experience, not as much academic credentials, and were forced into early retirement, forced to take lesser pay, reduced to standing by in the hallway for study hall, school bus pass monitoring, or non-essential job.
You got your app?
No, I don't need it. Yeah. Yeah.
It's gonna be out climbing tonight if you watch.
I ain't gonna be out.
There's some young kids. They do be out climbing. They be telling me. I said, for real kids, these days we gonna climb tonight. Yes, they do. They be out climbing, getting in trouble, acting up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would you want to be going downtown? Stop doing that stupid stuff. That's what they want you to do. Good on there. Stop doing that crazy stuff.
They'll turn around soon. It ain't gonna last forever. All right. Yeah, I heard the lady, right? It's a black lady.
Said that young kids is gonna be wilding out tonight. But yeah, it's gonna be holiday weekend. We pretty much covered some of the main points of the Trump bill last night. Reparations. Try to cover as much as that as much as possible. And we definitely want to promote STEM as much as possible, even after this weekend. We went over the jobs that were mostly threatened to be replaced by AI. And we also went over uh, the STEM-related manufacturing jobs that are highest in demand. And kind of got into a little, you know, discussion about what black kids want to do, what interests black kids. What are they mostly interested in? Are they mostly interested in sports and athletics and entertainment? Or are they mostly interested in STEM, engineering? Are they mostly interested in uh, the medical industry? Are they mostly interested in becoming civil service, police officer, doctor, lawyer, politician, city councilman, mayor? May not want to be president. Everybody not out here trying to be Obama. I know plenty of people. They cool with being the county clerk. They got just as much comparable benefits. Not as stressful as some other jobs. They're injecting vegetables with melanin to make it last longer. Y'all better come up with a melanin power energy drink. I know half of y'all gonna be hung over this time tomorrow morning. We'll see. We'll see how compared to how slow this morning is to tomorrow morning, and then Sunday morning, and then Monday morning. Y'all gonna be out of here Tuesday morning. Man, I wish I could just chill out here in the woods. I met a couple of people that did a study on why alcohol was used to celebrate accomplishments. I don't want to get into that right now. Try to keep it on Trump, keep it on reparations, keep it on STEM as much as possible. As long as possible. We know the crash outs are coming, right? This crash out weekend. Really no way to avoid it. Move around, move around. Move around. Yeah, we got quite a few graduations, end of the academic school year activities. For some, although some of y'all are on all year round school plans. I never did actually get a consensus and results to see whether the traditional 9 months or the year-round school plan was effective or more effective in terms of producing results. So we like to spend a lot of time on highlighting how the education system failed the black student. But we don't want to highlight how the education system failed the black teacher. How the education system failed the black principal. How the education system failed the black administrator. It failed everyone. Or while we have a steady increase in advanced education and college enrollment, being able to document an excessive increase in entrepreneurial advanced skills with the evolution of engineering and technology. More schools are opening up, more classes are being offered. Graduation rates are on the rise. How much of a failure has it been? Huh? What would it look like if the education field did not fail us? What would we be doing if we were to say, the education worked perfectly? What would that would have looked like? We would have gotten what?
I'm glad certain people didn't actually just give up because they felt that the education system failed. I probably would have not be living right about now if they would have just gave up and said, fuck it. But, oh, you think rainbow policies wouldn't have came in effect? Rainbow policies have very little to do with black folks. I don't know why black people like to associate rainbow policies with being led by black people or primarily heavily most of the support in the rainbow community is by black folks. Oh Lord, this is crazy. But I get it though. Anything to keep the focus off of what has been working or acknowledge some of the lesser known accomplishments that don't get promoted. I just gave you the name of the first black student who received a doctor's degree at the University of Chicago in 1925, 2 generations before civil rights. So what kind of education system was that? Oh, you're a Trump supporter, huh? That's crazy. So what did they replace the Department of Education with? Since you said Doge closed it down, what did they replace it with? How are we going to keep up with having to pay for education? How are we going to keep up with paying for basic health care? Because education costs money, right? Information is not free, right? There's no such thing as free information, right? Same thing with basic health care. I'm not talking about cosmetic surgery or extensive treatment to some chronic illness. I'm just talking about regular checkups. That's all I'm talking about, though.
teachers cost money. They're not paying them. At least the ones in the South. Y'all have the numbers on the average salaries of teachers. They're not bringing home six figures. Why is the cost of education study increasing, but the salaries of the teachers are not rising accordingly? And I wasn't even really talking about college and advanced education. I was talking about K through 12. There's nuances in terms of that hierarchy, if you will. The feds. No, if the feds ran education, then all the states would be on the exact same academic criteria in terms of standardized tests. So I don't know what you mean by the feds run the schools. What do you mean run schools? When you run something, you're in control of it, right? The teachers aren't getting the money. The administrators are. They're the ones that are making 115,000, 118,000, 120s, depending on where you're at. They should get the money and cut the administrative salary. I gotta be cutting out of here pretty soon.
Uh, so maybe I'll just touch on some highlight points of the book that we were reading overnight. So some people may not be aware that there were hearings held before the Select Committee on Equal Education Opportunity of the U.S. on the displacement and present status of Black principals. First, more than 1,000 pages of hearing transcripts, supporting documents, state reports, amicus briefs, interviews, and personal testimonies, letters to the state and federal officials, and civil human rights reports from the field are most comprehensive and robust evidentiary support about the annihilation of the careers of Black principals and Black teachers. These hearings are especially important because personal testimonies and interviews were delivered by an array of individuals directly affected by Black educator displacement and or supportive of their cause. Black principals and teachers, government officials, civil rights attorneys, university researchers, and executive directors. The Senate hearings represent a pinning down as much as a textual evidence in the words and works of the people who lived in this history, including both those who were affected by the atrocities described and those perpetuating the acts. Jim Crow's Pink Slip seeks to reflect on what is said about the historian's responsibility to teach us a variety of ways to read the past. This book seeks to present an unconsidered perspective about Black educators with the hope that constructive tension is created with telling of this story that moves forward our assumptions, inquiry, and conclusions about Black educators prior to and during the Brown versus Board of Education era. Using document analysis, historical policy analysis, viewed through the lens of relevant court cases, this book reflects a certain notion about history and myth breaking. History is a science in collecting, finding, penetrating. It is an art because it recreates and portrays that which is found and recognized. Other sciences are satisfied simply with recording what has been found. History requires the ability to recreate. Jim Crow's Pink Slip is another recreating of the story of Brown with the intention of forwarding knowledge and a shift in popular sentiment about Black educational excellence. The results of the Brown decision and the quest for a public school system that reflects democratic values. Second, contained in the hearings are the state-by-state reports, legal briefs from Black press, white news organs, as well as opinion editorial articles examining the causes of Black principal and teacher displacement. The nationwide effort to collect and present these reams of data and reports before Congress was led by a National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, better known as the NAACP.
black educators, and the state affiliates of the American Teachers Association, the ATA. A professional association of black teachers and faculty in segregated black schools and historically black colleges and universities. Civil human rights organizations such as the American Friends Service Committee and largely white professional associations such as the National Association of Secondary School Principals, the NASSP, the American Federation of Teachers, the AFT, the National Education Association, the NEA, all of which were firsthand witnesses to how desegregation was unfolding in these southern states. Remarkably, as early as 1918, the AFT had called for equal pay for African American teachers, the election of African American to local school boards, and equal education opportunity for black children. This interracial collaboration of organizations to ferret out the truth about what was happening to black principals and teachers represented a powerful counterpoint to protracting and often violent white resistance to the Brown decision. The Senate hearing records the Senate hearing records of personal testimonies, amicus briefs, and especially the court cases make it clear that the firings, demotions, and displacement of black principals and teachers were happening in purposeful and chronological lockstep, and that resolution was needed to stop the loss of both. In short, one second. In short, decimation of the ranks of black educators should not be viewed separately, but as a whole cloth, given the similar tactics used against and the resulting fates of black principals and teachers in the dual system states. Due to their comprehensiveness, the Senate hearings are essential to the twofold purpose of this work, which is one, to tell the untold story of how blacks strategized to gain exceptional academic credentials in an effort to transform segregated all black schools into spaces with intellectual heft, and two, to upend the often repeated myth that Brown ushered in newly found freedom for blacks, which led to their abandonment of public school principalships and teaching positions in favor of new and greener employment pastures. Too much research and commentary has erroneously reached this ahistorical conclusion. Sadly, too, the lie perpetuated by segregationists of the era to keep black principals and teachers out of desegregating schools has made it into the research literature about the Brown case, as illustrated by an egregious assumption and assertion that most black teachers were feebly qualified. To the contrary, in 1952, 72% of black teachers were college graduates, an almost 40% increase since 1940, and a figure within a few percentage points of white teachers. In fact, in a 1965 study, white and non-white teachers in the United States, the NEA found that 85% of non-white teachers held a college degree compared with only 75% of white teachers. So that's right. More black teachers held college degrees than white teachers in 1965. Hello? Where did the education system fail us? What happened to black folks who's not as educated as white folks? What happened to that? I just read you a national stat. Oh, anybody home? Nobody home? In the literature that reflects this perspective, Senate hearing records will prove there is little to no mention that despite the injustices and stigma inflicted, Black people constructed a strategy and exercised leadership to make their schools' academic programs superior to white folks. The primary method of achieving this goal was to build schools populated by exceptionally trained principals and teachers. For instance, in an obscure history of science achievement at all Black Sumner High School in Kansas City, Kansas, shout out to Domo, prior to the Brown decision, Mannheim reports on a resounding theme of this book: the exceptional qualifications of Black educators in segregated Black schools. In 1939, he writes, 44% of Sumner's teachers had master's degrees. In the late 1950s, there were several PhDs at Sumner and Lincoln, the other Black high school in Kansas City, Kansas. Conversely, in white schools at this time, teachers rarely had more than a bachelor's degree. In the dominant myth histories, Black principals and teachers who were discarded along with Black schools were inferior and shabby relics of the Jim Crow era. But what does it mean to recognize that these displaced Black educators were in fact superior in their academic credentials, professional licensure, and attitudinal commitment to democratic ideals and consistent activism against the ideology of racism and experience with integrated society? Yes, it is true that Black schools in the South suffered as a result of resource deprivation, and yes, Black principals and teachers managed with what was available, in many cases succeeding against the odds. But let's be clear, the overarching goal of integration was to give principals, teachers, and students full opportunities that only an open and integrated America could provide. This book, Jim Crow's Pink Slip, focuses on displaced Black educators' credentials is essential because these credentials stand as evidence against ubiquitous lie of Black intellectual inferiority rather than confirming Black incapacity. These educators' credentials affirm their equality and superiority and self-agency. Their credentials affirm their determination not to be stymied by all the odds stacked against them in the Jim Crow South, and to maneuver this evil system to their communities' uplift and advantages. Emphasis on this essential fact makes this account historical and truth-telling in a way other accounts about Black educators to date have been suppressed or ignored. This book is not an analysis of the Brown decision or its implementation, nor is it a panegyric to segregated schools and a romanticizing of Black principals and teachers. Rather, it is the first book to tell the untold story of two generations of Black educators who, in the beginning, in the early 1900s, accelerated in their education and credentialing, became the nation's most qualified group of educators, and built schools literally and figuratively that nourish Black students, only to be captured by the arc of racism, summarily discarded by the nation's public school systems and replaced by less qualified white folks. Pause there.
No, it's all good, Joe. I'm just giving some highlight points. Uh, I'm probably gonna have to come back and go in more detail a little bit later. I just basically was doing that for some of the people just rolling through who missed our earlier chapter reading in our leader segment. Dr. Fenwick notes she still wonders why the prolific citations of the Senate hearings, which from the beginning to end focus almost exclusively on the exceptional credentials of displaced black educators, which have not been subject to detailed presentation or analysis in the hundreds of subsequent narratives and books about desegregation. It has as if the segregationist assertions about black schools and the professionals who inhabited them have been substantiated without evidence or in direct contradiction to the evidence in the research literature and commentary about the Brown decision. Black principals and teachers of this era were not simply warm nurturers fondly captured in the loving memories of their students. There were ample accounts of this warmth. This book is about black principals and teachers, presents a different story, that of black educators who were powerful models of the intellectual authority and who fought and gained exceptional academic credentials as part of their personal and communal fight for the unfettered equality and full citizenship in this American society. Their fight was against a life and future abridged by the ubiquitous insult that they, as blacks, were intellectually or in any other way inferior. Their story is exemplified by leaders such as William A. Robinson, who in 1913, after earning a bachelor's degree at Atlanta University, a historically black college, HBCU, went on to earn a master's degree from Columbia University in 1924 and serve as president of the American Teachers Association. As a teacher, principal, and state supervisor in the segregated black schools in Washington, D.C., Tennessee, Georgia, and North Carolina, Robinson advocated for a progressive education and earned a national prominence for his work to expand high school education for blacks in North Carolina. Robinson was not only one of its kind, there were many black women and men like him serving as principals and teachers in the segregated black schools. In fact, Robinson was more the rule than the exception. While there were many stories here and there about an individual black educator leader who is an exemplar, the collective history of the many Robinsons who led black segregated schools is too often overlooked or unknown. This book tells the story of collective who used education push against the oppressive arc of race madness and second-class citizenship. The history, research, and commentary about black people is plagued by what I call the theory of cultural ele- elision, cultural elision, sorry, which I define as an operative lens leading to the purposeful disregard, unseen, and incomprehension of anything positive, self-determinative, or superior about blacks. In telling of history, the conducting of research, and the phrasing of social commentary, application of this operative lens results in valorizing white males and promoting whiteness as normative and positive. To the contrary, anything positive or superlative about blacks is reflexively left out, as if it was simply could not be so.
In most leading research, histories, and commentaries about blacks are seen as striving toward a white ideal in high mark. If, on the odd chance, black excellence is acknowledged, it usually is tied to a single black who is then exceptionalized in the research and history and commentary. So we're not going to blow past that, right? He got lucky. She got lucky. This notion that most of the black teachers in the South were not as qualified as white teachers, that was the norm. I popped out in the 60s. I went to grade school in the 70s. And I'm telling you right now, a good majority of the white teachers was dumb as fuck. There's nothing much worse than being forced to listen to a redneck or someone uh, who celebrates General Robert E. Lee, Confederate South, in their backyard. They're teaching you how to succeed in life and what's good, what's bad, what's right, and what's wrong. That is kind of depressing and traumatizing as a black child from personal experience. I felt that I was accomplishing and appreciated more when I was around black teachers, when I was being uh, supported and rewarded by black teachers, when I was being helped by black teachers, when I was being mentored by black teachers. I had more motivation to learn more things. That's just the bottom line. I was. Let me wrap this up real quick. In recent years, this theory of cultural elision, I'm spelling that Elision, elision, played out in news stories about U.S. President Barack Obama appointment. The Harvard Law Review, during his days as a law student there, news accounts exceptionalized Obama for this achievement. He was a one-off. To be sure, Obama was the first black president of the review and has served as one of the editors in years prior. However, the telling of his ascension to the review's presidency led many in the press to conclude erroneously that there had been no black male editors of the review prior to Barack Obama. In fact, the first black member of the review was Charles Hamilton Houston, who served as editor way back in 1921. The same year, Jasper A. Atkins became the first black elected to the Yale Law Review. Hello? Anybody home? In the 1920s, we had black men that were leading senior, running the editors at Ivy League schools at the same time in the 1920s at Harvard and Yale. What happened to the education system? Didn't it fail us? Houston was a graduate of the all-black Paul Laurence Dunbar High School in Washington, D.C., and a member of the Phi Beta Kappa graduate of Amherst College, where he was valedictorian of his class. He earned his law degree cum laude from Harvard University in 1923. Houston was followed by two other black editors of the review, William Henry Hastie and William T. Coleman. Hastie was also a Dunbar graduate and a Phi Beta Kappa and magna cum laude graduate of Amherst College. He served on the Harvard Law Review in 1930 and earned his Harvard Law degree in 1933. Similarly, William T. Coleman was a summa cum laude and a Phi Beta Kappa graduate of the University of Pennsylvania, who was first in his class at Harvard Law School in 1946. Top of his class in 1946. Went to two different white schools, University of Pennsylvania and Harvard, in the 30s and 40s, in the peak of Jim Crow. Ultimately, the purpose of this book, Jim Crow's Pink Slip, is to rewire the telling of the history of desegregation by focusing on the exceptionally credentialized generation of black educators who were purged from public schools in southern and border states during decades of white resistance to the Brown decision. I situate this story in the time period directly before Brown and through the administration of the U.S. President Richard Nixon. This story links history of Brown, the rise of black educational leadership, and its subsequent demise after Brown. This book seeks to answer the following questions. Who were fired, who were dismissed and displaced black principals and teachers by name and circumstance? How did they become more credentialed than the other white peers, especially during the early to mid 1900s, an era constricted by and legalized by racial oppression? Why and how were black principals and teachers purged from desegregating public schools, and how did they fight back? And what were the outcomes of their battles? What implication does this history have for modern day public schools and diversity educated workforce, specifically in teaching and school leadership? In telling this story, I seek to challenge the quaint notions about black educators of this era. In fact, these principals and teachers were prized by their students because they were learned, intellectual powerhouses who as a group understood the science of teaching and learning because of their exceptional training in ways their white educational counterparts did not. They necessarily maintained high standards in their teaching, served as mentors to their students, modeling a commitment to democratic values and anti-racism, and equipped those students with the strategies to fight the discrimination they would encounter when they went into the world, because the educators had fought and were continuing to fight the same fight. The expulsion of black principals and teachers was not exclusively to a loss to blacks and the South. It represented the most significant brain drain from the U.S. public education system that the nation has ever seen. It was so pervasive and destabilizing that even half a century later, The nation's public schools still have not recovered, just like y'all had noted earlier. And I'm gonna leave that right there. Yeah, I got battles in the chat. So, as noted, since the turn of the 20th century, from the early 1900s through the 20s, through the 30s, 40s, 50s, black educators were obtaining their degrees in education from white schools. They were returning to the South and devoted their time and their efforts back into the black community. They did not leave and abandon or drop the ball in the fight against racism and oppression when it came to some of the basic fundamentals on how to survive against whatever dynamics that they were faced with. And it wasn't no one-off. This one child from Boondocks, Georgia, got a master's degree at so and so white college, but all the rest of the students chose not to go to college. They just stayed in the South and waited on this great white savior. That's what I've been hearing. That black people didn't want to go to school. They was lazy. Or they went to a white school and got their degree and wanted to live around white folks. So they didn't return to the black community. They assimilated and made friends with white folks and abandoned the black community. That's what I've been hearing. What's the other lie? They got uh their teaching degree and decided not to go into teaching. They went and worked for white folks, and they decided to get a job that paid more money. No, educators did not decide not to teach and go into the private workforce in mass groves. I know they didn't want to hear that. So, what was the cause of perpetuating this narrative that white teachers were more qualified and smarter and more intelligent than black folks? Who started that? I just gave you some numbers. 85% of the teachers in the South versus 75% of white teachers in the South. The black teachers all mostly had more credentials and more experience than the white teacher counterparts. How did that narrative get flipped? And those gonna save us? Yeah, right. So in the past week, we highlighted two books authored by black women that created a insight on how the cultural differences between black folks and white folks and their intellect. Maybe we should do another black fatigue segment. That book was Black Fatigue, How Racism Erodes the Mind, Body, and Spirit. Was it Rose Winters? Mary Frances Winters. I'm sorry. I think Q had actually read some quotes from the book. So I'll let him continue his Black Fatigue segment, and I'll continue on my Jim Crow's Pink Slip on the Black Educator segment. We're going to slam y'all with education one way or the other. And if you don't do either of those, you're going to be forced into STEM. We're going to continue to push the youth into looking at Black folks in a positive light for the most part, not resort to only measuring success by entertainment contracts or entertainment values, using that as a marking point for success. When was what written? Uh, the um, the um, the Jim Crow book. That's also a recent publication. Let me get the actual publication date. Copyright 2022. By any means. Dr. Leslie T. Fenwick, President and Fellows of Harvard College. It was published by the Harvard Education Press, by the Harvard Education Press Publishing Group. It is on the catalog in the Library of Congress and has a separate ISBN for the paperback edition. You blame TV? Oh, welcome back, Bias. Sorry, y'all. I'm gonna have to either cut this short, go on mute. I'm not gonna be able to speak shortly. So if y'all want to come up, y'all better hit the link now. Oh, he says a COVID book. Nah, she had started that research way before COVID. So if y'all not gonna come up, I'm gonna cut this short since we're coming up on 12 hours. Just restart when I get out of my sessions. I appreciate those who stuck around for our book segment and keeping it informative and educational. I appreciate all the support. But if you come up, others will be allowed to come up as well. I can remain in the background and let people on the panel, but I won't be able to speak. So give yourself 3 to 5 minutes for that. If not, if don't nobody hit the panel by 9:30, then we'll just say pause for now, and then we'll come back. So y'all get together in y'all little group. Y'all ain't been having a chance to get on panels and go live in the morning hours. So for those who don't get a chance to hit the panel that often, now would be a good time. Yep. Busy. Who's that in the back? You would come up while I got my hands wet. 1 second. Wale?
Yeah.
I'm going to try to keep it informative and informational. I'm going to try to cut down on some of the personal adaptations until we get into Ratchet Hour later this evening, if you don't mind. But
that's good.
you can keep it going. Just cut down on the pseudo stuff, and we don't need no alternative thought. We've been pretty much doing historical and documented reviews on how Black teachers are more educated, more qualified, and more beneficial to your actual ideologies and points, in which you have displayed consistently since you've been on this platform in the past, highlighting that brown Jim Crow era through civil rights and so on and so forth. So I appreciate it, yo.
Okay, I just got on the internet a few minutes ago, man, and I was listening to what you were saying. You kind of, saying "come on up" like that. So I looked at the title of your broadcast of the day. It's different than the last time I looked, and I see it says Trump versus everything Black, and that's what caught my eye was Trump versus everything. And I was thinking Trump versus reality. It's not everything Black. He versus is everything. So that was, comment. That's good. You good? I'm good. Yeah, man, I'm good.
Yeah, you can go ahead and expound on that. He got enough material that's and sure at least get the ball rolling. But I got to mute out though. I can't really engage in the microphone. But I can let people on the panel if they want to come on.
Oh, beautiful, man. Beautiful.
All right. All right.
Yeah, I was just watching this last fiasco with Trump in South Africa, and everybody, even his news channel, Fox News, is backing up the South African narrative of the story, even though they, I mean, even BBC, I watched BBC and they were saying, wow, Trump just wilding out on people. Nobody wants to go to the White House and meet with him because he ambushed people. He ambushed the other guy, the little guy from Ukraine. He really mad at that guy because at the time, both of them were television, variety stores show stars, and then both of them became president. And the guy was trying to relate to Trump, like, we both were on TV doing variety shows, and now we president. Trump was like, "No, you ain't nothing like me, though. See, I'm a this, I'm a that." So he's really mad at Zelensky because of that connection between them both. He want to make sure that try to make it that he's more superior of a variety show come president than Zelensky is as a variety show. See, he ain't qualified. He say stuff like that about Zelensky. He ain't qualified like he is. Trump ain't qualified. Trump don't even know what tariffs do. That's why he destroyed the whole economic system of the entire world, because he didn't understand, government, politics, or none of that stuff. He keeps saying nobody understands it better than him. Nobody does this better than him. He got the biggest brain. He got the biggest everything. To the point where when somebody says something that seems negative about him, they're willing to persecute a person just on that. What you mean talking about you can't talk about him like that. Every other president you could talk about like you want to. People were talking about Bush to his face. Nobody got railroaded, taken nowhere, or deported. But Trump, he's like, shoot, you shouldn't even be a news. He's trying to get rid of the ABC, NBC News and suing them and stuff. If they do you see, they did a doggone interview with Kamala Harris. He trying to sue them for $60 billion or some crazy numbers because they did an interview with a woman and edited the interview, which is what they always do at all. His interview, everybody interview. But he's doing all that bully stuff, because he think he go for bad. We used to see people do that when in high school, they go for bad. Oh yeah, he go for bad. He gonna try to bully everybody. And that's what he's doing. He's like a little high school bully. So yeah, it's Trump versus everything. Reality, trees, anything. Talking about going back to coal. Talking about he gonna put the people back in the coal mine. Them people were looking at him like he done lost his mind. They're trying to get their children out of the coal mine so they don't suffer from the black lung and all that stuff. And he talking about it's Trump versus reality. People just happen to be part of reality. And that's my take on that, It's funny to me how all this stuff is actually occurring. I saw, I was anticipating, but the thrill that I feel in seeing it actually go down, and it appears there's absolutely nothing anyone can do about it. Or will do, which means can do about it. This is like it's on a roller coaster and you can't stop it. Oh, thank you, Holler. I ain't hit the doggone like button yet. I gotta hit the like button. I be thanking you guys that put on there, hey, remember to hit the like button, because I be forget. So I really appreciate the ones that do say that, to remind people. Because it's not that I don't like it type of thing. It's just sometimes just forget. I be on the doggone on panel myself and forget. So I appreciate when people put on, sometimes I put it up every now and then too, man. Just, hit the like button. You're here, you might as well like yourself, if nothing else. So yeah, thank you, man, for bringing that out. That's beautiful. Well, I know, like, once again, a lot of people are consumers, and that's what they're selling. Trump was attempting to sell with his trade war. They got America has a permanent consumer market, and it's large, 40-something million deep, and people that's bigger than some countries. Japan only got so many people, 7 million or less in their whole country. But when they could send it over to a permanent consumer market of 40 million, shoot, they want that market. 40 million or more for almost anything. Got to buy everything. That 40 million people in America don't make nothing for themselves. They have to buy everything. That's a hell of a market. Even if you just want to reach the market, you got to go through tariffs and all that stuff to reach the market. And they changed the thing, because I used to buy my stuff small prices. I think it was $800 or less. You could buy it with no tariffs. They changed that now. Everything gets tariffs. Because I was just about to buy some more stuff, and I found out that everything is tariffed up now. So it's going to be a difference. People were talking about doing this and doing that and this and that. That was based on when everything remains the same. If everything remains the same, I can do this, and in 20 years, my children will do that. I will be able to do that. And then they just changed the whole platform idea. Changed the whole stage. I thought we were on the desert. Now we're in the tundra. Just changed the whole thing. Just entire environment just changed quickly. And it's mostly because, we function in a reactionary paradigm. I think that's the way it goes. We see something happen and we react to it. There's a paradigm that a lot of people deal with, that they don't react to stuff. They move a little ahead, because by the everything you see, everything you witness is already in the past. So you are dealing with stuff in the past. You're thinking it's the present, but it's already the past, because it takes a long time before you even can see it. At least, in the talking about time in terms of life and movement. It takes a long time before you can see something. Even if it's milliseconds, you try to break it down into some type of quantitative system. It's still in the past. Because once it happened, it takes a while before you actually see it happen, and then register that it happened, and then realize what that means to you. Oh, that's all past. It's all past you're dealing with. So now the new thing is coming, because you're still dealing with the old thing. The new thing is here, and you're missing half of that because you're still dealing with the old thing that just happened. It's a conundrum. It's a fix. That's why a lot of people talk about meditation and stuff, so they can get in front of, instead of always being in the past. You don't have to really live in the past. You actually live in the present, but the mind It has to live in the past because it takes a while to process things. So once we move into a state of being in front of things, we'll see it a whole lot different, because a lot of people are controlling what we see because they are of the mind or whatever, I don't know, paradigm, to be in front of things and causal, becoming causal instead of the effect, dealing with the effect, deal with the cause. And once we move into causal, we'll be kicking like, nobody's business, because we got great power. And all we have to do is utilize it to our advantage. And because we are doing a lot of reaction stuff, we're not utilizing it too much to our advantage, and others are able to use our power to their advantage. But it's our power, our consumer power, our, all that stuff. But other people are using it to their advantage. Yeah. So yeah, what happened? This thing been on what, 12, 14 hours? 11 hours. Yeah, well, that's what's happening. More people need to discuss. Come on the panel, ask your question, not even ask your question, make your statement. Tell us your perspective, because, hey, everybody got a perspective worth listening to. And that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in everyone's perspective, because everyone is involved. And then we all get our perspectives right. And sometimes it's good to just speak your perspective. You can think it, but then you speak it out loud. You could actually see it better yourself. Sometimes even expressing my perspective, I'll use words or something like that, and I'll be realizing while I'm using, I said, but I'm saying it, see? I'm getting it out. Express yourself. If you don't express yourself, it's going to all roll up inside of you and become a problem. So you have to express yourself. And we do that through speech, mostly, expressing ourselves. So express yourself, you can see yourself, what you are thinking and how it sounds to you. You have to sometimes just express yourself and then look at that expression and say, wait a minute, that's not really what I meant, or but damn, that was right on exactly what I meant. Whatever, but you get a different look at it. And so sometimes I know people be shy. I don't want to talk this, that. But I personally don't feel that I'm abusive, verbally abusive. So if you have a perspective, no matter what it is, different from mine, or even close to mine, I still handle it pretty much the same way. Everyone, I'd say, has a right to do their thing. And then, if I want to tell you my thing and you look at my thing, you say, I can pick up a couple of things here. I'm looking at your thing. I can pick up a couple of things there. That's what it's all about. We're just sharing our perspective, and maybe I can't pick up nothing from your perspective, but the next person, I can pick up a lot from theirs. So we have to keep sharing our perspectives and just being entertained, and not participating and just being a spectator. We're a spectator in our own lives. No, man, we're supposed to be participating in our own lives. It seems to me that we are participating in our own lives, no matter how we try to frame it. There's no way out of that part. You must participate in your own life. And so why not take control of that participation and make your life whatever you want it to be, not what others say, oh, well, you this going to happen because he said this or that. But what's going to happen when you say something? And like I say, if you want your words to be powerful, make sure they're full of truth. Truth is, attention is power. Make sure your words are full of truth, and they will be powerful. Just on that alone. Truth is power. Education is nice, but it don't trump truth. Truth is where the real power is. You could be educated, you can know a lot of stuff, but if it ain't true, there ain't no power in it. We so full of power, we give attention. Wait a minute, I was looking at something here. I'm gonna do it now. Okay, beautiful. It's 48 different people, they say right now, have the stream on their device. They may not be actually participating or listening or something, but they got it on there. And then people have to move around. It's still, I think it's Friday. Yeah, man, it's Mad Friday. That's beautiful. But they say TGIF. TGIF. I appreciate that. All y'all should be getting ready for your weekend, seeing how you want to play y'all weekend game, getting yourself ready and your children, if you have children. That was always beautiful for me to work with my children. So if you have children, you know, try to find some kind of way where you can feel good working with your children. Not just telling them what to do, but actually doing something with them, where y'all doing something together so they can feel a camaraderie, a fellowship with their own parents. Just do something with them. Not to beat them up or to be in control, just or to watch something else. Oh yeah, we going to a baseball game, watch it. No, I mean actually do something with your children. Throw the ball back and forth with your child. Not necessarily go watch a football. They ain't doing something with them. Doing something with them is doing something with them. Go swimming with your children or something. Just do something with them. Bake a cake or something. Cook with them. Something, I don't know. But I know any whatever's in your life you can start doing with your children would be not only a benefit to yourself, not only a benefit to your children, but it'd be a benefit to the world. Because when we turn out beautiful children, the world is the benefactor of our efforts. The whole world benefits from us turning out intelligent, smart, active, curious, inventive, thinking children. The whole world benefits from that. Even though I know we do as individuals and our neighborhoods do as such, but the entire world benefits when we produce even just one per family, you know, a child that we've given and put attention to. So I hope that ain't too pseudo, you know, talking about giving your children attention and doing stuff with them. Is that too pseudo? I don't know what to tell you, but, you know, I'm just saying, in order to, I was watching the news last night, actually about the doggone tariffs, not tariffs necessarily, but trade. And they were talking about China's trade and what they're making for themselves. And they say a high percentage of their children are in STEM. Not only their children, they're producing them through the what's they call them? The higher forms of learning, like the colleges and stuff already. They got STEM coming out at the far end already, STEM students. And they got a good amount, like a higher amount than a lot of, I think Cuba had that our people are representing about 2% of STEM or something like that anyway, a low percentage. But the Chinese got like 27, 37% of STEM in their own pocket. So I'm suggesting that we, you know, that we get into pushing our children and pushing our impetus onto our children so they can become. STEM is simply saying we take care of ourselves. That's all STEM is saying. We do our own science. We know how to move ourselves forward, make our cars, whatever that entails. We have the technician. We know how to do the technology of it all. We have the education. The electricity. We understand all of this stuff about how that works, and the mechanisms, how to make mechanisms do things. This is simply like saying, okay, we got 2% of our people in STEM. 40% would be a better. Well, the way we think as a people too. I'd be watching children and stuff, and old people, and they have STEM consciousness, but they don't have STEM with education. Once education is there, our people will advance in STEM like nobody's business. It's just a matter of having the education, but the consciousness, what they call the neurocircuitry, is already set up. We just have to tap into it with the educational system. And as some people in here like to say, educate means simply to bring out. So that the thing is already inside the children. We just have to bring it out. This is what education is. Education is not putting it in. Education is bringing it out and allowing it a platform to come out. And that's what education is. But we have like we do with the reaction thing, we have and I say we, I'm just talking about, colored people, as I put it. We have a mindset that education, we got to go get it from somewhere. That's not education. That's indoctrination. That's why it's called indoctrination, because you're inducing the doctrine into the person. But educate means to pull out, to take it out of the person, bring it out of the person so that the person can express that, because we're born with something. We're not born on a blank slate. People who tell you they're born on a blank slate, that's not us. When we come here, before we even come through the portal into the, away from the umbilical cord, we already have our set. We got proclivities, we got prejudices, we have wants and desires, all that stuff before we even get here. Every child, all of us do. And then we are beat up and told to be indoctrinated, and we get rid of all of that stuff. But the things that we have, that we come here with when we're born, those are the things that we attempt to pursue. And then a lot of times we're frustrated, and so we give up on them. But we remember as child, when I was a child, I can remember. When you were a child, you can remember that you had something in mind. And right now, as an adult, you may or may not be pursuing it, but as a child, you already had it, is what I'm saying. So we have great potential to do whatever we want to. What we are inclined, encouraged to do now is to build a set for the play. We got the best actors in the world. Now we need to build a studio and stuff so we can make the movies. And so that's what people be saying. Well, we don't have a studio. My brother is into theatrics. And he's building studios. I called him yesterday. He was building a studio yesterday for a play. Because they're doing a play, something, because he works with children also. So he's doing a play with the children, and they're building the studio. No, they don't have it, but you got to build it. No, we don't have the infrastructure for this, that, and the other. That don't mean you can't do it. That means you must build it, and then you'll have it. And STEM helps us to build the infrastructure that we need to better our growth and better our input into the world. Because once the world realizes that we're coming with our full greatness, the world will show Already they would like to, but they will show respect. Ain't no doubt. All we have to do is come with our greatness, not come with our a story or a narrative of us, not being great. Because I went into the narrative of the happy slave. I went into a lot of narratives. I studied because I like what they call folklore, and I studied American folklore. They called it American Negro folklore as a child. When I was a child, I read everything I can get my hands on of our folklore. And my brothers, who are all my elders, they were in college and stuff when I was in elementary school. And I would read their books because they had a lot of information and stuff in their books. And so as a result, I was able to get a lot of stories in before those books became obsolete and those stories became not as prominent, not as popular, and not as easy to get. Those why I call them our ancestor stories about ancestors, because I don't know who wrote the stories, and sometimes I don't even know what the